Section 100 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 100. Plots and Counterplots. In the morning, Eliza Sydney received the following letter from Filippo Dorseni. Your orders have been punctually obeyed. I have already visited the landlady in Stamford Street, under pretence of being acquainted with a gentleman who wishes to take lodgings in that street, and I have ascertained that her last lodger, who can be none other than Mr. Vernon, resided with her 3 or 4 months. Consequently, he has been in England during that period. In the second place, I have discovered the address of the beautiful Georgian, and can communicate with her so soon as I receive your instructions to that effect. Thirdly, I have dispatched a faithful person to Beyrout, and he will return to England the moment he shall have gleaned the information specified in your instructions. To this letter Eliza dispatched an immediate answer, praising her faithful adherent for the skill and dispatch with which he had executed her orders, and giving him certain instructions in respect to Malkhatoun. She then repaired to the parlour opposite Lady Ravensworth's own apartment, for Quentin had already sent a private message by one of the female servants, intimating that he was anxious to speak to her without delay. When they met in the parlour, Eliza heard with profound astonishment the extraordinary narrative which the valet had to relate to her. "Some deed of mystery and crime has been doubtless perpetrated," observed Eliza, "but it cannot possibly bear any reference to the atrocious plot which Gilbert Vernon is meditating against the happiness of his sister-in-law and the life of her child. I will now tell you that the villain who passes in this house as James White is in reality a certain Anthony Tidkins, known amongst his associates in crime as the Resurrection Man." "I have heard of him, madam," said Quentin, with a shudder. "And, by the way, was it not this same wretch who lately escaped in so extraordinary a manner from the Middlesex House of Correction? The affair was in all the newspapers." "He is the same person," answered Eliza. "Oh, madam!" cried Quentin, somewhat reproachfully, "it is not for me to dictate to you, but since you have discovered who this man is, how could you permit him to remain for one single day at large? Why should he be allowed to take his place at the same table with honest people?" "I admit that such society must be abhorrent in the extreme," answered Eliza, mildly but firmly. "I also acknowledge that for a short space I am depriving justice of its due. Listen, however, to my reasons. Gilbert Vernon is a man of so desperate a character that he will hesitate at no crime which will make him master of the lands and title of Ravensworth. I have every reason to believe that he caused the death of his brother. I have equally good grounds for suspecting him of an intention to murder his nephew. As speedily as circumstances will permit, am I adopting measures to collect evidence that will place his guilt beyond all doubt. But until that evidence be obtained, we must excite in his mind no suspicion that there are counter-schemes in progress. Were we to do so, it is impossible to imagine what desperate deed he might immediately risk in furtherance of his aims." "But suspicions are already so strong against him, madam," observed Quentin, "that a magistrate would grant a warrant for his apprehension." "And if the evidence against him were found to be incomplete and vague, as it indeed now is," answered Eliza, "he would soon be at large again to pursue his detestable machinations. No, Quentin, your good sense must show you that it is better to take no decisive step until our evidence shall be so complete that it will serve 2 objects, namely, to punish him for the crime he has already committed, and thereby release your lady and her son from any future danger at his hands." "I submit to your superior judgment, madam," said Quentin. "But in respect to this Anthony Tidkins, this James White, this villain who is now quartered upon us—" "Until you ere now communicated to me those strange and horrifying incidents of last night," interrupted Eliza, "my intention was to leave that miscreant also unmolested, for fear that by handing him over to justice, Gilbert Vernon might be led to perceive that he also was suspected. But the narrative of last night's adventure involves so serious a matter that I am for a moment at a loss what course to pursue. In any case, it will be better to ascertain the nature of the object which the villain buried at the foot of the tree, and probably we shall thereby discover some clue to the elucidation of this mystery. In the meantime, I conjure you to keep your lips sealed in respect to all these topics of fearful interest. Lady Ravensworth is in so nervous and agitated a state that I shall not acquaint her with the incidents to which you were last night a spectator, until she be better able to support the terrors of so frightful a narrative. But to-night, Quentin, you must visit the spot where the villain buried some object in the earth. You will ascertain what that object is, and we will then decide upon the proper course which we ought to pursue." Quentin could not help admiring the strength of mind, the sagacity, and the calmness which Eliza Sydney displayed in her self-imposed task of countermining the dark plots of the Honourable Gilbert Vernon. Though but a servant, he was himself shrewd, intelligent, and well informed, and he was not one of those obstinate men who refuse to acknowledge to themselves the superiority of a female mind, where such superiority really exists. He accordingly expressed his readiness to follow Eliza's counsel in all things connected with their present business; and he also promised that he would not by his conduct towards Tidkins excite in that individual's mind any idea that he was known or suspected. He and Eliza Sydney then separated. We must pause for a moment to explain the system of argument upon which this lady's present proceedings were based. If, she said to herself, Tidkins be delivered up to justice, it is possible that he will not turn upon his employer Vernon, who might readily account for having such a villain in his service by declaring that he was entirely ignorant of his true character when he engaged him as a valet. Again, were Vernon immediately accused of the murder of his brother, the evidence would be slight, unless it were proved not only that the tobacco was really poisoned, but also that it was the same which Vernon had sent to Lord Ravensworth. For the only positive ground of suspicion which can as yet be adduced against him is that he has been some time in England while he represented himself to have been still dwelling in the East. But the circumstance might be disposed of by some feasible excuse on his part, and would also be inefficient unless coupled with more conclusive evidence. In a month I shall probably be able to collect all the testimony I require, and it is not likely that Vernon will immediately attempt the life of the infant heir, as such a deed, following so closely upon the death of the late lord, would of itself afford matter of serious inquiry and arouse suspicions against him. It is therefore necessary to remain tranquil for the present, until the day arrives when the machinations of Gilbert Vernon may be crushed for ever by the same blow that shall punish him for his past crimes. Ravensworth Hall was now the scene of plot and counterplot, of fears, suspicions, and a variety of conflicting passions. While Quentin and Eliza Sydney were engaged in the conversation above related, the following discourse took place between the Resurrection Man and Gilbert Vernon in the bedchamber of the latter. "I don't think I shall relish this monotonous kind of life long," said Tidkins. "Bustle and activity are what I like. Besides, I can't say that I'm altogether without fears; for that description of my person which was published after my escape from Coldbath Fields was so infernally correct that even this white neckcloth and brand-new suit of black, and the cropping of my hair, and so on, haven't changed me enough to make me all safe." "Nonsense!" exclaimed Vernon, impatiently. "Who would think of looking for you at Ravensworth Hall? Who would suspect that the valet of one of my station is what he really is?" "But where is the use of putting the thing off for a month or 6 weeks?" asked Tidkins. "Because it would appear strange, too strange, that such an event should occur only a few days after my arrival at the Hall," answered Vernon. "You must be guided by me in this respect. The scheme to get rid of the brat is your own, and a good one it is too. Nothing could be better. But you really must allow me to have my own way as to the time when it is to be put into execution." "Well, well," growled Tidkins, "be it so. For my part, however, I don't see how it is to be put into execution at all if Lady Ravensworth remains cooped up with the brat in her own room, as she did all yesterday, and seems disposed to do again to-day, by what the servants said at breakfast just now." "That certainly embarrasses me," observed Vernon. "It was my intention, as I before informed you, to remain here for a few weeks, and ingratiate myself as much as possible with my sister-in-law, and get into the habit of fondling the child. Pshaw! It almost makes me sick to think that I must take the snivelling brat from its nurse, and dandle it about for half an hour at a time, so as to save appearances at least. But, as you say, Lady Ravensworth seems determined that I shall have no chance of playing the amiable at all, for she keeps her room with that widow friend of hers who came so cursed inopportunely. It cannot be that Adeline suspects me. And yet the strange way in which she received me, the impression my voice made upon her—" "Which proves that she really was concealed in those ruins for some purpose or another when we met there," interrupted the Resurrection Man. "But I am convinced that nothing which then passed between us gave her any hint concerning our projects," said Vernon; "for when I denied that it was my voice which she had heard, she afterwards became convinced that the mere coincidence of a resemblance of tones had deceived her. Had any other circumstance tended to corroborate her first impression, she would not have hesitated to mention it. But to return to what we were ere now talking of, if my sister-in-law should persist in keeping her own chamber, I shall request an interview with her, and the result will teach me how to act." "And suppose she really is afraid of you? Suppose she suddenly leaves the Hall and proceeds to town? Or suppose she sends for her friends and relations to keep her company here?" exclaimed Tidkins. "How will you act then?" "She will not quit the Hall," replied Vernon. "Decency compels her to live in retirement in the country seat during the first few months of her widowhood; and Lord and Lady Rossville, her parents, are kept in London by the parliamentary duties of his lordship." "I think I know a way to make her leave her room," said Tidkins, with some little hesitation, and after a few moments' pause. "You!" cried Vernon, turning shortly round and surveying his ill-favoured accomplice with astonishment. "Yes, me," answered the Resurrection Man, coolly. "If I could only speak to her alone for a few minutes, I'm very much mistaken if I can't do what I say." "Impossible! Ridiculous!" ejaculated Vernon. "I say that it's neither impossible or ridiculous," rejoined Tidkins, angrily. "But how will you manage it? What will you say to her?" demanded Vernon, more and more surprised; for he knew that the Resurrection Man was not accustomed to boast without the power of performing. "All that is my own secret," answered Tidkins. "If you question me from now till the end of next month, I won't satisfy you. That's my rule, and I always act on it. Now, all I have to say is that if you will procure me a private meeting with your sister-in-law, I'll engage that she shall leave her room, unless she really is very ill, and take her seat at the dinner-table to-day." "But this is so extraordinary," cried Vernon, "that unless you know something wherewith to overawe her—and let me tell you that she is not a woman to be frightened by empty menace——" "Leave all that to me, Mr. Vernon," said the Resurrection Man, coolly. "Accept my proposal, or refuse it, as you like; but don't question me." "You are really a wonderful man, Tidkins," observed Gilbert, slowly; "and you are not in the habit of talking for talking's sake. If you feel convinced that you will succeed—if you do not incur the risk of spoiling all——" "I am not such a fool as that," interrupted the other, gruffly. "Then I will endeavour to bring about the interview which you desire," said Vernon; and, without farther hesitation, though not entirely without misgiving, he sat down to pen a brief note to his sister-in-law, requesting an interview at her leisure. An hour afterwards, Lady Ravensworth proceeded alone to one of the drawing-rooms. Eliza Sydney had offered no objection to this interview which Mr. Vernon had demanded with his sister-in-law. On the contrary, she was afraid that his suspicions would be excited were it refused. On her part, Adeline was far from feeling annoyed at the request contained in Vernon's letter, for she had been a prey to the most acute suspense ever since she had recognised the Resurrection Man in her brother-in-law's valet. Her guilty conscience led her at one moment to believe that Tidkins was certain to discover that Ravensworth Hall was the scene of the mysterious murder in which he was her instrument; and at another time she persuaded herself that her plans had been too prudently adopted to admit of such an elucidation. "Oh, if that dreadful man should obtain a clue to the real truth!" she thought, as she repaired to the drawing-room. "How completely should I be in his power! Nay, more, he might communicate his discovery to Vernon, and then—but I cannot dwell upon so terrible an idea. My God, in what torture do I exist! Oh, Lydia Hutchinson, thy vengeance pursues me even from the other world! And now I am about to meet my brother-in-law again. Well, it is better that this interview should take place at once. It must relieve me from much terrible uncertainty, much agonising suspense. If Tidkins have already discovered the dread secret, I shall know the worst now; and if he have not already discovered it, there is but little chance that he ever will. Let me then summon all my courage to my aid. A few minutes more, and my fate must be decided. Either I shall find myself in the power of Vernon and that horrible man, or my secret is safe. And if it be still safe, safe it shall remain, for he could only recognise me by my voice, and I would take care never to speak in his presence. No, no, sooner than incur the risk of thus betraying my secret, I will shut myself up for ever in my own apartment, or I will fly away from this house, which has so many fearful recollections for me." Thus musing, Lady Ravensworth entered the drawing-room. Her countenance was almost as white as marble, and this pallor was enhanced by the widow's weeds which she wore. We must here observe that there was, as is usual in the well-furnished rooms of the mansions of the rich, a screen in one corner of the apartment, and on the same side were large folding doors opening into an antechamber which communicated with the passage, and also with the suite of saloons intended for grand occasions. The moment Adeline entered the apartment, Gilbert Vernon, who was already there, rose from a sofa and hastened to meet her. "My dear sister," he said, taking her hand with an air of great friendship, "I was truly sorry to hear that you were so indisposed yesterday as to be compelled to keep your chamber. May I hope that you are better to-day?" "I am very far from well, Mr. Vernon," answered Adeline coldly, as she withdrew her hand somewhat hastily; for, deeply steeped in guilt as she herself was, she shrank from the touch of one whom she looked upon as the murderer of her husband and the deadly foe of her infant child. "You seem to avoid me purposely, Adeline," said Gilbert, fixing his large grey eyes upon her in a searching manner, though she averted her looks from him. "Have I offended you? Or is my presence in this house irksome to you?" "I must candidly confess," replied Lady Ravensworth, "that I remained at the Hall, after the sad loss which I lately sustained, with a view to avoid society, to dwell in retirement, and neither decency nor my own inclination allow me to receive company with any degree of pleasure." "Your ladyship, then, looks upon the brother of your late husband as a stranger, a mere guest?" said Vernon, biting his lip. "And yet you have no relative who is more anxious to serve you, more ready to become your true friend." "My lamented husband left his affairs in such a position as to preclude the necessity of any intervention, save on the part of the trustees," observed Adeline, gathering courage when she perceived that her brother-in-law was rather inclined to conciliate than to menace. "Then, if such be your sentiments, Adeline," said Gilbert, "I need intrude upon your presence no longer." Thus speaking, he hastily retreated from the room through the same door by which Lady Ravensworth had entered it. "My secret is safe," murmured Adeline, clasping her hands joyfully together the moment Vernon had disappeared; and she also was about to quit the apartment, when the screen was suddenly thrown back. She cast a glance of apprehension towards the spot whence the noise had emanated, and an ejaculation of horror escaped her lips. The Resurrection Man stood before her. "Don't be frightened, my lady," said Tidkins, advancing towards her with a smirking smile on his cadaverous countenance. "I shan't eat you." "Wretch! What means this intrusion?" cried Adeline, in a feigned voice, and endeavouring to subdue her terror so as to ward off, if possible, the danger which now menaced her. "Lord, ma'am, don't be angry with me for just presenting my obscure self to your notice," said Tidkins, with a horrible chuckle. "You can't pretend not to know me, after all that's taken place between us." "Know you? I know only that you are Mr. Vernon's valet, and that he shall chastise you for this insolence," cried Adeline, astonished at her own effrontery. But her case was so truly desperate. "I always thought you was the cleverest woman I ever came near," said the Resurrection Man; "but I also pride myself on being as sharp a fellow as here and there one. If I was on the rack, I could swear to your voice, although it is feigned, and though when you came to my crib you kept your face out of sight. But your voice, your height, your manner, everything convinces me that I and Lady Ravensworth are old friends." "You are mistaken, sir—grossly mistaken," cried Adeline, almost wildly. "I do not know you. I never saw you before you set foot in this house the other night." "And then you recognised me so well that you fainted on the stairs," returned Tidkins, maliciously. "But if you think to put me off with denials like this, I can soon show you the contrary. For though I was blindfolded when you brought me to the Hall on a certain night in the middle of February last, I'm not quite such a fool as to have forgotten the gardens we passed through, the little door leading to the private staircase at the south end of the building, and the very position of the room where the mischief was done. Why, bless you, ma'am, I began to suspect all about it the very first hour I was in this house, when the servants got talking of a certain Lydia Hutchinson who disappeared just about that time." "You are speaking of matters wholly incomprehensible to me," said Lady Ravensworth, whose tone and countenance, however, strangely belied the words which she uttered. "It is true that a servant of mine, named Lydia Hutchinson, decamped in the month of February last; and if you know anything concerning her—" "By Satan!" cried the Resurrection Man, stamping his foot with impatience, "this is too much! Do you pretend that it was not Lydia Hutchinson whom you hired me to throttle in your own chamber?" "Monster!" screamed Adeline, starting from her seat, and speaking in her proper tone, being now completely thrown off her guard. "Of what would you accuse me?" And her countenance, which expressed all the worst and most furious passions of her soul, contrasted strangely with her garb of widowhood. "Of nothing more than I accuse myself," answered the Resurrection Man, brutally. "But if you want any other proof of what I say, come along with me, and I'll show you the very pond in which the body of Lydia Hutchinson is rotting. I found out that, too, during my rambles yesterday." Adeline's cheeks were flushed with rage when he began to answer her last question; but as he went on, all the colour forsook them, and, pale as a corpse, she fell back again upon the sofa. "There! I knew I should bring it home to you," said the Resurrection Man, coolly surveying the condition to which he had reduced the guilty woman. "But don't be frightened. I'm not going to blab for my own sake. I haven't even told your brother-in-law about this business. Tony Tidkins never betrays his employers." Lady Ravensworth cast a rapid glance at his countenance as he uttered these words, and catching at the assurance which they conveyed, she said in a low and hollow tone, "You have not really acquainted Mr. Vernon with all this?" "Not a syllable of it," cried Tidkins. "Why should I? He wouldn't pay me the more for betraying you." "Then how came you here during my interview with him?" demanded Adeline, almost suffocating by painful emotions. "Was he not privy to your presence?" "He was, my lady," answered Tidkins, in a less familiar tone than before; "but for all that, he doesn't know what business I had with your ladyship." "This is false! You are deceiving me!" exclaimed Adeline, with hysterical impatience. "Not a whit of it, ma'am. I'm too independent to deceive anybody," rejoined the Resurrection Man. "In plain terms, your brother-in-law has taken a fancy to this place, and means to stay here for a few weeks." "He is very kind," said Adeline, bitterly. "But he doesn't like sitting down to breakfast and dinner by himself, and to lounge about in the drawing-room without a soul to speak to," continued the Resurrection Man. "For a petticoat is the natural ornament of a drawing-room, so what he wants is a little more of your society; and as he didn't exactly know how to obtain his wishes in this respect, I offered to use my interest with your ladyship." "Your interest!" repeated Lady Ravensworth, disdainfully. "Yes, ma'am, and that can't be small either," returned Tidkins, with a leer. "Now all you have to do is show yourself more in the drawing and dining rooms; and on my part I engage not to breathe a word of the Lydia Hutchinson affair to Mr. Vernon." "And can you for a moment think I shall submit to be dictated to in this manner?" cried Adeline, again becoming flushed with indignation. "I do indeed think it, ma'am," answered Tidkins, coolly; "and, what is more, I mean it too. Or, as sure as you're there, I'll drag up the body of Lydia Hutchinson, as I did last night." "Oh, heavens!" shrieked Adeline. "What do you mean?" "I mean, my lady, that when I heard the servants talking about the loss of your jewel casket, I began to suspect that you had sacrificed it to create an idea that Lydia Hutchinson had bolted with it," answered Tidkins; "and I thought it just probable that I should find it in the pond. So last night I fished up the dead body——" "Enough! enough!" cried Adeline, wildly. "Oh, this is too much! You will drive me mad." "Not a bit of it, ma'am," returned Tidkins. "A clever and strong-minded lady like you shouldn't give way in this manner. All I wanted was the casket, and——" "And what?" said Adeline, speaking in a tone as if she were suffocating. "And I got it," was the answer. "But I rolled the body back into the pond, and there it'll stay, unless you force me to drag it up once more, and bring it to the Hall." "No—never—never!" screamed Lady Ravensworth. "Were you to perpetrate such a horrible deed, I would die that moment—I would stab myself to the heart—or I would leap from this window on the stones beneath. Beware, dreadful man, or you will drive me mad. But if you require gold—if you need money, speak—let me purchase your immediate departure from this house." "That does not suit my book, ma'am," answered Tidkins. "Here I must remain while it suits the pleasure of my master," he added, with a low, chuckling laugh. "And what business keeps your master here? What wickedness does he meditate? Why does he force his presence upon me?" cried Adeline, rapidly. "I don't know anything about that," answered the Resurrection Man. "All I have to say can be summed up in a word. Leave your own chamber, and act as becomes the mistress of the house. Preside at your own table, this very day, too; or, by Satan, man, I'll take a stroll by the pond in the evening, and then run back to the Hall with a cry that I have seen a human hand appear above the surface." Having thus expressed his appalling menaces, the Resurrection Man hurried from the apartment. Lady Ravensworth pressed her hands to her brow, murmuring, "Oh, heavens! I shall go mad—I shall go mad!" End of Section 100.
Section 100 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 100. Woman as She Ought to Be. A quarter of an hour after the interview between Lady Ravensworth and the Resurrection Man, Eliza Sydney repaired to the little parlour before mentioned, in compliance with a message which had been conveyed to her from Quentin. The moment she entered that room she was struck by the ghastly and alarming appearance of the valet. He was pacing the apartment with agitated steps, his face was as pale as death, his eyes rolled wildly in their sockets, and his entire aspect was that of a man who had just seen some terrible spectacle or heard some appalling revelation. "In heaven's name, what is the cause of this excitement?" asked Eliza, advancing towards the valet after she had carefully closed the door. "Oh, madam! Oh, Mrs. Beaufort!" exclaimed Quentin, clasping his hands together through the intenseness of his mental anguish. "By playing the part of your spy, I have learnt a most dreadful secret. Merciful God! This house has become the headquarters of a diabolical crime. Its very atmosphere is tainted with the foul breath of murderers. Destruction lurks within its walls. Oh, accursed house of which not one stone should be left upon another!" "Quentin, you alarm me," cried Eliza. "Speak, explain yourself. What mean these strange expressions?" "Madam," said the valet, drawing close to her, and speaking in a low and hollow tone, "have you heard of a certain Lydia Hutchinson, who disappeared from this dwelling about 2 months ago?" "Yes, the nurse was this morning telling me something about that event," answered Eliza, but Lady Ravensworth hastened to change the conversation. "And no wonder, madam, no wonder," observed Quentin. "Oh, that I should still remain in the service of one who has perpetrated such a deed!" "Will you explain yourself, Quentin?" cried Eliza, somewhat impatiently. "I see that you have learnt a dreadful secret, but wherefore keep me thus in suspense?" "Pardon me, madam, forgive me," said Quentin. "I ought not to trifle with you, but, oh, madam, what will you think? How will you act, when you learn that she for whom you are so generously striving to combat the wicked plots of Gilbert Vernon, that Lady Ravensworth, in a word, is—" "Is what?" said Eliza hastily. "A murderess!" returned Quentin, shuddering from head to foot as he uttered the appalling word. "Just heaven! What do I hear?" exclaimed Eliza, the colour forsaking her cheeks. "Oh, no, no, it cannot be! Recall that assertion, Quentin, for you are labouring under some strange delusion." "Would that I were, madam," said the valet, in a mournful tone. "But, alas! I heard too much, and that much too plainly, to entertain a doubt. Yes, Mrs. Beaufort, that lady to whom you have devoted yourself, is the murderess of poor Lydia Hutchinson." "Oh, this is indeed a house of crime, Quentin!" exclaimed Eliza Sydney, now greatly excited. "But tell me how you made this fearful discovery." "I will endeavour to collect my thoughts sufficiently to explain it all, madam," said the valet. "You must know that about 2 hours ago the miscreant Tidkins brought me a note, written by his master, and to be sent up to my lady. To this note a verbal message was returned that my lady would see Mr. Vernon in an hour in the drawing-room." "Yes, that interview took place with my entire concurrence." "Obedient to your instructions, madam," continued Quentin, "I kept a constant watch upon Tidkins, and when the hour for the meeting between my lady and Mr. Vernon approached, I saw Tidkins accompany his master to the drawing-room. The circumstance struck me to be so singular that I concealed myself in an ante-room, separated only by folding doors from the saloon itself. It appears that Tidkins had placed himself behind the screen, for, after a few words of little consequence had passed between my lady and her brother-in-law, the latter left the apartment, and Tidkins burst forth from his hiding-place. Oh, madam, never shall I forget the scene which followed. By means of the keyhole I could perceive, as well as hear, all that occurred in the drawing-room. With the most insolent familiarity did Tidkins address my lady, and though for a time she steadily denied all participation in the murder of Lydia Hutchinson, at length she acknowledged it, she admitted it." "Miserable woman that she is!" exclaimed Eliza. "Oh! this accounts for her sleepless nights, her constant nervousness, her strange looks." "And it is the corpse of Lydia Hutchinson, madam," added Quentin, "which was last night dragged from the pond by that fiend who was hired by my lady to murder her." The valet then detailed at length all the conversation which had taken place between the Resurrection Man and Lady Ravensworth, and which explained wherefore Tidkins had fished up the body of the murdered woman. "It is therefore clear," said Eliza, horror-struck at all she heard, "that it is the lost casket which Tidkins buried at the foot of the tree." "Doubtless, madam." But it now remains for you to decide what course you will pursue," continued Quentin. "As for me, my mind is made up. I shall depart within an hour from this abode of crime." "Such will not be my conduct," said Eliza, firmly. "Dreadful as is the guilt of Lady Ravensworth, I cannot find it in my heart to abandon her to her enemies. She must have received some fearful provocation to have been driven thus to rid herself of a servant whom under ordinary circumstances she might have abruptly discharged." "I think that I can penetrate into the mystery of this crime, madam," observed Quentin. "Her ladyship admitted a certain Colonel Cholmondeley to her chamber, and this intrigue was known to Lydia Hutchinson." "Oh! crime upon crime!" ejaculated Eliza Sydney, with a shudder. "Yet will I not abandon this very guilty and very miserable woman. No! For the sake of her babe I will still aid her in defeating her enemies; and this duty becomes the more imperious, inasmuch as if Gilbert Vernon should be made acquainted with her enormities—if the miscreant Tidkins should betray her to his master, he would obtain a hold upon her that must further all his vile schemes." "And will you remain, madam, in the midst of these murderers?" asked Quentin, profoundly surprised at the resolution of Eliza Sydney. "Will you remain in the same house with Vernon, the murderer of his brother, with Tidkins, who lives by murder, and with Lady Ravensworth, the murderess of Lydia Hutchinson? Can you continue to dwell in such horrible society?" "As a matter of duty, yes," answered Eliza. "Were the infant heir of Ravensworth abandoned to the designs of those dreadful men, his life would not be worth a month's purchase; and his mother would not dare to publish the foul deed, even were he murdered before her face." "The protection of that child is indeed a duty," said Quentin, in a musing manner; "and my lord was always a good and kind master to me. I have eaten his bread for many years. I have amassed in his service enough to keep me in my old age. Madam," added the valet, turning abruptly round towards Eliza, "your noble example shall not be lost upon me. I will remain here. I will obey your instructions; for you are a lady of whose confidence a humble individual like myself should feel proud." How powerful is the moral influence of a virtuous woman, performing painful but solemn, though self-imposed, duties! And oh! had that man, who now felt and acknowledged this influence—had he known that he stood in the presence of one whose brow had been adorned with a diadem, and who still possessed a ducal title, although she used it not,—had he known all this, he would have fallen at her feet in homage to one so great and good. "Your resolution, Quentin, to remain here as the protector of your lamented master's heir, does you honour," exclaimed Eliza; "and as you are indeed deserving of my confidence, I will acquaint you with the course which I shall adopt towards Lady Ravensworth. For the sake of her family, for the sake of the memory of her deceased husband, for the sake of her child, I will spare her that exposure and those fearful consequences of such exposure which justice seems to demand in expiation of a crime so foul as hers. Never could I consent to be the means of sending one of my own sex to a scaffold. No, I will gently break to her my knowledge of her guilt. I will enjoin her to pray often, long, and fervently to that Almighty Power which can show mercy to those who truly repent, be they never so deeply stained with crime; and I will endeavour to conduct her mind to that state which shall atone for the great sin which lies so heavy on her soul." "Ah! madam," exclaimed Quentin, in unfeigned admiration of this excellent lady, "were there more like you in this world, there would be far less needs for prisons, criminal judges, and public executioners." "Reformation is better than punishment, Quentin," said Eliza, impressively. "But let us now separate. I need not enjoin you to the strictest silence in respect to the awful discovery of this morning." "Oh! madam, tell me how to act, and I would not for worlds deviate from your instructions," cried the valet. "Thank you for this assurance," said Eliza. "Before we separate, let me ask if you will assist in the performance of a painful but solemn duty which circumstances impose upon us." "Speak, madam," returned Quentin. "I almost think that I can anticipate your explanation." "The corpse of that murdered woman must not be allowed to remain in that pond," said Eliza, in a low but emphatic tone. "I had divined your thoughts, madam," observed the valet. "To-night I will bury it, painful, horrible though that duty be." "And I will assist you in the sad task," returned Eliza. "Nay, offer no objection: I am determined. To-night at 11 o'clock I will meet you in the garden, near the wicket leading into the fields. You must be provided with the necessary implements for the purpose. In respect to the casket of jewels, leave it where it is. Leave it to that dreadful man who will not long remain at large to dishonour human nature with his atrocities, for he and his present master will fall together, and the same knell shall ring for them both." "I understand you, madam," said Quentin. "That casket could never return to the possession of Lady Ravensworth with safety to herself." The valet then retired, and Eliza hurried back to Adeline's apartments. There a most painful, a most distressing scene took place. The nurse was dismissed with the child into a remote chamber of the same suite, and when Eliza was alone with Adeline, she broke to the miserable lady her knowledge of the fearful crime which had put an end to the existence of Lydia Hutchinson. And oh, how gently, how delicately, and in what a purely Christian spirit of charity did Eliza perform this most difficult, this most melancholy duty! It was not as an avenger, menacing the thunders of the law, that Eliza spoke. It was not as one prepared to deliver up the criminal to justice that she addressed herself to Lady Ravensworth. No, it was as a true disciple of Him with whom is vengeance as well as mercy, that she communed with Adeline. And this wretched woman found to her astonishment that she possessed a friend who would pray with her, solace her, and conceal her guilt, instead of being prepared to expose, to disgrace, and to abandon her upon the plea of performing a duty which every one owes to society. Then, when Lady Ravensworth was sufficiently composed, when the first terrific shock was over, she related truly and minutely her entire history. She revealed to Eliza all those particulars of her connection with Lydia Hutchinson which are known to the reader. She concealed nothing, for the unparalleled generosity of Eliza's mind and conduct aroused in Adeline's heart all the better feelings of her sex and nature. Though the crime of murder is so horrible that there exists for it scarcely the shadow of extenuation, still, when the case of Lady Ravensworth was calmly considered, when it was remembered how she had been goaded to madness and desperation by the conduct of Lydia Hutchinson, when all the circumstances that united at the time to cause her reason to totter upon its seat were dispassionately viewed, even the well-ordered mind of Eliza Sydney was induced to admit that, if ever such shadow of extenuation did exist, it was in this most lamentable episode in the history of the human race. And oh, with what feelings of profound, ineffable gratitude did Adeline throw herself at the feet of that angel, who seemed to have been sent from above to teach her that there was hope for even the greatest criminal, and that there is more joy in heaven over the repentance of one sinner than over 99 just persons who need no repentance. "You ask me not to leave you, not to abandon you," said Eliza. "Such an idea never entered my mind. Where the plague rages, there should the physician be, and if the physician fly away through fear of infection, he is unworthy to exercise an honourable calling. For it is not the healthy who require his services, and if the rich man offer alms to those who are as wealthy as himself, his charity becomes a mere mockery, because it is only offered where he knows it will be refused. No, it is the abodes of misery which he should visit, and it is amongst those who need his assistance that he should dispense his bounty. I fear not, Adeline, that I shall be endangered by the infection which has so unhappily seized upon you. On the contrary, I hope to eradicate from your heart the seeds of the pestilence of sin. And it is also you who require the alms of sympathy and solace, for you must be very, very wretched. Do not think, then, that I will desert you. Oh, no, the more guilty, the more miserable you are, the stronger shall be the bond that unites me to your interests." This was the holy and touching language with which Eliza Sydney sought to move the heart of Lady Ravensworth to penitence. Could such wholesome means fail of success? No. And Adeline felt rejoiced that her secret had become known to one who availed herself of that knowledge for such excellent purposes. The comprehensive mind of Eliza Sydney enabled her to embrace at a glance all the new difficulties which the crime of Adeline had conjured up. Eliza's aim, as before stated, was to take such effectual steps to stop the guilty career of Vernon, that the heir of Ravensworth should be entirely freed from any farther peril at the hands of his unnatural uncle. But the very same moment that ruined Vernon and his atrocious assistant might bring destruction upon Adeline, for when the strong grasp of the law once fixed itself on Tidkins, there was no guarantee that he would not, in his rage, reveal the terrible mystery respecting the fate of Lydia Hutchinson. This chance was duly weighed by Eliza Sydney, but she conceived a plan to save Adeline from the overwhelming consequences of such an exposure. What this project was will be explained hereafter. Suffice it for the present to say that it obviated the necessity of any change in the policy already adopted to defeat and punish Gilbert Vernon and Tidkins, and that Adeline gratefully assented to the conditions which it involved. A far more embarrassing subject for immediate consideration presented itself to the mind of Eliza Sydney. This was how to advise Lady Ravensworth to act in respect to the requisition made by Gilbert Vernon, and so energetically backed by Anthony Tidkins, relative to her presence in the drawing and dining rooms. But at length Eliza decided upon recommending Adeline to yield in this instance. "You will suffer too much in exposing yourself by refusal to the menaces and constant persecutions of Anthony Tidkins," said Eliza, "and moreover we must remain faithful to our plan of not allowing Vernon to suspect that his plots are being met by counter-schemes. I shall always be with you when you are compelled to endure his presence, and therefore it will be better thus to humour him." "I shall be guided by you in all things," returned Adeline. She accordingly presided at the dinner-table that very evening, and thus was the promise made by the Resurrection Man to his employer fulfilled to the letter. During the repast, Vernon endeavoured to ingratiate himself as much as possible with the two ladies, but Adeline was too unhappy even to affect any feeling beyond cold politeness, and Eliza Sydney was only distantly courteous. Coffee was served in the drawing-room, and afterwards the ladies withdrew to their own apartments. "One grand point is at least gained," said Vernon to himself when he was alone. "My amiable sister-in-law has been forced to leave her nest. In a day or two I must ask to see the child. But with what spell Tidkins effected this change in Adeline's conduct, I am at a loss to imagine." That night, at 11 o'clock, Eliza Sydney stole from the mansion, Adeline and Quentin being alone cognizant of her proceeding. In the garden she met the faithful valet, who was provided with a drag, a mattock, a spade, and a sack. They repaired together to the field, in which was the pond where the remains of Lydia Hutchinson were concealed. Quentin, who had purposely reconnoitred the vicinity in the afternoon, proceeded to dig a grave in a spot where there was no grass, and at a distance of about 20 yards from the water. This labour occupied an hour, and when it was concluded he proceeded with Eliza to the pond. The drag was used successfully, and the corpse was drawn to land. It was then wrapped in a large sheet which Eliza had brought for the purpose, and carried to the grave hollowed to receive it. Eliza breathed a prayer for the soul of her whose remains were denied Christian sepulture, while Quentin threw back the soil. The superfluous earth was conveyed in the sack to the pond, and thus all traces of this hurried burial disappeared. Eliza and Quentin then returned to the mansion. On the following morning after breakfast, Eliza Sydney walked out alone, and repaired to a grove at a short distance from the mansion. A cab, containing 2 persons, drove up to the same spot a few moments afterwards, and Filippo, having leapt out, assisted Malkhatoun to alight. Eliza immediately joined them, and they all 3 entered the grove together. When they had proceeded so far as to be beyond the range of the cab-driver's hearing, Eliza stopped, and addressing herself to Malkhatoun, said, "I hope that you understand enough of the English tongue to be able to converse with me for a few minutes upon a most important subject?" "I am well acquainted with your language, lady," was the reply, spoken with singular accuracy for an Oriental foreigner. "Now listen to me attentively," continued Eliza. "I have read in some book of Eastern travel that the inhabitants of Asia Minor, Georgia, and Circassia possess the art of steeping the tobacco leaf in a poison of such a nature that it undermines the constitution of him who uses the plant so treated." "It is perfectly correct, lady," answered Malkhatoun, "and the operation of steeping the plant in the opiatic poison is chiefly performed by the female slaves." "Have you ever seen the process?" inquired Eliza. "Frequently," was the reply. "My father was a Georgian chief," and as she spoke, tears started into her eyes. "He had many slaves, and they prepared the tobacco, which he purposely left in his tents, when the Persian invaders drove him from them. To poison your enemies thus is not deemed a dishonourable mode of warfare in Georgia." "Should you recognise tobacco so prepared, were you to see it?" asked Eliza. "Instantaneously, lady, on the application of fire," replied Malkhatoun. "For the poison used is of so peculiar a nature that its qualities are only put into action by means of fire. The most skilled chemist cannot discover its presence in tobacco unless he light the weed and inhale the perfume of the vapour." "The idea of such a circumstance struck me also," observed Eliza. As she spoke, she produced from her reticule a small galley-pot containing some of the late Lord Ravensworth's tobacco. Then she drew forth a box of lucifer matches. Malkhatoun held the galley-pot, while Eliza procured a light, and the flame was then applied to the tobacco. The beautiful Georgian immediately inhaled the vapour, and said, "Lady, this tobacco is so strongly impregnated with the poison, that were the strongest man to indulge freely in its use for a few months, he would sink into the tomb." "It is as I suspected," murmured Eliza. "Tobacco, thus poisoned," continued Malkhatoun, "possesses properties of so fascinating a nature that he who smokes it becomes irresistibly attached to it; and I have heard it said in Georgia that men labouring under incurable maladies, or those whose life is burthensome to them, have voluntarily whiled away their existence by the use of the poisoned weed." "I thank you sincerely for this explanation," said Eliza. "And now pardon me if I speak a few words concerning yourself, for it is with a good motive. When you mentioned the name of your father, tears started into your eyes." "My poor father was slain in the battle which made me and several other Georgian females the prisoners of the Persian conquerors, against whom my sire rose in rebellion," answered Malkhatoun. "I was sent to Teflis, and sold as a slave to a Turkish merchant, who carried me to Constantinople, where I was purchased for an English nobleman. I wept ere now, lady, because I have a mother and brothers and sisters living in my native land, and my heart yearns towards them." "And would you be pleased, my poor girl, to return to Georgia?" asked Eliza, the tears trickling down her cheeks; for Malkhatoun's voice was soft and plaintive as she told her artless tale. "I would give half the years that remain to me to embrace my dear mother and brothers and sisters once more," replied Malkhatoun. "You shall return to them. Oh, you shall return to them with as little delay as possible!" exclaimed Eliza. "In the course of this day I will transmit by post to you, Filippo, a draft upon my banker to supply the means for this poor girl to go back to her native land." "And it shall be my duty, madam, to see her safely on board the first ship that sails for the Levant." Malkhatoun could scarcely believe her ears, but when she saw that Eliza was really in earnest, she threw herself at the feet of her benefactress, whose hand she covered with her kisses and her tears. Eliza hastened to raise her from that posture, and when the now happy Georgian became composed, they all three retraced their steps to the cab. Malkhatoun and Filippo returned to London, and Eliza retraced her way to Ravensworth Hall. Nor did she forget her promise to Malkhatoun, and 2 days afterwards the fair Georgian embarked at Gravesend on board a ship bound for the Levant. End of section 100.
Section 102 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 102. The Jugglers. Nearly 5 weeks had elapsed since the day when the noble-minded Eliza Sydney first took up her quarters at Ravensworth Hall. Time was, therefore, now verging towards the close of May, 1841. It was at about 9 o'clock in the morning of a charming day, at this period, that the Resurrection Man sauntered leisurely from the servants' offices at Ravensworth Hall, with the air of a person about to indulge in a stroll after eating a good breakfast. But when he was out of sight of the hall, he quickened his pace, and proceeded somewhat rapidly towards the ruined lodge where he had once before met the Honourable Gilbert Vernon. and it was to meet that very same individual that he now sought the place again. But as Vernon had not yet arrived, Tidkins, after walking round the dilapidated cottage to convince himself that no stranger was near, took a seat upon a pile of bricks, and producing a cigar case, was speedily wrapped in the enjoyment of a mild Havannah and his own delectable meditations. With the nature of those thoughts we shall not trouble the reader. Suffice it to say that they were all connected with the scheme which he and his master were carrying on at Ravensworth Hall, and the last dread act of which was now in immediate contemplation. Tidkins had just lighted a second cigar when he descried Vernon at a distance. He, however, continued to smoke, for he was not the man to stand upon any ceremony with his employer, even were that employer a prince. "Come at last," said Tidkins, as Vernon entered the ruins. "Been doing the amiable to the ladies, I suppose?" "I have succeeded in that task tolerably well lately," answered Vernon, with difficulty concealing an expression of disgust at the odious familiarity of his agent. But he had already learnt that crime places the menial upon a footing with the master, and compels the haughty aristocrat to brook the insolence of the vulgar desperado. "Well, now we are drawing to the end of the play at last," continued Tidkins, "so much the better, for I was getting infernally sick of this moping kind of life. But what if this plan of ours should happen to fail?" "Then I will try another, and even another, if necessary, until we succeed," answered Vernon emphatically. "Yes, I am now so bent upon the deed, so resolved to become the lord and owner of these broad lands and yon proud mansion, that I will even risk my neck to attain that end." "You speak in a plucky manner that I admire," said Tidkins. "Besides, when once you are Lord Ravensworth, who will dare to utter a suspicion, even if there should seem any ground for it?" "No one, certainly," replied Vernon. "But have you looked about the ruins? Remember the last time we met here there was an eavesdropper, then—" "Don't alarm yourself," interrupted Tidkins. "I walked carefully round the place, and I'll swear no one is near. Unless, indeed," he added, with a jocular chuckle, "some very curious person has got into that great cistern up there, and I must confess I didn't climb up to look into it." "Cease this humour," said Vernon, somewhat sternly. "If you have been round the ruins, that is sufficient. Our business is too important to allow us to waste time in idle bantering. Do the jugglers understand that they are to come up this evening?" "Fully so," answered Tidkins, coolly inhaling the fragrant vapour of his cigar. "They are all at the Three Kings, that public house which you see by the roadside yonder, and most likely making merry with the couple of guineas that I gave them last night. It is not necessary that I should see them again before they come to the Hall." "You mentioned to them that there was a sick lady at the mansion who would be amused with their sports?" said Vernon. "I have already told you what representations I made," replied Tidkins impatiently. "Where's the use of asking the question over again?" "For the same reason that one reads a letter twice," rejoined Vernon, "to see that nothing has been omitted which ought to be said or done. But are you sure that the fellows will understand how to use the detonating balls?" "Nothing is easier," answered Tidkins. "And as it was merely to try one that we agreed to meet here now, suppose I just make the trial directly?" "Yes, I am anxious to be assured of the effect," said Vernon. "We are far enough away from the Hall to do so in safety." "Certainly we are," remarked Tidkins. "In the first place, we're down in this deep valley. In the second place, there's the thick grove on the top of the hill; and in the third place, even if there wasn't the hill at all between us and the Hall, the back windows of the mansion don't look this way, So the smoke can't be seen." "True," exclaimed Vernon. "And now for the test." The Resurrection Man drew from his pocket a ball covered with coarse blue paper, and nearly as large as a cricket ball. Then, rising from his seat, he dashed it with some degree of violence upon the hard ground. It exploded in the twinkling of an eye, with a din as loud as that of a blunderbuss, and both Vernon and the Resurrection Man were immediately enveloped in a dense cloud of black and sulphurous-smelling smoke. When the dark volume had blown away, Vernon beheld the cadaverous countenance of the Resurrection Man looking towards him with a grin of ferocious satisfaction. "Well, will that do?" cried Tidkins, triumphantly. "Admirably," answered Gilbert, averting his face, for there was something fiend-like and horrible in the leer of his companion. There was a short pause, and then those two villains resumed their conversation. But as the remainder of their discourse was connected with the last act of their tragic drama, which we shall be compelled to relate in detail, it is unnecessary to record in this place any more of what passed between them upon the present occasion. After having been nearly an hour together, Gilbert Vernon and the Resurrection Man separated, in order to return by different routes to the Hall. 5 minutes after they had left the building, the head of a man looked cautiously over the brink of the empty cistern to which Tidkins had jocularly alluded, and which stood on the top of the least dilapidated portion of the lodge. Seeing that the coast was now perfectly clear, the person who was concealed in the cistern emerged from his hiding-place and let himself drop lightly upon the ground. This individual was the gipsy Morcar. Being on his way to London, alone, and upon some business connected with his tribe, he had stopped to rest himself in those ruins, but he had not been there many minutes when he heard the sound of footsteps, and almost immediately afterwards he beheld, through a cranny in the wall behind which he was seated, the well-known form and features of the Resurrection Man. His first impulse was to dart upon the miscreant and endeavour to make him his prisoner; but seeing that Tidkins looked suspiciously about, Morcar instantly imagined that he had some object in seeking that place. At the same time it struck him, from his knowledge of the Resurrection Man's character, that this object could be no good one, and he resolved to watch the villain's proceedings. Thus, while Tidkins was making the circuit of the ruins, Morcar clambered noiselessly and rapidly up to the cistern, in which he concealed himself. The consequence was, that the gipsy overheard the entire discourse which shortly afterward ensued between Tidkins and Vernon, and a scheme of such diabolical villainy was thus revealed to him, that his hair almost stood on end as the details of the fearful plot were gradually developed by means of that conversation. When the Resurrection Man and Gilbert Vernon had taken their departure, and Morcar had emerged from his hiding-place, his first impulse was to proceed to Ravensworth Hall and communicate everything he had overheard to the lady of that mansion. But, ere he took that step, he sate down, with the usual caution which characterises his race, to ponder upon the subject. We have before stated that it is repugnant to the principles of the Zingarees to be instrumental in delivering a criminal over to any justice save their own, and Morcar knew that if he did adopt such a course, he must necessarily appear as a witness against the two villains whose dark designs he had so strangely discovered. This appearance in a court of justice would sorely damage him with his tribe, over whom he was to rule at his father's death. It is, however, probable that the excellent effects of Richard Markham's example upon the generous-hearted Morcar would have hushed those scruples, and induced him to do what his good sense told him was his duty towards society, had not the sudden reminiscence of a certain portion of the conversation he had overheard confirmed him in the opinion that he should be acting more prudently to counteract the project of the two villains at the moment it was to be put into execution, rather than deliver them up to justice ere it was attempted. "I am now so bent upon the deed," had one of the miscreants said, "so resolved to become the owner of these broad lands and yon proud mansion, that I will even risk my neck to attain that end." The reasoning which these words now engendered in Morcar's mind was coincidentally similar to that upon which Eliza Sydney's conduct had been based. "This man," thought Morcar, "who dared to utter such sentiments, is the member of a noble family, the next heir after an infant child to the title and lands of Ravensworth. Would the word of a wandering gipsy be for a moment credited against his indignant denial of the accusation which I should make against him, were he now delivered up to justice? And, were he to escape from that accusation, would he not commence anew his dark plots against the life of that child who seems to stand in his way? Far better will it be for me to counteract his scheme, and then proclaim his guilt when my evidence can be corroborated by the fact that he did attempt the deed of which he will stand accused. Yes, it must be so. Then will the law for ever remove him from a scene where his detestable machinations would sooner or later prove fatal to their innocent object." Having devised a mode of proceeding, Morcar quitted the ruins and bent his way towards the Three Kings public house, which was about a mile distant. On his arrival at the little rustic inn, the gipsy sauntered into the tap-room, where he sate down and ordered some refreshment. At one of the tables 5 men were busily engaged in devouring bread and cheese, and washing down the same with long draughts of Barclay and Perkins' Treble X. They were thin, but well-made and athletic-looking fellows, and were dressed in garments of which fustian and corduroy were the principal materials. On the bench near them were several bundles tied up in handkerchiefs, through the openings and holes of which the quick eye of the gipsy caught sight of certain nankin breeches and flesh-coloured stockings, such as are worn by itinerant mountebanks. In a corner of the room stood a large drum, and near it a wicker basket with a lid. Morcar was convinced that these persons were the same to whom Vernon and Tidkins had alluded. His object was now to get into conversation with them, and this was easily effected by one of those casual remarks upon the weather which invariably commence a discourse between strangers in this country. "Fine day," said the gipsy, after quenching his thirst with half the contents of a pint of porter. "Very indeed," replied one of the men. "Have you walked far this morning?" "Pretty well," returned Morcar. "I'm going to London presently," he added with apparent carelessness, "to try and astonish the people a little." "Ah!" exclaimed another of the jugglers. "And how so? For it must be a clever feller to do that with the Londoners. But maybe your people have got hold of some new way of telling fortunes, for the old one is veered out by this time, I should think." "You suppose that because I am of the gipsy race, I must be connected with women who tell fortunes," said Morcar, laughing good-naturedly. "Well, so I have been; but now I'm going to begin in a new line. In fact, I don't mind telling you what it is. It's no secret. And I'm half inclined to believe that it's more or less in your way also," he added, glancing significantly towards the drum and the bundles. "If you could only do some new trick in our line," cried one of the men eagerly, "you'd make your fortune. But it must be a good one, mind." "I can do a trick that, I flatter myself, no other man in England can perform," said Morcar, still speaking in a careless, indifferent kind of way. "But as you tell me that you are in the juggling line—" "Yes, we are, and we ain't ashamed on't," exclaimed 2 or 3 of the men together. "Well, then I'll explain to you what I can do," continued Morcar. "I've made a net that winds round an immense long roller, which must be raised upon 2 upright stakes. When the net is drawn out at dusk, or in a darkened room, it shows 1,000 different figures, men, animals, fish, birds, snakes, and monsters of all kinds." "Capital, capital!" exclaimed the jugglers. "But that isn't all," continued Morcar. "These figures all move about, skip, leap, dance, fly, crawl, or seem to swim, according to their nature." "Come, come, that won't do," said one of the men, who began to think the gipsy was bantering them. "It's as true as you're there," answered Morcar seriously, "and it's very easy to do too. Only a little phosphorus and other chemical things, skilfully used in a particular way. I reckon upon setting all the young children wild with delight when they see it." "And if you can really do what you say," observed the man who had last spoken, "you're safe to make your 10 bob a day. But then," he added, with a sly glance towards his companions, "the trick won't take so well alone. It ought to come after the usual exhibition of chaps like us." "That's just what I have been thinking myself," cried Morcar, "only, as I didn't know any people in your way—" "Well, now you know some, at all events," interrupted the spokesman of the party of jugglers; "and though I say it what shouldn't perhaps, you won't find a jollier or better set of fellows than us in all England. What should you say to making a bargain with us?" "I have no objection," replied Morcar. "We can but give the thing a trial. But I would rather begin in the country, if possible, than in London." "The very ticket!" cried the man. "You shall begin to-night. We are hired to perform at that great house which you see from the window; and as we are to be there about half an hour before sunset, it will just be dark enough at the end of our performances for you to show yours. What do you say?" "Let us settle the terms," answered Morcar, "and I've no objection." The 5 jugglers, who were evidently much delighted at the prospect of securing so valuable an addition to their troupe, consulted together in whispers for a short period, while Morcar hummed a tune as if perfectly indifferent whether a bargain were concluded or not. The men did not fail to remark his free and off-hand manner, and took it as an unquestionable proof of his confidence in the value of his invention and the success which must attend upon its exhibition. They therefore resolved to enlist him on almost any terms. "Well," said the spokesman of the party, at length turning towards Morcar once more, "me and my partners here have no objection to give you 1/3 of the earnings." "That will suit my purpose uncommonly," replied Morcar; "so let us shake hands upon it." "And wet it," added one of the jugglers, who, as the gipsy subsequently discovered, was the musician of the party, his instrumental harmony being composed of the huge drum and a set of Pandean pipes, vulgarly called a mouth-organ. The process of shaking hands all round, and of imbibing more strong beer, was then gone through, after which the jugglers became very anxious to see the marvellous net that was to make their fortunes. They were, therefore, somewhat disappointed when Morcar informed them that one of the tribe had conveyed it to London in his cart the day before. But their elongating countenances expanded once more into smiles of satisfaction when he assured them that he would instantly set off after it, and be with them again at least an hour previously to the time when they intended to visit the mansion in the neighbourhood. Matters being thus arranged, Morcar took his departure, rejoiced at the success of his project, though somewhat annoyed at having been compelled to utter so many falsehoods to the credulous jugglers. But this vexation was speedily dissipated by the remembrance of the important duty which he had undertaken, and he moreover intended to make the poor fellows a handsome recompense for the disappointment they were destined to experience relative to the wonderful net. It is not necessary to follow the gypsy's footsteps to the metropolis and back to the Three Kings again. Suffice it to say that he made his appearance at the little public house shortly after 6 o'clock in the evening, much to the joy of the 5 jugglers, who began to imagine that he had been hoaxing them. But all their suspicions vanished when they beheld the gypsy return with an iron rod as long as a hop pole, and round which the magic net was rolled, over his shoulder. This rod was not much thicker than the thumb, but the bulk of the burden was considerably increased by the folds of the net. And at that net did the jugglers stare with such eager eyes that Morcar could hardly contain his laughter. For the net was nothing more than a common one of the very largest size, such as poachers use to drag canals and small rivers. It was, however, very strong, and when stretched out would cover a room 18 feet long by 12 in width. The iron rod was about 13 feet long, and the net was rolled round it breadthways. "You will let us have a sight of the thing before we go?" said one of the jugglers. "I had rather rest myself for half an hour or so, if you please," returned Morcar. "My walk to-day has been none of the shortest, and I am sadly fatigued. Your curiosity will keep till by and by, for as I have fulfilled my word in coming back, you can surely trust me when I tell you that this net, simple as it may appear, will do all I have promised. Besides, we should only have the trouble of darkening the room, which must be done with blankets, as there are no shutters." "Let our new friend have his own way, Mike," said the musician of the troupe. "And now," continued Morcar, "I must propose a certain condition, without giving any explanation, but it belongs to my part of the performance. What I require is this: one of you must remain entirely with me from the moment I pitch the stakes to which this net is to be fastened, and the one who so remains with me must do just as I direct him in the arrangement of the net, because I must seize a particular time of the evening, in regard to the twilight, to unroll it." "Well, that can be managed without difficulty," said the man who had been addressed as Mike. "It is always my business to collect the coppers after the exhibition, and I take no share in the performances, so I can remain with you, and whatever you tell me to do shall be done." "So far, so good," exclaimed Morcar. "And now, as it is pretty nearly time to set off, we had better begin to dress." "Are you going to dress too?" demanded Mike, with mingled satisfaction and astonishment. "Only just to disguise myself a bit," answered Morcar, taking a huge red wig from one pocket and a hideous mask from another. "Because there's often a prejudice amongst people, especially young ones, against gypsies." "So there is," observed Mike. "Besides, it's much better to go in character, as they say." The jugglers were now in high spirits, and they speedily addressed themselves to the process of changing their common apparel for the professional costume. End of section 102.
Section 103 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 103. The Performance. The evening was serene and beautiful. A few thin vapours floated lazily through the blue arch, the hue of which was deliciously mellowed by the golden light of the sun. It was about 7 o'clock, and the principal inmates of Ravensworth Hall were collected in the drawing-room. Adeline, pale, emaciated, and careworn, was reclining upon the sofa, and near her sate Eliza Sidney. The nurse was walking up and down the apartment with the infant heir in her arms. Gilbert Vernon was standing outside the window, on a spacious balcony, around which were placed green wooden boxes and garden pots containing shrubs and early flowers. "The evening is very beautiful," said Eliza in a low tone to Adeline. "Will you not walk with me through the park? The nurse shall accompany us, and the child can be well wrapped up. But indeed there are no dangers to fear, for the earth is parched with the heat of the day." "I feel incapable of any energy," answered Adeline mournfully, very mournfully. "Never have my spirits been so depressed as they are this evening. Methinks that a presentiment of evil near at hand weighs upon my soul. Oh, when will this dread state of suspense terminate? For 5 long weeks has it now lasted—" "Hush, lady, speak lower," interrupted Eliza. "Mr. Vernon might suddenly enter from the balcony." "Ah, my dear friend," returned Adeline, "do I not suffer a fearful penalty for my crimes? But human nature cannot endure this doubt, this appalling uncertainty any longer. What does he mean? What can be his plans?" "Would that we are indeed able to read them," said Eliza earnestly. "But the term of this strange drama must speedily arrive," she continued, sinking her voice to a scarcely audible whisper as she leant over the unhappy lady whom she thus addressed. "Vernon does not remain here from motives of pleasure. He has not abandoned his projects." "Yet wherefore should he appear so affectionate towards the child?" asked Adeline. "When he first took my sweet Ferdinand in his arms, oh, how I trembled lest he should strangle him in his embrace; and had not a look from you reassured me, I should have shrieked with terror. But now I scarcely entertain a fear when I see my brother-in-law fondle my child. Tell me, dear friend, how must I account for this altered state of feelings?" "Habit has taught you to subdue your alarms in this respect," replied Eliza Sydney. "Your brother-in-law has gradually devoted more and more of his attention to your dear Ferdinand; and as he never seeks to take him, nor even to approach him, save with your consent, you are to some extent thrown off your guard. Then, as a mother, you are naturally inclined to think better of that man, since he has thus seemed to manifest an affection for his nephew. But be not deceived, lady. His soul is deep and designing. Think you that he cares for a babe not yet 10 weeks old? Oh, no, it is not probable. And when he talks in a hypocritical tone of his lamented brother's child, and expresses those apparently earnest hopes that the heir of Ravensworth may eventually prove an honour to the noble house to which he belongs, and to the ancient name which he bears, be not deceived by him, lady. I implore you. He means nothing that is good. He is playing a part, the true object of which I cannot fathom."
"Oh, think not that I am deceived by him, dear friend," answered Lady Ravensworth. "Think not that my suspicions relative to him are hushed. No, no.
"Else wherefore should I complain of this cruel suspense? There are times, indeed, when I could throw myself at his feet, implore him to quit these walls,
and beg upon my knees for mercy towards my child."
Does this show that I have forgotten all those circumstances which have led us to look upon him with an abhorrence that we have alike had so much difficulty to conceal? "I am aware of all you must suffer," answered Eliza, with a profound sigh, for she deeply pitied the wretched but criminal woman. "Still, it is for your child's sake that I have tutored you to play this game of hypocrisy, that I have induced you and compelled myself to endure the society of one who is loathsome to us both, and that we have even condescended to veil beneath smiles our consciousness of his character and atrocious designs. This has been the sum of our hypocrisy, and how venial it is! And now that all my plans are so nearly matured, with the exception of the return of my messenger from Beyrout—" "And on his return?" said Adeline anxiously. "Have I not assured you that the moment which places in my hand the conclusive proofs of Vernon's guilt, the only link wanting to complete the chain—" Eliza Sydney was suddenly interrupted by an exclamation which came from the lips of Gilbert Vernon. She rose and hastened to the window. "Here is a troop of poor fellows who doubtless endeavour to earn an honest penny by their agility and skill," said Vernon; "and in a country where mendicity is a crime, even such a livelihood as theirs is honourably gained." Had not Eliza Sydney's curiosity been at the moment attracted by the strange appearance of the corps of mountebanks to whom Vernon alluded, and who were advancing towards the hall, she would have been struck with surprise at the emanation of such generous sentiments from so cold-hearted, austere, and aristocratic person as he. But her attention was for the time directed towards 6 persons, 5 of whom were clad in the light, grotesque manner in which mountebanks appear at country fairs, and even not infrequently in the streets of London. They wore flesh-coloured stockings, nanking breeches, and jackets of variegated colours, as if, in respect to this latter article of their apparel, they attempted to vie with the peculiar costume of world-renowned harlequin. The 6th was dressed in a common garb, and wore a hideous mask. One of the jugglers carried an enormous drum slung behind his back, and had a set of Pandean pipes tucked in his neckcloth beneath his chin, and another was laden with a wicker basket. The man who was dressed in the common garb and wore the mask bore a long rod, with a net twisted round it, upon his shoulder. A 4th carried 2 stout stakes, and the remaining 2 were empty-handed, although it was evident by their dress that they took no small share in the performances which itinerant mountebanks and conjurers of this kind are in the habit of exhibiting. We must observe, in respect to the man who wore the mask, and who, as the reader already knows, was the gipsy Morcar, that beneath his ample straw hat, and over the edges of the mask, projected huge bushes of reddish-yellow hair, which seemed as if they had once belonged to a doormat. He walked, a little apart from the others, in company with the man who carried the stakes. "These conjurers evidently contemplate an exhibition upon the lawn before the windows," said Eliza Sydney, as the men drew nearer to the house. "I will send them out some money, and request them to retire, as such performances are not suitable to a spot where mourning is still worn for the deceased lord." "That were a pity, Mrs. Beaufort," returned Vernon. "These poor creatures have their little feelings as well as performers on the boards of our national theatres, and I am sure you possess too good a heart to wound them. No, let them remain, and if you can induce her ladyship to witness their sports from the balcony, she might be cheered for the moment." "I should be sorry to wound the feelings of any living being who did not injure me," answered Eliza, "but—" "Nay, my dear Mrs. Beaufort," interrupted Vernon, "do not refuse me this request. You cannot think that I am boy enough to care for the tricks of these jugglers, but I am well aware, setting aside any consideration on their behalf, that the most trivial and frivolous amusement will often produce a favourable impression upon the spirits. Let Lady Ravensworth come to the window." Eliza scarcely knew how to offer any farther objection. She was, however, about to make some remark in answer to Mr. Vernon, when the point at issue was settled by that gentleman beckoning the foremost mountebank to advance under the window. "Now, my good fellow," he exclaimed, looking over the parapet of the balcony, and tossing the man a sovereign, "let us see how well you can amuse us." "Thank'ee, sir," cried the man, receiving the money in his straw hat. "We'll do our best, you may depend upon it, sir." He then returned to his companions, who had stationed themselves at a short distance on the lawn. The mountebanks forthwith commenced their preparations. The wicker basket was placed upon the ground, and its contents were speedily disposed in a manner to suit the performances. A long rope was tied to 2 trees of about 20 yards distance from each other. Some common blue plates and a wash-hand basin were laid upon the grass, and then a number of small yellow balls were ranged in a line, and at short intervals apart, across the lawn. While some of the men were making these arrangements, Morcar and his companion advanced to within a short distance of the balcony, and drove the 2 stakes firmly into the ground. To the tops of these stakes they fastened the ends of the iron rod, without, however, unrolling the net, but in such a manner that the rod itself would revolve with ease, and the entire net might be drawn out in a moment. Then they took their posts each by one of the stakes, and there remained motionless. In the meantime, the man with the drum and the mouth-organ had commenced his instrumental harmony, such as it was, and at the sound the servants of the hall flocked from their offices to the steps of the entrance, well pleased to observe that the monotony of their existence in a dwelling where no company was now received was about to be broken by even the performances of a few wandering mountebanks. In the drawing-room, Vernon was still stationed at the balcony, and the nurse, holding the sleeping child in her arms, had approached the open window, outside of which Vernon was thus standing. Eliza Sydney had returned to the side of Lady Ravensworth, to whom she mentioned the presence of the mountebanks, and the encouragement which they had received from Mr. Vernon. "Does he suppose that my spirits can possibly be elevated by a buffoonery of this nature?" said Adeline, her lip curling with contemptuous hauteur. "Besides, such a proceeding is most indecent, most indelicate, on the very spot where a funeral so lately passed." "And yet it suits not our present purpose to anger him," returned Eliza. Lady Ravensworth was about to reply, when Quentin entered the room and placed a letter in Eliza's hand. The valet then withdrew. Eliza immediately recognised the writing of the faithful Filippo, and opened it in haste. Her countenance evinced signs of satisfaction as she perused its contents, but ere she reached the end she sighed deeply. "You have evil tidings there?" whispered Lady Ravensworth, who had attentively watched her friend's countenance. "And yet, methought you smiled at first." "I smiled," answered Eliza, also in a low tone, "because I was rejoiced to find that the only link wanting to complete the chain of evidence against that villain," glancing towards the window as she thus spoke, "is now complete, and to-morrow—" "Ah! Your messenger is returned from Beyrout?" said Adeline joyfully. "Then wherefore seem sorrowful?" "Because the tidings which I now receive confirms the terrible suspicion that your husband was indeed murdered, coldly, systematically, methodically murdered, by his own brother," answered Eliza. "Alas! for the honour of human nature that such things should be." Adeline became red as scarlet, and a profound sigh escaped her bosom, for was she not also a disgrace to human nature? Eliza forgot at the moment that her words were calculated to wound the already deeply lacerated heart of Lady Ravensworth, else not for a moment, criminal as Adeline was, would those words have escaped her tongue. Neither did she perceive the acute emotions which she had awakened, for she was intent upon the reflections excited by the arrival of Filippo's letter. In the meantime, the sports upon the lawn had commenced. One of the mountebanks ascended to the tight-rope, and performed many curious evolutions, much to the amusement not only of the servants assembled upon the steps at the entrance, but even of the nurse at the window. When the dancing was over, a second juggler balanced first a blue plate and then the basin on the point of a long stick, making them spin rapidly round, to the especial delight of the female servants. The nurse, too, was so very much amused that she crossed the threshold of the window and advanced a little upon the balcony, the better to view the performance. Vernon seemed intent upon the sports, and did not appear to notice that the ladies were not spectators also. But perhaps he might have thought that they were at another window. And all this while Morcar, with his mask and bushy yellow hair, and his assistant Mike, were stationed each by one of the stakes to which the net was fixed. From time to time Vernon had looked over the balcony at these two men, whose presence there seemed somewhat to annoy him. And when the exhibition of the plates and basin was over, he leant forward, exclaiming, "Well, my good fellows, when does your turn come? And what are you going to do with that iron pole and net?" "You shall see presently, sir," replied Morcar. "It will be the best trick of the whole, as I know you'll admit." "It is all right," thought Vernon to himself. "These fellows know not the motive for which they were hired, and therefore the fact of their placing the net there can only be a coincidence. However, it is far enough away from the flagstones to suit my purpose." Such were the rapid reflections which passed through Vernon's brain. And had searching eyes been fixed upon his countenance now, they would have observed that although he seemed to watch the sports with a zest passing strange in a man of his years, there were far more important matters agitating in his brain. For his face was pale, his lips quivered from time to time, and, even when his head remained stationary, as if he were looking straight towards the lawn, his eyes were wild and wandering. Amidst the servants on the steps of the entrance stood the Resurrection Man, apparently one of the most enthusiastic admirers of the sport, but he, as well as his employer in the balcony, was somewhat annoyed when he beheld the iron rod and the net which was rolled round it, placed upon the stakes on the verge of the lawn, almost beneath the open window of the drawing-room. Another circumstance likewise engaged his attention. This was that he had only seen 5 jugglers when he had first hired them for the performances, whereas there were now 6 present. He, however, consoled himself with the idea that the man in the mask and his companion had taken their station so near the balcony simply because their exhibition, whatever it was, should be better viewed by the inmates of the drawing-room, and relative to the presence of the 6th juggler, he said to himself upon second thoughts, "Well, after all, the troop might have been joined by another comrade since I saw them last night." But to continue the thread of our narrative. The last beams of the setting sun were flickering faintly in the western horizon, when the jugglers commenced what may be termed the 3rd act of their performances, namely the athletic exercises. They had wrestling matches, took extraordinary leaps, and performed various other feats of strength and skill. These being over, one of the band threw himself back, supporting himself with his hands on the ground, and in this position ran on all fours along the line of yellow balls, picking them up with his mouth, one after the other, with astonishing rapidity. This feat elicited a burst of applause from the servants on the steps, and the nurse, still holding the child in her arms, advanced close up to the parapet of the balcony. The sun had already set when that last feat began. The twilight was, however, sufficiently strong to permit the spectators to obtain a good view of the performance. But the jugglers now paused for a few minutes to rest themselves, and during that interval the duskiness sensibly increased. "I wonder what these men are going to do with their iron pole and net," observed Vernon. "Surely their turn must have come now." The nurse looked over the parapet to see whether the man in the mask and his companion were still stationed near their apparatus, the use of which puzzled her amazingly. At that moment, two of the jugglers, who had advanced from the lawn towards the flagstones that skirted the wall of the mansion, threw each a detonating ball upon the pavement. The explosion was loud, abrupt, startling, and a volume of dense smoke instantly burst as it were from the ground, enveloping the balcony and pouring even into the drawing-room through the open window. And, almost at the same instant that the explosion took place, a terrible scream pierced the air, and this was followed by agonizing shrieks, mingled with frantic cries of "The child! The child!" "Merciful heavens!" ejaculated Eliza Sydney, rushing from her seat near Lady Adeline to the window. But she was met by the nurse, who darted in from the balcony, clasping her hands together and still screaming wildly, "The child! The child!" "Holy God!" cried Vernon, also rushing into the room. "The infant has fallen over! Oh, my nephew! My dear nephew!" And he sank upon a chair, as if overcome by his grief. "Murderer! Vile! Detestable assassin!" exclaimed Eliza Sydney. "This was no accident." "Madam!" cried Vernon, starting from his seat, "recall those words, or I will not answer for my passion." "No, I dare you, monster, murderer that you are!" ejaculated Eliza, as she forced the nurse, who was raving violently, to a sofa. At that moment, shouts of delight were heard from below, and loud cries of "Saved! Saved!" reached all the inmates of the drawing-room, save Lady Ravensworth, who had fainted the instant the first wild scream of the nurse had struck her ears like a death omen. "Saved! Saved!" repeated the nurse, catching at the joyous sound, and now becoming hysterical with the effects of the revulsion of emotions thereby produced. "Oh, if it be indeed true!" cried Eliza Sydney, darting towards the balcony. But it was now too dark to distinguish anything that was passing below. Her suspense did not, however, endure many moments longer, for the door of the drawing-room was suddenly thrown open, and the man in the mask rushed in, crying, "Saved! Saved!" Eliza Sydney hastened to meet him, and received the child in her arms. The little innocent was indeed unhurt, to all appearance, but was crying bitterly. "Thank God! Thank God!" exclaimed Eliza fervently, as she pressed the child to her bosom. Quentin now made his appearance with lights, and several of the servants had followed him as far as the door of the room. "Call the lady's maid, Quentin, for your mistress," said Eliza hastily. "She has fainted. Bring water, vinegar, perfume. I dare not part with the child." The lady's maid was close by, and hastening into the room, she devoted the necessary attentions to Adeline, who, soon recovering, opened her eyes, gazed wildly around, and then exclaimed in a frantic tone, "My child! My child!" "He is safe. He is unharmed, dear lady," said Eliza Sydney, advancing towards the sofa with the babe in her arms. "Give him to me only, for I am his mother, and I will protect him," cried Adeline, in a shrieking tone. Then, receiving the infant from her friend, she clasped it with frantic fondness to her bosom. In the meantime, although this scene occupied but a few minutes, Gilbert Vernon had sunk upon a chair like one intoxicated. A film came over his eyes, his brain reeled, and he could not accurately distinguish what was passing around him. Amidst the sudden chaos into which his ideas were plunged, one thought was alone clear, defined, and unobscured, and this was that the child was saved. The moment Eliza Sydney had consigned the heir of Ravensworth to the arms of his mother, she said in a hasty whisper to Quentin, "Secure Anthony Tidkins without delay, and order the carriage immediately." The valet quitted the room, and Eliza then advanced towards Gilbert Vernon, exclaiming in a loud tone, arrest this villain, hold him, keep him safely, till the officers of justice can be sent for. He murdered his brother, and ere now he has sought to murder that innocent babe." As these words, uttered with terrible emphasis, fell upon the ears of the servants, a cry of horror and execration burst from their lips, and Vernon, starting up, exclaimed, "Who accuses me? Wretches, you dare not say that I did such deeds." But the next moment he was pinioned by a pair of powerful arms, for Morcar, who had hastily thrown off his mask and wig, was prepared to secure the guilty man. "Release me, villain!" cried Vernon, struggling furiously, but without avail, for some of the male domestics of the household now assisted the gipsy to retain him. "You shall suffer for this outrage. You shall pay dearly for your conduct. Who dares accuse me of an attempt on that child's life?" "I," answered Eliza Sydney boldly. "And I also," echoed Morcar. "Yes, and I too, murderous wretch!" exclaimed the nurse, stepping forward. "This is absurd—ridiculous!" cried Vernon, ceasing to struggle, and sinking back into the chair. "You all know how I loved my nephew, how I fondled the dear infant, and you cannot suppose—" "I recollect it all now," ejaculated the nurse vehemently. "The sudden explosion of those fireworks frightened me dreadfully, and I loosened my hold upon the child. But, if I was standing before my God, I could declare with truth that the babe was at that very same moment pushed from my arms. Oh, yes, I remember it all now." A second burst of indignation on the part of the servants struck terror to the heart of the guilty wretch, who writhed upon his chair, while the workings of his ashy pale countenance, the convulsive movements of his lips, and the wild rolling of his eyes were terrible, terrible. Nevertheless, he mustered up courage sufficient to exclaim, "That woman speaks falsely. She dropped the child, and she would throw the blame on me." "She speaks truly, vile, black-hearted man," cried Eliza. "And now, learn that the sole object of my presence in this mansion has been to frustrate your diabolical plots, which for weeks have been known to me." "You!" said Vernon, quailing beneath the indignant glance of abhorrence which the royal widow fixed upon him. "Yes," she continued, "not only have I remained here to frustrate your plots, which, alas, would have succeeded in destroying the child, had not some strange accident, as yet unaccounted for, at least to me, saved the innocent babe from being dashed to pieces against the stones beneath the balcony, but I have also adopted those measures which will bring all your guilt most terribly home to you. Treacherous, infamous man! I denounce you as the murderer of your brother." "'Tis false, false as hell!" cried Vernon. "It is, alas, too true," returned Eliza. "I have damning proofs against you." "Again, I declare it is false," said Gilbert violently. "Let us see," resumed Eliza. "You profess to have arrived from the East a few weeks ago, and you have been in England since December or January last. Lady Ravensworth heard your voice in the ruined lodge." "Ridiculous! A mere coincidence, a false impression," exclaimed Vernon. "And your landlady in Stamford Street can prove that you lodged with her for several months," added Eliza. "Monster!" ejaculated one of the servants who had hold upon him. "All this proves nothing," cried Vernon furiously. "But the tobacco which you sent your brother was poisoned," said Eliza, with bitter emphasis. "'Tis false. It has been submitted to tests. The surgeon who attended my brother had it analysed. All the inmates of the household can speak to this fact." "And I also have had it analysed," returned Eliza, "and by a native of the East. Fire alone can develop its poisonous qualities, and the ablest chemists in England shall shortly test it by means of that process. Even were it the rankest poison known, you cannot show that I sent it to my brother. I deny the charge. I scorn the imputation," cried Gilbert Vernon. "You will speak in a tone of diminished confidence," said Eliza calmly, "when you hear that I dispatched a messenger to Beyrout, that the very place where you purchased the tobacco in that town has been discovered, that the merchant who shipped it for you has made an affidavit before the British consul at Beyrout to this effect, and that the precise time when you embarked from Beyrout for England has also been ascertained. Nay, more, the letters sent to your address in that town, announcing the death of your brother, reached their destination long after you had left, and were never opened, nor even seen by you. Yet you affected to return to England in consequence of the receipt of those letters. And who are you, madam, that have taken such pains to collect these particulars, which you are pleased to call evidence against me?" demanded Vernon. "Is the scion of a noble race to be maligned, outraged, accused of atrocious crimes by an unknown but meddling woman?" "Again you speak at random," answered Eliza; "for did I choose to proclaim my title and my rank, you would admit that not even the owners of the proud name of Ravensworth possess a dignity so exalted as mine. Let me, however, return to the sad subject of my discourse. Let me convince you that the evidence of your crime is so overwhelming that penitence and prayer would become you far more than obstinacy, and haughty but vain denial. For if there be farther proofs of your guilt required, seek them for yourself in those circumstances which induced you to take into your service Anthony Tidkins, the Resurrection Man." Vernon shuddered fearfully as these words fell upon his ears, for it seemed as if a sledge-hammer had been suddenly struck upon his brain. "And if further proofs are really wanting, lady," said Morcar, "it is for me to supply them. This morning I was concealed in the ruins of a cottage at no great distance from the Hall, and there my ears were astounded with the damnable plot which this man and his accomplice had conceived against the life of the infant heir of Ravensworth. Why I did not immediately betray them, why I resolved on counteracting that plot, I will explain on a more fitting occasion. But let me inform you that it was by my device the child was saved. For the instant that the arms of the jugglers were raised to throw the detonating balls upon the ground, the net was unrolled, rapid as lightning, by my companion and myself, and the babe was caught in it as he fell." "Excellent man!" exclaimed Eliza Sydney, while a murmur of applause passed amongst the assembled servants. "Who are you? What is your name?" "I am one of that wandering tribe called gipsies, madam," was the answer. "My name is Morcar." "Morcar!" echoed Eliza. "Oh, I have heard of you before, often—very often. The Prince of Montoni speaks of you as a friend, and your services to him in the Castelcicalan war have become a matter of history." "Ah! Is it possible?" cried Morcar, who for some moments had been studying Eliza's features with attention, for he had seen many portraits of her during his sojourn in Italy, and a light now broke in upon his memory. "Is it possible that I am in the presence of her to whom that great prince owes his life? Madame, I have also to thank your Serene Highness, humble as I am, for the safety and freedom which I experienced after the defeat at Ossore." And as he spoke, Morcar abandoned his hold upon Gilbert Vernon, and fell upon his knees before the royal widow. "Rise, Morcar," she hastily exclaimed. "I have renounced for ever the proud title of Grand Duchess, and would henceforth be known as Eliza Sydney. Moreover, this is no time for homage, even were I disposed to receive it." "The knee of Morcar bows not to princes because they are princes," returned the gipsy, proudly and yet respectfully, but to men or women who by their virtues deserve such homage. At that moment a cry of alarm burst from the servants who had still retained their hold upon Vernon, and at the same instant this guilty man sprang furiously from their grasp, hurled them violently aside, and ere a single hand could stop his mad career, rushed to the window. Morcar bounded after him, but it was too late. Gilbert Vernon had precipitated himself from the balcony. The sound of his fall upon the pavement beneath, and the sound of a human being thus falling, has none other like it in the world, struck upon every ear in that drawing-room. Some of the servants hastened downstairs, and ran to the spot where Vernon lay. They raised him, they bore him into the hall, but the moment the light of the lamps fell upon him, they perceived that all human aid was unavailing. His skull was literally beaten in, and his hair was covered with his blood and brains. Thus did he meet the fate which he had all along intended for his infant nephew. Terrible suicide, but just retribution. Half an hour after this dread event, a travelling carriage rolled rapidly away from Ravensworth Hall. In it was seated Adeline, with her child upon her lap, her lady's maid, and the nurse. The faithful Quentin, who had been induced by the persuasion of Eliza Sidney to remain in the service of Lady Ravensworth, occupied the dickey behind the vehicle. Adeline was now on her way to Dover, whence she proposed to pass to the Continent, her intention being, in pursuance of the advice of Eliza, to seek some retired spot in the south of France, where she might at least find tranquillity and repose, if not happiness, after the rude storms to which she had lately been so fearfully exposed. Not that this self-expatriation was compulsory on account of Lady Ravensworth's one dread crime. It was nevertheless the project to which we have now before alluded, and by which means Eliza had planned that Adeline should escape from the consequences of any revelation that might be made by the Resurrection Man in respect to the murdered Lydia Hutchinson. But no such revelation was made, inasmuch as Tidkins had disappeared from the mansion ere Quentin received the order to secure him. For the instant the cry of "Saved! Saved!" fell upon the ears of the Resurrection Man, and conveyed to him the stunning fact that the scheme had failed, that the child had escaped, in some marvellous manner, the fate intended for it, then did he know full well that Ravensworth Hall was no longer the place for him. Reckless of what might become of Vernon, and unnoticed by the servants, amidst the confusion which prevailed immediately after the fall of the child from the balcony, Tidkins slipped out of the mansion by the back way, and was speedily beyond the reach of danger. Thus terminated the terrible series of incidents which constitute so strange an episode in the annals of the family of Ravensworth. But ere Adeline took her departure from the mansion of that noble race whose name she bore, she had learnt, with surprise and joy, that the excellent friend whom Heaven had sent her, and by whose touching language and admirable example her own heart had been brought to a state of sincere and profound penitence, she had learnt, we say, that this noble-hearted woman was one whose brow a diadem had lately graced. We may also observe that Morcar refused the liberal recompense which both Adeline and Eliza proffered him for the most important service which he had rendered in defeating Vernon's plan at a moment when, in spite of all the precautions and the various measures adopted by Eliza, it seemed to touch upon the verge of a success fatal to the existence of the infant heir. Satisfied with the approval of his own conscience, and attended by the blessings of a mother whose child he had saved, Morcar returned with the jugglers to the Three Kings, where he completely satisfied them for the disappointment they had experienced in respect to the wondrous properties of his net, and on the ensuing morning he parted from them to pursue his own way. Eliza Sidney passed the night at Ravensworth Hall, and after the coroner's inquest had sate next day upon the body of the suicide Vernon, she returned to her peaceful villa at Clapton. End of section 103.
Section 104 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 104. The Resurrection Man's Return Home. As the Resurrection Man hurried through the fields, amidst the darkness of the night, he vented in horrible imprecations the rage he experienced at the failure of a scheme to which he had devoted so much time and trouble. He knew that the blank acceptance which he had extorted from Vernon, and which he had looked upon as the safe guarantee of the speedy acquisition of £3,000, was now but a valueless slip of paper, and he cursed himself for having been foolish enough to advance some 200 or 300 guineas of his own money to furnish his late employer with the supplies necessary for his purposes. But as a set-off against these disappointments, he had one consolation, a consolation which to a less avaricious mind would have been more than commensurate with the losses that Tidkins deplored. He was possessed of Lady Ravensworth's valuable casket of jewels, which he had removed, a few days after he had obtained it in the manner already described, to his house in Globe Town, and it was to this den that he was now repairing. He was as yet unacquainted with the fate of Gilbert Vernon, but, supposing it probable that justice might already have that individual in his grasp, he at once determined to provide for his own safety. Abandoning, therefore, all his long-nourished schemes of vengeance against the Prince of Montoni, the Rattlesnake, and Cranky Jem, Tidkins was now intent only upon securing his treasure and taking his departure for America with the least possible delay. It was about 2 o'clock in the morning when the Resurrection Man, sinking with the fatigues of his long and circuitous journey round all the northern outskirts of London, arrived at his own home. Wearied as he was, he wasted no time in snatching a temporary repose. A glass of spirits recruited his strength and invigorated his energies, and with his bunch of keys in his hand, he repaired from his own chamber to the rooms on the ground floor. It will be remembered that on a former occasion, on his return home, in the middle of the month of March, after his escape from the Middlesex House of Correction, the Resurrection Man had perceived certain indications which led him to imagine that the step of an intruder had visited the ground floor and the subterranean part of his house. His suspicions had fallen upon Banks, but an interview with this individual convinced him that those suspicions were unfounded. For although he did not question him point blank upon the subject, yet his penetration was such that he could judge of the real truth by the undertaker's manner. Since that period, Tidkins had visited his house in Globe Town on several occasions, indeed, as often as he could possibly get away from Ravensworth Hall for the greater portion of a day, and perceiving no farther indications of the intrusion of a stranger, he became confirmed in the belief which had succeeded his first suspicions, and which was that he had been influenced by groundless alarms. But now, the moment he put the key into the lock of the door in the alley, he uttered a terrible imprecation, for the key would not turn, and there was evidently something in the lock. Hastily picking the lock with one of those wire instruments which are used for the purpose by burglars, he extracted from it a piece of a key which had broken in the wards. Fearful was now the rage of the Resurrection Man, and when he had succeeded in opening the door, he precipitated himself madly into that department of his abode. But what pen can describe his savage fury when, upon lighting a lantern, he saw the trap raised and the brick removed from the place in the chimney where it covered the secret means of raising the hearthstone? Plunging desperately down into the subterranean, at the risk of breaking his neck, Tidkins felt like one on whose eyes a hideous spectre suddenly bursts, when he beheld the door of a cell, the very cell in which his treasure was concealed, standing wide open. Staggering now as a drunken man, and no longer rushing wildly along, but dragging himself painfully, Tidkins reached that cell. His worst fears were confirmed. The stone in the centre was removed from its place, and his treasure was gone. Yes, money bags and jewel casket, the produce of heaven only knows how much atrocity and blackest crime, had disappeared. This was the second time that his hoarded wealth was snatched from him. Then did that man, so energetic in the ways of turpitude, so strong in the stormy paths of guilt, then did he sink down, with a hollow groan, upon the cold floor of the cell. For a few minutes he lay like one deprived of sense and feeling, the only indication of life being the violent clenching of his fists and the demoniac workings of his cadaverous countenance. Cadaverous! Never did the face of a wretched being in the agonies of strangulation by hanging present so appalling, so hideous an appearance. But in a short time the Resurrection Man started up with a savage howl and a terrible imprecation. His energies, prostrated for a period, revived, and his first idea, when arousing from that torpor, was vengeance, a fearful vengeance upon the plunderer. But who was that plunderer? Whose hand had suddenly beggared him? His suspicions instantly fixed themselves upon two persons, the only two of his accomplices who were acquainted with the mysteries of the subterranean. These were Banks and the Buffer. He was about to turn from the cell and repair forthwith, even at that hour, to the dwelling of the undertaker, when his eyes suddenly fell upon some letters scrawled in chalk upon the pavement, and which the position of the lantern had hitherto prevented him from observing. He stooped down and read the words, James Cuffin. The mystery was solved. His mortal enemy, Cranky Jem, had robbed him of his treasure. Dark, terribly ominous and foreboding, was now the cloud which overspread the countenance of the Resurrection Man. "Had I 10 times the wealth I have lost," he muttered to himself, with a hyena-like growl, "I would not quit this country till I had wreaked my vengeance upon that man. But this is now no place for me. He has tracked me here. He may set the traps upon me. Let us see if the Bully Grand cannot discover his lurking hole." With these words, and now displaying that outward calmness which often covers the most intensely concentrated rage, the Resurrection Man quitted the subterranean, carefully securing the doors behind him. He purposely broke a key in the lock of the door leading into the dark alley, so as to prevent the intrusion of any of the neighbours, should their curiosity tempt them to visit the place, for he made up his mind not to return thither again so long as Jem Cuffin was alive and able to betray him. Having provided himself with a few necessaries, he closed the upstairs rooms, and then took his departure. He bent his steps towards the house of the undertaker in Globe Lane, and knocking him up, obtained admittance and a bed. When he awoke from a sound sleep, into which sheer fatigue plunged him in spite of the unpleasant nature of his thoughts, 'Twas broad daylight. He immediately rose and dispatched one of Banks's boys for the morning newspaper, and from its columns he learned of the fate of the Honourable Gilbert Vernon. Better so that he should have remained alive, perhaps to repent, as these sentimental humbugs in high life usually do, and then blab against me, murmured Tidkins to himself. The whole business at the Hall is evidently wrapped in considerable mystery, and there I hope it will remain. But now let me devote myself, heart and soul, to my search after that scoundrel Cranky Jem. End of section 104. Section 105 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 105. A New Epoch. 20 months had elapsed since the events just related. 'Twas now the end of January 1843. Haply the reader may begin to imagine that our subject is well nigh exhausted, that the mysteries of London are nearly all unveiled. He errs, for London is a city containing such a variety of strange institutions, private as well as public, and presenting so many remarkable phases to the contemplation of the acute observer, that the writer who is resolved to avail himself fully of the heterogeneous materials thus supplied him, cannot readily lack food for comment and narrative. The dwellers in the country, and even the inhabitants of the great provincial cities and manufacturing towns, can form no just estimate of the wondrous features of the sovereign metropolis by the local scenes with which they are familiar. Who can judge of the splendour of the West End of London by even the most fashionable quarters of Edinburgh or Dublin? Who can conceive the amount of revolting squalor and hideous penury existing in the poor districts of London by a knowledge of the worst portions of Liverpool or Manchester? Who can form a conjecture of the dreadful immorality and shocking vice of the low neighbourhoods of London, judging by the scenes presented to view in the great mining or manufacturing counties? No, for all that is most gorgeous and beautiful, as well as all that is most filthy and revolting, all that is best of talent or most degraded of ignorance, all that is most admirable for virtue or most detestable for crime, all that is most refined in elegance or most strange in barbarism, all these wondrous phases are to be found, greatest in glory or lowest in infamy, in the imperial city of the British Isles. And shall we be charged with vanity if we declare that never until now has the veil been so rudely torn aside, nor the corruptions of London been so boldly laid bare? But, in undertaking this work, we were determined at the outset to be daunted by no fear of offending the high and the powerful. We were resolved to misrepresent nothing for the purpose of securing to ourselves the favour of those to whom so many sycophants delight to bespatter with their sickly praises. In the same independent spirit do we now pursue our narrative. On the left side of Bridges Street, as you proceed from the Strand towards Russell Street, Covent Garden, you may perceive a lamp projecting over the door of an establishment which, viewed externally, appears to be a modest eating-house, but which in reality is one of the most remarkable places of nocturnal entertainment in London. Upon the lamp alluded to are painted these words, "The Paradise." It was past midnight, towards the end of January 1843, when two gentlemen, wearing fashionable Taglioni coats over their elegant attire, and impregnating the fine frosty air with the vapour of their cigars, strolled into this establishment. Proceeding down a passage, they pushed open a door with a painted ground-glass window, and entered a spacious supper-room. This apartment was lofty, handsomely fitted up, well furnished, and provided with boxes containing little tables, like the coffee-room of an hotel. A cheerful fire burnt in the grate, and the numerous lights suspended around the apartment were reflected in a handsome mirror over the mantelpiece. Above the door leading into the room was a species of gallery, forming a grotto-like opening into a suite of upper apartments, which were reached by a flight of stairs leading from the passage just now mentioned. All was gaiety and bustle both in the coffee-room below and the chambers above. Numerous suppers were in progress, the partakers thereof consisting of gentlemen of various descriptions and gay ladies of only one particular class. Oysters, lobsters, cold fowls, ham, and kidneys constituted the principal edibles, while liquor flowed copiously and in all gradations of luxury, from humble porter in pewter pots to sparkling champagne in green bottles. The male portion of the guests was composed of those various specimens of gentlemen who either turn night into day, or who make up for the toils of the day by the dissipated enjoyments of the night. There was an attorney's clerk, who, having picked up a stray guinea, in a manner for which he would not perhaps have liked to account, was doing the liberal in the shape of oysters, stout, and hot brandy and water, to some fair Cyprian whom he had never seen before, and whom he would perhaps never see again, but with whom he was on the very best possible terms for the time being, the only trifling damper to his enjoyment being her constant anxiety lest her friend should happen to come in and catch her at supper with the said attorney's clerk. There was a notorious blackleg who was regaling a couple of frail ones with champagne and looking out for flats as well, while his accomplice was doing precisely the same in the next box, both these respectable gentlemen affecting to be total strangers to each other. There also was a handsome young man who, having just come of age and stepped into the possession of a good property, was commencing his career of waste and extravagance at the Paradise. Proud of the nauseating flattery of the 3 or 4 abandoned women who had him in tow, he was literally throwing about his money in all directions, and staring around him with the vacant air of semi-intoxication, as much as to say, "Don't you think me a very fine dashing fellow indeed?" In another box was an old man who had reached the wrong side of 60, but who was endeavouring to make a young girl of 17 believe that he was but 44 last birthday, a tale which she had too much tact to appear to doubt for a moment, as the antiquated beau supplied her with copious draughts of champagne to enable her to swallow the lie the more easily. A little farther on was a dandified, stiff-necked, coxcombical individual of about 26, sipping sherry with a fair friend, and endeavouring to render himself as polite and agreeable as possible. But, at every word he spoke, he drew out the edge of the tablecloth to precisely the extent of a yard between his forefingers and thumbs, whereby it was easy to perceive that, although he assured his companion he was a captain in the Guards, he in reality exercised the less conspicuous but more active employment of a linen-draper's assistant. Crowding near the fire were several Cyprians who had not as yet obtained cavaliers, and were therefore hovering between the alternative of supper or no supper, the odds being, to all appearances, in favour of the latter. They did not, however, seem very unhappy while their fate, as to oysters and stout, was pending in the balance of suspense, but laughed, chattered, and larked amongst themselves, and then, by way of avoiding anything like monotony or sameness in their recreation, 2 of them got up a pleasant little quarrel, which terminated in a brisk exchange of blows and scratches. Leaning over the side of the grotto-like gallery before referred to were 2 individuals, whose appearance was something between that of dissipated actors and broken-down tradesmen, and who were so disguised in liquor that their own mothers could scarcely have recognised them. Being most probably wearied of their own conversation, they diverted themselves by addressing their remarks to the people in the coffee-room below, whom they invited in the most condescending manner possible to "flare up," "mind their eyes," "form a union," and enact other little social civilities of the same ambiguous nature. Within the upper rooms were several gay ladies and jovially disposed gentlemen, all mainly intent upon the pleasures of eating or drinking, which occupations were however relieved by boisterous shouts of laughter and practical jokes of all kinds. In justice to the proprietor of this establishment, it must be observed that he conducted it upon as orderly a system as could be possibly maintained when the characters of his patrons and patronesses are taken into consideration; and the moment a disturbance occurred, either himself or his waiters adopted the most efficient means of putting an end to it, by bundling the offenders neck and crop into the street. The two gentlemen who lounged, as before stated, into this celebrated night house on the occasion alluded to, took possession of a vacant box, and throwing down their cigars, summoned the waiter. "Yes, sir, coming, sir, directly, sir," cried the chief functionary thus adjured, and who was busy at the moment in disputing the items of the score with the linen-draper's assistant. But, when that little matter was duly settled to the satisfaction of the waiter and the discomfiture of the assistant aforesaid, he hurried up to the table occupied by the newcomers. "Well, what shall we have, Harborough?" asked one of the gentlemen, appealing to his companion. "'Pon my honour, I don't care a rap," was the reply. "Order what you like, old fellow." Thus encouraged, Mr. Chichester, for it was he, desired the waiter to bring "no end of oysters," and to follow with a cold fowl. "Yes, sir, certainly, sir," said the domestic, hastily transferring a pepper-box from one side of the table to the other, and smoothing down the cloth. "Please to order anything to drink, gentlemen?" "A bottle of champagne," returned Mr. Chichester, "and make haste about it." "Yes, sir, this minute, sir." And the waiter glided away with that kind of shuffling, shambling motion which no living beings, save waiters, can ever accomplish. When the provender was duly supplied, and the first glass of champagne was quaffed, Chichester leant across the table, and said to the baronet in a low tone of chuckling triumph, "Well, old chap, I don't think we can complain of fortune during the last 3 or 4 months." "No, far from it," returned Sir Rupert Harborough. "But we mustn't be idle because we happen to have a few £5 notes in our pocket. However, things will turn up, I dare say." "Yes, if we look out for them," said Chichester, "but not unless. By the bye, who do you think I met this afternoon as I was strolling along the Strand?" "Can't say at all," replied the baronet. "Who?" "Greenwood," added Chichester. "The deuce you did! And how was he looking?" "Not so slap up as he used to be. No jewellery, toggery not quite new, hat showing marks of the late rain, boots patched at the sides, and cotton gloves." "The scoundrel! Do you remember how he served me about that bill which I accepted in Lord Tremorden's name?" "Ah! shouldn't I like to pay him out for it?" said the baronet. "But how he has fallen with them the last 2 years! Turned out of his seat for Rottenborough at the last election, obliged to give up his splendid house in Spring Gardens. Well, well, we know all about that," interrupted Chichester impatiently. "Don't speak so loud, but look into the next box, the one behind me, I mean, and tell me if you think that young fellow who is treating those girls to champagne would prove a flat or not." The baronet glanced in the direction indicated, and immediately afterwards gave an affirmative nod of the head to his companion. Then, leaning across the table, he whispered, "To be sure he would. And I know who he is. It's young Egerton, the son of the great outfitter, who died a few years ago, leaving a large fortune in trust for this lad. I'll be bound to say he has just come of age, and is launching out." "Does he know you?" inquired Chichester, also speaking in a subdued tone. "I am almost certain he does not," replied the baronet. "But sit up. We will soon see what he is made of. I will touch him on the cross that we have got up together." The two friends resumed the discussion of their supper, and in a few minutes began to converse with each other in a tone loud enough to be heard, and intended also to be so heard, in the next box. "And so you really think the Haggerston Pet will beat the Birmingham Bruiser, Mr. Chichester?" observed the baronet, in a tone of mere friendly courtesy. "I am convinced of it, Sir Rupert, in spite of the odds," was the answer, delivered in the same punctilious manner. "Will you take my 4 ponies upon the Haggerston Pet to 5? "Done, Mr. Chichester," cried the baronet. Then drawing out a betting book from the breast pocket of his coat, he proceeded to enter the wager, saying aloud, and in a measured tone as he did so, "Back Birmingham Bruiser against Haggerston Pet, 5 ponies to 4. Honourable Arthur Chichester. There it is." This ceremony was followed on the part of Mr. Chichester, who, having produced his book, wrote down the wager, saying, "Back Haggerston Pet against Birmingham Bruiser, 4 ponies to 5. Sir Rupert Harborough, Baronet." "And now," exclaimed the baronet, "before we put up our books, I'll give you another chance. Will you take 300 to 1 that the favourites for the fight and the Derby don't both win?" "Stop, Sir Rupert," cried Chichester. "Let me first see how I stand for the Derby. Then," as if speaking to himself, he continued, "take an even 500, 4 horses against the field, from Lord Dunstable, 700 to 1 against Eagle Wing, from the Honourable Colonel Cholmondeley, betted even 500, Skyscraper to Moonraker, with the Honourable Augustus Smicksmack." "Well, Sir Rupert," he exclaimed, raising his head from the contemplation of the leaf on which these sham bets were entered, "I don't mind if I take you." "It's a bargain," said the baronet, and the wager was accordingly inscribed in the little books. The two gentlemen then refreshed themselves each with another draught of champagne, and Sir Rupert Harborough, as he drank, glanced over the edge of the glass into the next box, to ascertain the effect produced upon Mr. Egerton by the previous little display of sporting spirit. That effect was precisely the one which had been anticipated. Mr. Egerton was not so tipsy but that he was struck with the aristocratic names of the two gentlemen in the next box, and he raised his head from the bosom of a Cyprian to take a view of Sir Rupert Harborough, Bart, and the Honourable Arthur Chichester. So satisfactory was the result of the survey, at least to himself, that he determined not only to show off a little of his own dashing spirit, but also, if possible, form the acquaintance of the two gentlemen; for, like many young fellows similarly circumstanced, he was foolish enough to believe that the possession of money must prove a passport to the best society, if he could only obtain an opening. Therefore, having greedily devoured every word of the dialogue just detailed, and taking it for granted that nothing in this world was ever more sincere than the betting of Sir Rupert Harborough, Bart, and the Honourable Arthur Chichester, Mr. Egerton exclaimed, "Beg pardon, gentlemen, for intruding upon you, but I think I heard you staking some heavy sums on the coming fight." "Really, sir," said the baronet gravely, "I was not aware that anything which took place between me and this gentleman could be overheard. And yet, after all," he added with a gracious smile, "I do not know that there is the least harm in a little quiet bet." "Harm, no, and be damned to it!" ejaculated Mr. Egerton. "All I can say is, that I admire sporting men. I honour them. They are an ornament to the country. What would old England be without her turf, her hunting, her prize fighting. For my part, I have a great idea of this fight, a very great idea. But I back the Birmingham Bruiser, I do." "So do I, sir," answered the baronet. "My friend here, however, the Honourable Mr. Chichester, fancies the Haggerston Pet." "I heard him say so," returned the young man. "But if he hasn't made up his book, I don't mind betting him £500 to his 4. That's the odds, I believe." "Yes, those are the odds," observed Mr. Chichester carelessly. Then, taking out his book, he said, "But I am already so deep in this fight that I really am afraid. However, if you wish it, I don't mind." "Is it a bet then, sir?" asked the young gentleman, looking round the room with an air of importance, as if he were quite accustomed to the thing, though it was in reality the first wager he had ever laid in his life. "It shall be so, if you choose, sir," returned Chichester. Then, glancing in an inquiring manner towards his new acquaintance, he said with a bland smile, "I really beg your pardon, but I have not had the pleasure—" "Oh, truly, you don't know me from Adam," interrupted the other. "But you shall know me, sir, and I hope we shall know each other better too." He then produced his card, and Mr. Chichester, of course, affected not to have been previously aware of the young gentleman's name. The bet between them was duly recorded, by Mr. Chichester in his little book, and by Mr. Albert Egerton on the back of a love letter. The latter gentleman then called for his bill, and having glanced at the amount, paid it without a murmur, adding a munificent donation for the waiter. Having effected this arrangement, by means of which he got rid of the women who had fastened themselves on him, he coolly passed round to the table at which his new acquaintances were seated, and called for another bottle of champagne. When it was brought, he was about to pay for it, but Sir Rupert interrupted him, saying, "No, that would be too bad. If you sit at our table, you are our guest, and here's to a better acquaintance." The bottle went round rapidly, and Mr. Egerton became quite enchanted with the agreeable manners of Sir Rupert Harborough, Bart., and the off-hand pleasant conversation of the Honourable Arthur Chichester. It was now past 1 o'clock, and the baronet proposed to depart. "Which way do you go?" inquired Egerton. "Oh, westward, of course," returned Harborough, in a tone of gentle remonstrance, as much as to say there could have been no doubt upon the subject. "Will you walk with us?" "Certainly," was the answer; "and we will smoke a cigar as we go along." The baronet called for the bill, paid it, and led the way from the room, followed by Egerton and Chichester, the former of whom insisted upon stopping at the bar to take some soda water, as he declared himself to be half over. While the three gentlemen were engaged in partaking each of a bottle of the refreshing beverage, Sir Rupert felt his coat sleeve gently pulled from behind, and turning round, he perceived a man whom he had noticed in the coffee-room. Indeed, this was one of the blacklegs already alluded to as having been engaged in treating Cyprians to supper and champagne. The baronet instantly comprehended the nature of the business which this individual had to address him upon, and making him a significant sign, he said to Chichester, "Do you and Mr. Egerton go very slowly along the Strand, and I will follow you in a few minutes. I have a word to say to this gentleman." Gentleman, indeed! One of the most astounding knaves in London. But vice and roguery compel the haughty aristocrat to address the lowest ruffian as an equal. Chichester took Egerton's arm and sauntered out of the house, attended to the door by the obsequious master of the establishment, an honour shown only to those who drink champagne or claret. "Well, sir, what is it?" asked the baronet, taking the blackleg aside and speaking to him in a whisper. "Only this, Sir Rupert," returned the man. "You've got that youngster in tow, and he'll turn out profitable, no doubt. Me and my pal, which is inside the room there, meant to have had him somehow or other. and we planted our vimen on him to-night, but he thought he wasn't drunk enough, and then you come in and take him from us. Your friend has nailed him for a bet of 500, which he's safe to pay, so you must stand summat too for my disappointment." "I understand you, sir," said the baronet. "Here are £20, and if the bet be paid, you shall have 30 more. Will that do?" "Thank'ee for the 20, which is ready," answered the blackleg, consigning the notes to his pocket. "Now, never mind the other 30, but make the best you can out of that young chap. And all I ask in return is just a word or two about the mill that's coming off." "I don't understand you," said the baronet, colouring. "Come, that won't do," continued the man. "But don't be afeard, it's all in the way of business that I'm speaking. I see you and Mr. Chichester at a public about 3 weeks ago, along with the Birmingham bruiser, and therefore I knowed you was the friends which deposited the money for him, but which kept in the background. So all I want is the office. Just a single word. Is the bruiser going to win, or to make a cross of it?" "Really, my good fellow," stammered the baronet. "Only just one word, so that I may know how to lay my money," persisted the blackleg, "and your secret is safe with me. For my own interest it will be so, if you tell me which way it is to be." "Can I rely on you?" said Sir Rupert. "But of course I may, if you really mean to bet. Now keep the thing dark, and you may win plenty of money. The bruiser is to lose. The odds are 5-4 on him now, and they will be 7-4 in his favour before the fight comes off. No one suspects that it is to be a cross, and the reports of the bruiser's training are glorious." "Enough, and as mum as a dead man, Sir Rupert," whispered the blackleg. He then returned to the supper-room, and the baronet hastened after his friends. Section 105. Section 106 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 106. Crockfords. Sir Rupert Harborough, Mr. Albert Egerton, and Mr. Arthur Chichester were walking arm in arm and smoking cigars along the West Strand about 10 minutes after the little incident which closed the preceding chapter, when they were met by 2 tall and fashionable-looking gentlemen, who immediately recognised the baronet and Chichester. Both parties stopped, and the 2 gentlemen were in due course introduced to Mr. Egerton as Lord Dunstable and the Honourable Colonel Cholmondeley. By the significant tone and manner of the baronet, a sort of freemasonry known only to the initiated, both Dunstable and the colonel were given to understand that a flat had been caught in the person of Mr. Albert Egerton, and they immediately received their cue as completely as if they had been prompted by half an hour's explanation. "What have you been doing with yourselves, gentlemen, this evening?" inquired Dunstable, as they all now proceeded together through Trafalgar Square. "My friends and myself have been supping at the Paradise," answered the baronet carelessly. Mr. Egerton drew himself up an inch higher immediately, although somewhat top-heavy with the champagne and cigars; but he felt quite proud, quite another man indeed, at being numbered amongst Sir Rupert Harborough's friends, and at walking familiarly in the company of a real lord. "Cholmondeley and I were thinking of looking in at Crockford's before we encountered you," observed Dunstable, forgetting at the moment that himself and friend were proceeding in quite a contrary direction when the meeting alluded to took place. "What say you? Shall we all go to Crockford's?" Egerton noticed not the little oversight. The word Crockford's perfectly electrified him. He had often passed by the great pandemonium in St. James's Street, and looked with wistful eyes at its portals, marvelling whether they would ever unfold to give admission to him, and now that there seemed a scintillation of a chance of that golden wish, which he had so often shadowed forth, being substantially gratified, he could scarcely believe that he was in truth Albert Egerton, the son of an outfitter, and having a very respectable widowed aunt engaged in the haberdashery line on Finsbury Pavement. But it appeared as if he had suddenly received a transfusion of that aristocracy in whose company he found himself. Already did he make up his mind to cut the good old aunt and the half-dozen of fair cousins, her daughters, for ever. Already did he vow never to be seen east of Temple Bar again. But then he thought how pleasant it would be to drop in at Finsbury Pavement on some Sunday, just at the hour of dinner, which he could make his lunch, and then astound his relatives with the mention of his aristocratic acquaintances. No, his friends, Lord Dunstable, Sir Rupert Harborough, the Honourable Colonel Cholmondeley, and the Honourable Arthur Chichester. And what glorious names, too! Nothing plebeian about them, nothing lower than an honourable. Had he known how cheaply Mr. Chichester held his titular decoration, Albert Egerton would have perhaps assumed one himself, but he did not entertain the least suspicion concerning the matter, and therefore envied the pawnbroker's son almost as much as either of the others. But to return. Lord Dunstable had said, "Shall we all go to Crockford's?" Deep was the suspense of Mr. Egerton until Sir Rupert Harborough replied, "With much pleasure. It would be the very thing to teach our young friend Egerton here a little of life." "But I am not a member," he murmured in a disconsolate tone. "We are all members, however," said Lord Dunstable, "and can pass you in with ease. Let me and Harborough take charge of you." This arrangement was rendered necessary by the fact that Mr. Chichester was not a member of Crockford's, and would therefore require to be introduced by Colonel Cholmondeley. Dunstable, Harborough, and Egerton accordingly walked on together, while the Colonel and Chichester followed at some little distance, as it was not thought worth while to allow the young flat to perceive that the Honourable Arthur Chichester must be smuggled in, as it were, as well as himself. In this manner the two parties repaired to the celebrated, or rather notorious, St. James's Club, and Egerton's wildest dream was realised. The acme of his ambition was reached. The portals of Crockford's were darkened by his plebeian shadow. Although excited by wine and by the novelty of his situation, he nevertheless maintained his self-possession so far as to avoid any display of vulgar wonderment at the brilliant scene upon which he now entered. Leaning on the arms of Lord Dunstable and Sir Rupert Harborough, he passed through the marble hall, and was conducted to the coffee-room on the right-hand side. There they waited for a few minutes until Cholmondeley and Chichester joined them, and Egerton had leisure to admire the superb pier-glasses, the magnificent chandeliers, the handsome sideboards, the costly plate, and the other features of that gorgeous apartment. When the Colonel and Chichester made their appearance, the party proceeded to the supper-room. There Egerton's eyes were completely dazzled by the brilliant-looking glasses, all set in splendid frames with curious designs, the crystal chandeliers, the elegant sconces, the superb mouldings, the massive plate, and the immense quantities of cut glasses and decanters. The curtains were of the richest damask silk, the walls were hung with choice pictures, and the whole magic scene was brilliantly lighted up with innumerable wax candles, the lustre of which was reflected in the immense mirrors. In a word, the voluptuousness and luxury of that apartment surpassed anything of the kind that young Egerton had ever before witnessed. Seated near one of the fireplaces, in conversation with an elderly gentleman, was an old man, somewhat inclined to stoutness, and very slovenly in his costume. His clothes were good, but they appeared to have been tossed upon him with a pitchfork. His coat hung in large loose wrinkles over his rounded shoulders. His trousers appeared to hitch up about the thighs, as if through some defect in their cut. 2 or 3 of his waistcoat buttons had escaped from their holes, or else had not been fastened in them at all. His cravat was limp, and his shirt frill was tumbled. His countenance was pale and sickly, and totally inexpressive of that natural astuteness and sharpness which had raised him from the most obscure position to be the companion of the noblest peers in the realm. His eyes were of that lacklustre species which usually predicate mental dullness and moral feebleness, but which was at variance with the general rule in this instance. In a word, his entire appearance bespoke an individual who was wasted by long vigils and the want of needful repose and rest. When Lord Dunstable's party entered the room, there were already 3 or 4 groups occupying supper tables, on which the French dishes, prepared in Uda's best style, steamed with delicious odour. "Will you take supper, Mr. Egerton?" inquired Lord Dunstable. "No, I thank you, my lord," was the reply. "I believe Sir Rupert Harborough informed you that we had already been feeding together." It was not true that Egerton had supped with the baronet and Chichester, as the reader knows, but Sir Rupert had already said so of his own accord, and Mr. Egerton was not the young man to contradict a statement which seemed to place him upon a certain degree of intimacy with the aforesaid baronet. "What! No supper, my lord?" cried the stout gentleman, rising from his seat near the fire, and accosting Dunstable. "Yes, your lordship and your lordship's friends will do that honour to Monsieur Uda's good things." "No, I thank you," said Dunstable coolly. "We shall not take any supper. We mean to step into the next room and amuse ourselves for an hour or so. Eh, Mr. Egerton?" And a significant glance, rapid as lightning, from Lord Dunstable's eyes, conveyed his meaning to the stout elderly gentleman with the sickly face. "Very good, my lord. I'll send some nice cool claret in, and the groom porters is there. Valk that way, my lord. Valk that way, gentlemen. Valk that way, sir." These last words were addressed to Egerton, and were accompanied by a very low bow. Dunstable took the young man's arm and led him into the next apartment, where there was a French hazard table. "Who is the good-natured old gentleman that spoke so very politely, my lord?" inquired Egerton, in a whisper, when they had passed from the supper-room. "That good-natured old gentleman!" cried Dunstable aloud, and bursting out into a fit of laughter so hearty that the tears ran down his cheeks. "Why, that's Crockford!" "Crockford!" repeated Egerton in astonishment; for although he had denominated the presiding genius of the place a good-natured old gentleman, he had not failed to observe the execrable English which he spoke, and was overwhelmed with surprise to learn that the friend of nobles was at such open hostilities with grammar. "Yes, that is no other than the great Crockford," continued Lord Dunstable in an undertone. "He once kept a small fishmonger's shop near Temple Bar, and he is now rich enough to buy up all the fishmongers' shops in London, Billingsgate to boot. But let us see what is going on here." There were only 3 or 4 persons lounging about in the hazard room, previously to the entrance of Dunstable, Egerton, Harborough, Cholmondeley, and Chichester, and no play was going on. The moment, however, those gentlemen made their appearance, the loungers to which we have just alluded, and who were decoy ducks connected with the establishment, repaired to the table and called for dice, while his croupiers took their seat, and the groom-porter instantly mounted upon his stool. "What does he get up there for?" asked Egerton in a whisper. "To announce the main, and chance," replied Lord Dunstable. "But don't you play hazard?" "No, that is, not often. "Not very often," said the foolish young man, afraid of being deemed unfashionable in the eyes of his new acquaintances if he admitted that he had never yet handled a dice-box in his life. "Oh no, not often, of course not," exclaimed Dunstable, who saw through the artifice. "Neither do I. But here comes Crocky with the bank." And as he spoke, Mr. Crockford made his appearance, holding in his hands an elegant rosewood case, which he placed upon the table, and behind which he immediately seated himself. The dice-box was now taken by Lord Dunstable, who set 10 sovereigns, called 5 as a main, and threw 7. "7 to 5," exclaimed the groom-porter. "3 to 2 are the odds," said Sir Rupert Harborough to Egerton. "I'll take them of you in 50s." "Done!" cried Egerton, and in another moment he had the pleasure of handing over his money to the baronet. After Lord Dunstable had thrown out, Mr. Chichester took the box, and Cholmondeley in his turn ensnared Egerton into a private bet, which the young man of course lost. But he parted from his bank notes with a very good grace; for although considerably sobered by the soda water which he had drunk at the Paradise, yet what with the wine and the idea of being at that moment beneath Crockford's roof, he was sufficiently intoxicated to be totally reckless of his financial affairs. Thus, after having lost a bet to each of his friends, he was easily persuaded to take the box and dispense a little more of his cash for the especial benefit of Mr. Crockford. "I'll set £100," cried Egerton, "and call 5 the main." He then threw 10. "10 to 5," cried the groom-porter. "Put down 3 50s," said Dunstable, "and you have 4 50s to 3. That's right. Now go on." Egerton threw 5, trois, deuce. "Out!" cried the groom-porter, and the young man's money was swept towards the bank in a moment. "Try back, Egerton," exclaimed Chichester. "Well, I don't mind," was the reply, for the waiter had just handed round goblets of the most delicious claret, and the lights began to dance somewhat confusedly before the young victim's eyes. "I'll set myself again in 200, and 5's the main." "5's the main," cried the groom-porter. "Deuce, ace, out!" And away went the bank notes to the rosewood case at the head of the table. Colonel Cholmondeley now took the box. "Will you set me a pony, Egerton?" he said. "I should not mind," was the reply, given with a stammer and a blush; "but, to tell the truth, I have no more money about me. If my cheque will do." Dunstable nodded significantly to Crockford. "Oh, my dear sir," said the old hell-keeper, rising from his seat and shuffling towards Egerton, whom he drew partially aside, "I means no offence, but if you wants moneys, I shall be wery happy to lend you 1,000 or 2, I'm sure." "Take 1,000, Egerton," whispered Lord Dunstable. "You'll have better luck perhaps with old Crocky's money. There's a spell about it." I hesitated the young man for a moment, as the thought of his previous losses flashed to his mind, even amidst the dazzling influence of Crockford's club and his aristocratic acquaintances. "Glass of claret, sir?" said the waiter, approaching him with a massive silver salver on which stood the crystal goblets of ruby wine. "Thank you," and Egerton quaffed the aromatic juice to drown the unpleasant ideas which had just intruded themselves upon him. Then, as he replaced the glass upon the salver, he said, "Well, give me 1,000, and I'll have another throw." Sir Rupert Harborough took the box, set himself in £10, and cried, "9's the main." He then threw. "6 to 9," exclaimed the groom-porter. "5 to 4 in favour of the caster," observed Colonel Cholmondeley. "I'll bet the odds," cried Egerton. "'Gainst the rules, sir," said the pompous groom-porter. "You're not a setter this time." "Pooh, pooh!" cried Crockford, affecting a jocular chuckle. "The gentleman has lost, Let the gentleman have a chance of recovering hisself. Take the hodds of the gentleman." "Then I bet 500 to 4 in favour of the caster," said Egerton, now growing interested in the play as he began to understand it better. Sir Rupert threw a few times, and at last turned up 6 and 3. "9, 6, 3, out!" cried the groom porter. Egerton now insisted upon taking the box again, and in a few minutes he had not a fraction left of the £1,000 which he had borrowed. He turned away from the table and sighed deeply. "Glass of claret, sir?" said the waiter, as composedly as if he were offering the wine through civility, and not for the systematic purpose of washing away a remorse. Egerton greedily swallowed the contents of a goblet, and when he looked again towards the table, he was astounded to find another bundle of bank notes thrust into his hand by the obliging Mr. Crockford, who said in his blandest tones, "I think you was waiting, sir, for more moneys." Take it, old chap," whispered Dunstable. "You can turn that second 1,000 into 10." "Or into nothing, like the first," murmured Egerton, with a sickly smile; but still he took the money. He then played rapidly, wildly, desperately, drinking wine after each new loss, and inwardly cursing his unlucky stars. The second £1,000 was soon gone, and Dunstable whispered to Crockford, "That's enough for to-night. We must make him a member in a day or two, and then you'll give me back the little IOU you hold of mine." "Certainly, certainly," answered the hell-keeper. "But mind you doesn't fail to bring him in again." "Never fear," returned Dunstable. Then turning towards his party, he said aloud, "Well, I think it's pretty nearly time to be off." "So do I, my lord," stammered Egerton, catching joyfully at the chance of an immediate escape from the place where fortunes were so speedily engulfed. For tipsy as he now was again, the idea of his losses was uppermost in his mind. "Well, my lord, well, gentlemen," said Crockford, bowing deferentially, "I wishes you all a wery good night, or rather morning. But perhaps your friend, my lord, would just give me his little IOU." "Oh, certainly he will," interrupted Dunstable. "Here, Egerton, my boy, give your IOU for the 2,000. I'd rather give my draft," returned the young man. But, as his hand trembled and his visual faculties were duplicated for the time, he was 10 minutes ere he could fill up a printed cheque in a proper manner. The business was however accomplished at last, and the party withdrew, amidst the bows of decoy ducks, croupiers, waiters, groom porters, door porters, and all the menials of the establishment. William Crockford was the founder of the club which so long bore his name, and which was only broken up a short time ago. He began life as a fishmonger, and when he closed his shop of an evening, was accustomed to repair to some of the West End hells, where he staked the earnings of the day. Naturally of a shrewd and far-seeing disposition, he was well qualified to make those calculations which taught him the precise chances of the hazard table, and a lucky bet upon the St. Leger suddenly helped him to a considerable sum of ready money, with which he was enabled to extend his ventures at the gaming-house. In due time he gave up the fish-shop, and joined some hellites in partnership at the West End. Fortune continued to favour him, and he was at length in a condition to open No. 50 St. James Street as a club. The moment the establishment was ready for the reception of members, announcements of the design were made in the proper quarters, and it was advertised that all persons belonging to other clubs were eligible to have their names enrolled without ballot as members of the St. James's. The scheme succeeded beyond even the most sanguine hopes of Crockford himself, and hundreds of peers, nobles, and gentlemen, who were fond of play, but who dared not frequent the common gaming-houses, gladly became supporters and patrons of the new club. In the course of a short time, No. 51 was added to the establishment, and No. 52 was subsequently annexed. The rules and regulations were made more stringent, because several notorious blacklegs had obtained admission. But, until the very last, any member was permitted to introduce a stranger for one evening only, with the understanding that such visitor should be balloted for in due course. The entrance fee was fixed at 20 guineas a year, and an annual payment of 10 guineas was required from every member. The 3 houses, thrown into one, were soon found to be too small for the accommodation of the members. They were accordingly pulled down, and the present magnificent building was erected on their site. It is impossible to say how much money was expended upon this princely structure, but we can assert upon undoubted authority that the internal decorations alone cost £94,000. The real nature of this most scandalous and abominable establishment soon transpired. Hundreds of young men, who entered upon life with fortune and every brilliant prospect to cheer them, were immolated upon the infernal altar of that aristocratic pandemonium. Many of them committed suicide. Others perpetrated forgeries to obtain the means of endeavouring to regain what they had lost, and ended their days upon the scaffold. And not a few became decoy ducks and bonnets in the service of the archdemon himself. Even noblemen of high rank did not hesitate to fill these ignominious offices, and for every flat whom they took to the house, they received a recompense proportionate to the spoil that was obtained. To keep up appearances with their fellow members, these ruined lackeys of the great Hellite actually paid their subscriptions with the funds which he furnished them for the purpose. So infamous became the reputation of Crockford's, that it was deemed necessary to devise means to place the establishment apparently upon the same footing with other clubs. A committee of noblemen and gentlemen (what precious noblemen and gentlemen, good reader!) was formed to administer the affairs of the institution, but this proceeding was a mere blind. The committee's jurisdiction extended only to the laws affecting the introduction of new members, the expulsion of unruly ones, and the choice of the wines laid in for the use of the club. The French Hazard Bank and all matters relating to the gambling rooms were under the sole control of Crockford, who reaped enormous advantages from that position. Thus was it that a vulgar and illiterate man, a professed gambler, a wretch who lived upon the ruin of the inexperienced and unwary, as well as on the vices of the hoary sinner, thus was he enabled to make noble lords and high-born gentlemen his vile tools, and thrust them forward as the ostensible managers of a damnable institution, the infamous profit of which went into his own purse. End of section 106.
Section 107 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2 by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 107. The Aunt. Albert Egerton now became the constant companion of the fashionable acquaintances whom he had accidentally picked up, or rather who had cunningly picked up him. He dined with them at Long's. He formed with them parties to eat fish at Greenwich and Blackwall, and became a member of Crockford's, and every day he lost considerable sums to them in one shape of gambling or another. They had ascertained that he was possessed, on coming of age a few weeks previously, of the handsome fortune of £60,000, and they determined to appropriate the best portion of it to their own uses. The Honourable Colonel Cholmondeley most obligingly acted as his mentor in the choice of magnificent furnished apartments in Stratton Street. Lord Dunstable was kind enough to purchase 2 thoroughbreds for him, the price being only 800 guineas, a little transaction by which his lordship quietly pocketed 300 as his own commission. Mr. Chichester thought it no trouble to select a rare assortment of wines at one of the most fashionable merchants of the West End, and actually carried his good nature so far as to see them carefully stowed away in the young duke's cellar, and Sir Rupert Harborough generously surrendered to him his cast-off mistress. The four friends also conceived so violent an attachment towards Mr. Egerton that they never lost sight of him. They managed matters so well that he had no time for compunctious reflections, for they invariably made him drunk ere they took him home to his bed, and when he awoke in the morning the obliging Mr. Chichester was sure to be already there to give him sherry and soda-water. Then Harborough would drop in to breakfast, and while Egerton was performing the duties of the toilette, Dunstable and Cholmondeley were sure to make their appearance. Perhaps Egerton would complain of headache. "Don't talk of headache, my dear fellow," Lord Dunstable exclaimed. "You were quite sober last night in comparison with me. My losses were terrific. 1,000 to Cholmondeley, 1,500 to Chichester, and double as much to Harborough." "It is very strange that I seldom win anything," observed Egerton on one of these occasions, "and yet we can't all lose. Some one must be the gainer." "Every one has his turn, my dear boy," cried Harborough. "But what shall we do to-day? Anything going on at Tattersall's, Colonel?" "Nothing particular," was the reply, lazily delivered. "Suppose we have some claret and cigars for an hour or two, and then play a rub of billiards till dinner-time. Of course we all dine together this evening." "Oh, of course," chimed in Lord Dunstable. "What do you think the Duke of Highgate said of us all yesterday, Egerton?" "I know not what he could have said of you," was the answer, "but I am sure he could have said nothing of me, for he cannot be aware that there is such a person in existence." "Nonsense, my dear fellow!" exclaimed Dunstable. "You are as well known now in the fashionable world as any one of us. Everybody is speaking of you, and it will be your own fault if you do not marry an heiress. We must introduce you at Almack's in due course. But I was speaking about my friend the Duke. His Grace met me yesterday as I was on my way to join you all at the Clarendon, and when I told him where I was going, he said with a laugh, 'Ah, I call you five the inseparables,' and away he went." Egerton was profoundly gratified with the absurd flattery thus constantly poured in his ear, and as he really possessed a handsome person, he saw no difficulty in carrying out the idea of marrying an heiress. And this same belief has proved fatal to thousands and thousands of young men placed in the same situation as Albert Egerton. They pursue a career of reckless extravagance and dissipation, buoying themselves up with the hope that when their present resources shall have passed away, it will be the easiest thing possible to rebuild their fortunes by means of marriage. A month slipped away, and Egerton found himself on intimate terms with many men about town. One of the most popular members at Crockford's, a great favourite in certain titled but not over-particular families, where there were portionless daughters to get off, and at whose house Lord Dunstable enjoyed the entrée, and the pride and delight, as he believed, of his four dear friends who had done so much for him. And sure enough they had done a great deal in his behalf, for he had already sold out £20,000, or 1/3 of his entire fortune. But he was purposely kept in such an incessant whirl of excitement, pleasure, dissipation, and bustle, that he had no time for reflection. One morning, it was about 11 o'clock, the young man awoke with aching head and feverish pulse, after the usual night's debauch, and it happened that none of his dear friends had yet arrived. Egerton rang the bell for some white wine and soda-water to assuage the burning thirst which oppressed him, and when his livery-boy, or tiger, appeared with the refreshing beverage, the young rake learnt that a lady was waiting to see him in the drawing-room. "A lady!" exclaimed Egerton. "Who the deuce can she be?" "She is a stout, elderly lady, sir," said the tiger. "And did she give no name?" inquired Egerton, beginning to suspect who his visitor was. "No, sir," was the answer. "I assured her that you were not up yet, and that you never received any one at so early an hour, but she declared that you would see her, and I was obliged to show her into the drawing-room." "Ah, it must be my aunt, then," muttered Egerton to himself. "Bring me up some hot water this minute, you young rascal." Fashionable upstarts always vent their annoyance upon their servants. "And then go and tell the lady that I will be with her in 5 minutes." The tiger disappeared, returned with the hot water, and then departed once more to execute the latter portion of his master's orders. Egerton felt truly wretched and ashamed of himself when he surveyed his pale cheeks and haggard eyes in the glass, and thought of the course which he had lately been pursuing. But then he remembered the flattery of his fashionable friends, and soothed his remorseful feelings by the idea that he was on intimate terms with all the best men about town, was a member of Crockford's, and had the entrée of several families of distinction. Moreover, when he was shaved and washed, oiled and perfumed, and attired in a clean shirt, black trousers, red morocco slippers, and an elegant dressing-gown, his appearance was so much more satisfactory to himself that he felt quite equal to the task of encountering his relative. He accordingly proceeded, with a smile upon his lips and an easy unconstrained manner, to the drawing-room, where a respectable, motherly-looking, stout old lady was anxiously awaiting him. "My dear Albert," she exclaimed, as he entered the apartment, "what have you been doing with yourself this last month, that you never came near us? No, not even on Sundays, as you used to do." And while she spoke, the good-natured woman made a motion as if she were anxious to embrace her nephew. But he, well aware that it is improper to give way to one's feelings in the fashionable world, retreated a step or two, and graciously allowed his aunt to shake the tip of his forefinger. "Law, Albert, how strange you are!" exclaimed the baffled relative. "But do tell me," she continued, quietly resuming her seat, "what you have been doing with yourself. Why did you leave your nice little lodging in Budge Row? Why did you never come near us? Why have you moved up into this part of the town? And why didn't you even write to tell us where you was living? If it hadn't been for Storks, your stockbroker, I shouldn't have known how to find you out, but he gave me your address." "Storks!" muttered Egerton, turning very pale. "Did he tell you anything?" "Oh, yes," continued the aunt, speaking with great volubility. "He told me that you had sold out a power of money, but when he saw that I was annoyed, he assured me that it could only be for some good purpose. And it is so, Albert dear, isn't it?" "Certainly, to be sure, aunt. Oh, certainly," stammered the young man, as he glanced uneasily towards the door. "Well, now, I am glad of that, Albert," said the old lady, apparently relieved of a serious misgiving. "I said to your eldest cousin, Susanna Rachel, says I, Albert is a good young man, quiet, steady, and firm in his resolve to follow in the footsteps of his dear lamented father." Here the aunt wiped her eyes. "And, says I, if he has sold out 15 or 20,000 pounds, depend upon it he has bought a nice snug little estate, and he means to surprise us all by asking us to dine with him some Sunday at his country house. Am I right, Albert dear?" "Oh, quite right, aunt," exclaimed the young man, overjoyed to find that his dissipated courses were unknown to his relatives. "And that was the reason why I did not go near you, nor yet write to you. But have a little patience, and in a few weeks I promise you and my cousins a pleasant day." "Well, well, I don't want to penetrate into your little secrets, you know," interrupted the aunt. "But how late you get up! Why, it is nearly 12, I declare, and I rose this morning before daylight." "I was detained last evening." "Ah, by your man of business, no doubt," cried the voluble old lady. Many papers to read over and sign, contracts to make, leases to consider, deeds to study. Oh, I understand it all, and I am delighted, Albert, to find you so prudent." "It is quite unnecessary, my dear aunt," said Egerton, in a hurried and nervous tone, for a thundering double knock at that moment reverberated through the house. "But I am afraid—that is, I think—some one is coming who—" "Oh, never mind me, dear Al," observed the old lady. "I shall just rest myself for half an hour or so before I take the omnibus back to the pavement." "Certainly, my dear aunt, but—" The door opened, and Lord Dunstable entered the room. "Ah, my dear Egerton!" he exclaimed, rushing forward, with outstretched hand, to greet his young friend. But perceiving the lady, who had risen from the sofa, he stopped short, and bowed to her with distant politeness, for it struck him at the moment that she might be a washerwoman, or the mother of Egerton's servant, or a shirt-maker, or some such kind of person. "How d'ye do, sir?" said the aunt, in acknowledgment of the bow; and resuming her seat, she observed, "I find it very warm for the time of year, but then I was scrooged up in an omnibus for near an hour, all packed as close as herrings in a barrel, and that's not pleasant, is it, sir?" "By no means, madam," answered Dunstable, in a cold tone, while Egerton bit his lips, at a loss what to do. "Well, it is not pleasant," continued the garrulous lady; "and now, when I think of it, I have a call to make in Aldgate to-day, and so, when I leave here, I shall take a Whitechapel bus. Nasty place, that Aldgate, sir." "Really, madam, I never heard of it until now," said Lord Dunstable, with marvellous stiffness of manner. "Never heard of Aldgate, sir?" literally shouted the lady. "Why, you must be very green in London, then." "I know no place east of Temple Bar, madam," was the cold reply. "I am aware that there are human habitations on the other side, and I could perhaps find my way to the Bank, but nothing more, madam, I can assure you." And he turned towards Egerton, who was pretending to look out of the window. "Well, I never!" exclaimed the lady, now eyeing the nobleman with sovereign contempt. "My dear aunt," said Egerton, desperately resolved to put an end, if possible, to this awkward scene, "allow me to introduce my friend, Lord Dunstable. Lord Dunstable, Mrs. Bustard." "Oh, delighted at the honour!" cried the nobleman, instantly conquering his surprise at the announcement of the relationship existing between his young friend and the vulgar lady who complained of having been scrooged up in an omnibus. "Proud, madam, to form your acquaintance." And his features instantly beamed with smiles, a relaxation from his former chilling manner, which appeared like a sudden transition from the North Pole to the tropics. On her side, the aunt had stared up from the sofa, quite electrified by the mention of the magic words, Lord Dunstable; and there she stood, cruelly embarrassed, and bobbing up and down in a rapid series of curtseys at every word which the nobleman addressed to her; for this was the first time in her life that she had ever exchanged a syllable with a lord, unless it were with a Lord Mayor on one or two occasions. But that was only cakes and gingerbread in comparison with the excitement of forming the acquaintance of a real lord, whose title was not the temporary splendour of a single year. "I really must apologise, my dear madam," said the nobleman, now speaking in the most amiable manner possible, "for having affected ere now not to know anything of the city. I cannot fancy how I could have been so foolish. As for the Mansion House, it is the finest building in the world, and Lombard Street is a very focus of attraction. With Aldgate I am well acquainted, and a pleasant spot it is too. The butchers' shops in the neighbourhood must be quite healthy for consumptive people. Then you have Whitechapel, madam, fine, wide, and open. The Commercial Road, delightful proof of the industry of this great city. And best of all, there is the Albion in Aldersgate Street, where, by the by, Egerton," he added, turning towards his friend, "we will all dine to-day, if you like." "Oh, yes, certainly," said Egerton, smiling faintly. But Dunstable was too good a judge to show that he even perceived the honest vulgarity of his friend's aunt. He accordingly seated himself near her upon the sofa, and rattled away in the most amiable manner possible upon the delights of the city. He then listened with great apparent interest to the long story which the old lady told him, how she kept a haberdashery warehouse on the pavement, and did a very tidy business, how she had 5 daughters, all well educated gals, as could be, and which was Albert's own first cousins, how her late husband had once been nearly an alderman and quite a sheriff, and she and her deceased partner dined with the Lord Mayor 7 years ago come next November, how she had been lately plundered of £300 worth of goods by a French marchioness, who turned out to be an English swindler, and how she strongly suspected that young Tedworth Jones, the only son of the great tripeman in Bishopsgate Street without, was making up to her 3rd daughter, Clarissa Jemima. To all this, we say, Lord Dunstable listened with the deepest interest, and at the conclusion he expressed a hope that if the anticipated match did come off between Mr. Tedworth Jones and Miss Clarissa Jemima Bustard, he should have the honour of receiving an invitation on the happy occasion. Even Egerton himself was rendered more comfortable by the distinguished politeness with which his aunt was treated, but he was not the less delighted when she rose and took her departure. As soon as the door was shut behind her, Dunstable hastened to observe, "There goes an estimable woman, I can vouch for it. What would England's commerce be without such industrious, plodding, intelligent persons as your aunt? Egerton, my boy, you ought to be proud of her, as I am of her acquaintance. But there is Chichester's knock, I'll swear." In a few moments the gentleman alluded to made his appearance, and the scene with the aunt was soon forgotten. The day was passed in the usual profitless manner, and the greater portion of the night following was spent in gaming and debauchery. End of section 107.
Section 108 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 108. The Fight, the Ruined Gamester. The day on which the fight was to take place between the Birmingham Bruiser and the Haggerstone Pet now drew near. Great was the excitement of the sporting world on the occasion, and all those who were not in the secret of the cross felt confident that the Bruiser must win. Indeed, the odds had risen in his favour from 5-4 to 11-5. There were numerous bettors, and the takers were willing. The following paragraph appeared in Bell's Life on the Sunday preceding the contest. The approaching fight. The mill between the Birmingham Bruiser and the Haggerstone Pet is to come off on Thursday next at Wigington Bottom, near Snodsnook Park in Essex. We are assured by persons who have seen the Bruiser in training at Bexley Heath and the Pet at Cheshunt that the men are in first-rate condition and full of confidence. The Bruiser has vowed that if he is beaten in this fight, he will retire altogether from the ring, but his friends do not for a moment apprehend that the result will be such as to occasion such a step. The admirers of this truly British sport have begun to flock to the neighbourhood of the scene of action, and every bed at Wigington is already let. In fact, we know of 2 guineas having been offered and refused for a mere shakedown in the tap of the Green Lion at that beautiful little village. The odds in favour of the Bruiser have risen within these few days to 11-5. The Bruiser's backers are not known. They are most likely some swell nobs who prefer keeping out of sight. Some thousands of pounds will change hands next Thursday. On the appointed day, Lord Dunstable drove his friends Egerton, Chichester, Harborough, and Cholmondeley down to Wigginton in his four in hand, an equipage that he had only very recently set up, and which had been purchased, and was still maintained, by the coin extracted from the pocket of the credulous son of the deceased outfitter. The scene of the contest was thronged with as miscellaneous a collection of persons as could possibly be gathered together. There were specimens of all classes, from the peer down to the beggar. The fashionable exquisite was jostled by the greasy butcher. The sporting tradesman was crushed between two sweeps. The flat was knocked down by one blackleg and picked up by another. The country squire was elbowed by the horse chaunter. The newspaper reporter was practically overwhelmed by the influence of the press, and in short there was such a squeezing that many who had paid a guinea to be conveyed thither would have gladly given 10 to be removed away again. Presently a tremendous shout of applause welcomed the arrival of Lord Snodsnook's carriage, from which leapt the Haggerstone Pet, who was immediately surrounded by his friends, and shortly afterwards a slap-up turnout, tooled by a sporting publican of the West End to whom it belonged, brought the Birmingham bruiser upon the scene of action, amidst renewed vociferations and another rush of supporters. The preliminaries being all settled, the combatants stripped, entered the ring, attended by their seconds, and then shook hands. The newspapers subsequently declared that no two pugilists ever peeled better, nor seemed more confident. It is not our purpose, however, to dwell upon the disgusting exhibition. Those brutal displays are loathsome to us, and, to our mind, are a disgrace to the English character. Suffice it to say that the Birmingham bruiser was quite able to beat the Haggerstone Pet, if he had so chosen, but he had made his appearance there on purpose to lose. For upwards of 20 rounds, however, he secured to himself the advantage, and the general impression amongst the uninitiated was that he must win. Those who were in the secret accordingly bet heavily upon the Haggerstone Pet, and we need hardly say that, as Egerton backed the bruiser, he found several of his dear friends perfectly willing to accept the odds at his hands. By the 25th round, the bruiser began to grow groggy, and to hit at random. Of course, this was mere pretence on his part, but it gave the Pet renewed courage, and in proportion as the latter acquired confidence, the former seemed to lose ground rapidly. Many of the backers of the bruiser now exhibited elongating countenances, and when that champion was thrown heavily at the 31st round, his former supporters manifested a desperate inclination to hedge. Egerton, however, remained confident in favour of the bruiser, but then he knew nothing about prize-fighting. It was the first combat of the kind he had ever seen in his life, and even if he had been inclined to hedge his bets, he would have found no persons willing at this stage of the proceeding to afford him the chance. The bruiser played his game so well that even the most experienced in the pugilistic science were unable to detect the fraud that was being practised upon them, and thousands were deceived into a belief that he was really doing his best to win. At the 40th round he fell, apparently through sheer weakness, and it was highly ludicrous to behold the discomfited looks of those who had bet most heavily upon him. He stood up for 3 rounds more, but time was called in vain for the 44th, and the Haggerstone Pet was declared to be the conqueror. The bruiser seemed to be in a horrible plight. For some time he remained motionless upon the ground, obstinately resisting all the efforts that were made to recover him, until one of his friends thrust a huge pinch of snuff up his nose, and then he was compelled to sneeze. He was now borne to the Green Lion at Wigginton and put to bed. A surgeon in Sir Rupert Harborough's pay volunteered his services to attend upon him, and although the bruiser had nothing more serious the matter with him than a few bruises and a couple of black eyes, the medical gentleman assured the multitudes who flocked to the inn that "the poor fellow could not possibly be worse." A great deal of medicine was also purchased at the village apothecary's shop, but it was all quietly thrown away by the surgeon, and the bruiser was regaled, in the privacy of his chamber, with a good cut off a sirloin of beef and a bottle of port wine. Lord Dunstable, Mr. Chichester, Colonel Cholmondeley, and Sir Rupert Harborough divided equally amongst themselves the money won by this cross. They sacked £1,000 each, Egerton alone having lost 1,500 upon the fight. The five friends returned to town in his lordship's four-in-hand, and dined that evening at Limmer's, where Egerton speedily drowned the recollection of his heavy losses in bumpers of champagne and claret. The party afterwards repaired to Crockford's, but just as they were ascending the steps, they beheld one of the waiters in altercation with a person of emaciated form, haggard countenance, and shabby attire, but who had evidently seen better, far better days. For his language was correct, and even beneath his rags there was an air of gentility which no tatters could conceal, no penury altogether subdue. "Come, Major, none of this nonsense. It won't do here," said the waiter in an insolent tone. "Be off with you. There's gentlemen coming in." "I care not who hears me," cried the person thus addressed. "Mr. Crockford is within. I know he is, and I must see him." "No, he's not here, and he never comes now," returned the waiter. "If you don't make yourself scarce, I'll call a policeman. Pray walk in, my lord, walk in, gentlemen." These last words were addressed to Lord Dunstable and his party, but instead of entering the club, they remained on the steps to hear the issue of the dispute. "Call a policeman! Oh, do!" ejaculated the Major. "I wish you would, for I should at least have a roof over my head tonight, whereas I now stand the chance of wandering about the streets. But you dare not give me in charge. No, you dare not. You know that I should expose all the infamy of this den before the magistrate tomorrow morning. However, in one word, will you deliver my message to Mr. Crockford?" "I tell you that he is not here," repeated the waiter insolently. "Did you give him my note?" asked the Major in an imploring tone. "Yes, and he said there was no answer," replied the menial, placing his thumbs in the armholes of his waistcoat. "My God! No answer for me?" cried the miserable man in a voice of bitter despair. "No answer for me? And I lost so much in his house. Surely he could spare a guinea from the thousands which he has received of me. I only asked him for a guinea, and he does not condescend to answer me." "Well, I tell you what it is," said the waiter, perceiving that not only Lord Dunstable's party lingered upon the steps, but that there was also another listener, a gentleman in a military cloak, standing at a short distance. "If you will go away now, I'll give you half-a-crown out of my own pocket, and I will undertake that Mr. Crockford shall send you up a sovereign to-morrow." "God knows with what reluctance I accept that miserable trifle from you!" exclaimed the unhappy man, tears rolling down his cheeks as he extended his hand for the pittance offered. At the same instant, Egerton, who was much moved by all he had just overheard, drew forth his purse with the intention of presenting 5 sovereigns to the poor Major, but the waiter, perceiving his intention, hastened to drop the half-crown into the miserable wretch's palm, with a view to get rid of him at once, for the domestic wisely argued to himself that every guinea which Egerton might give away would be so much lost to his master's bank upstairs. The half-crown piece had just touched the Major's hand, when the individual in the cloak sprang forward, seized it, threw it indignantly in the servant's face, and, dragging the Major away from the door, exclaimed, "No! Never shall it be said that a soldier and an officer received alms from an insolent lackey. Mine be the duty of relieving your wants." And leading the Major a few paces up the street, the stranger bade him enter a carriage that was waiting, and into which he immediately followed him. The servant closed the door, received some whispered instructions from his master, and got up behind the vehicle, which immediately rolled away at a rapid pace. But to return to Lord Dunstable and his party. The moment that the individual in the cloak sprang forward in the manner described, and the light of the hall lamps streamed full upon his countenance, both Harborough and Chichester uttered ejaculations of surprise, and hastened precipitately into the club, followed by Dunstable, Egerton, and Cholmondeley. "What's the matter?" demanded Dunstable, when the baronet and Chichester were overtaken on the stairs. "And who's that person?" "The Prince of Montoni," replied Harborough, whose countenance was very pale. "Yes," said Chichester hastily, "we know him well, and as he is very particular in his notions, we did not wish him to see us coming here. But enough of that, let us adjourn to the hazard room." The conversation between the Major and the waiter, displaying as it did a fearful instance of the results of gaming, had made a deep impression upon Albert Egerton, and for some time he was thoughtful and serious. But Dunstable attacked him so adroitly with the artillery of flattery, the waiter offered him claret so frequently, the excitement of the play appeared so agreeable, and the fear of losing ground in the good opinion of his aristocratic acquaintances was so strong in his mind, that he seized the dice-box, staked his money, lost as usual, and was conducted home in a state of intoxication at about 3:30 in the morning. In the meantime, the unfortunate Major Anderson, for such was his name, had received substantial proofs of that goodness of heart which prompted the Prince of Montoni to espouse his cause against the brutal insolence of Crockford's waiter. Immediately after the carriage rolled away from the corner of St. James's Street, Richard drew forth his pocket-book and placed a bank-note, accompanied by his card, in the Major's hand. "By means of this temporary relief, sir," he said, "you can place yourself in a somewhat more comfortable position than that in which I deeply regret to find you, and when you feel inclined to see me again, be good enough to write me a note to that effect, so that I may call upon you. For, if it would not be impertinently prying into your affairs, I should wish to learn the sad narrative of those reverses which have so reduced a gentleman of your rank and station." "Oh, sir, whoever you are," exclaimed the Major, for it was too dark to permit him to read his benefactor's card, "how can I ever sufficiently thank you for this noble, this generous conduct? But think not that your bounty will have been bestowed in vain. Think not that I would risk 1/6 of this sum, whatever be its amount, at the gaming table. Oh, my God! Who would ever play again, that had been in such misery as I? No, sir, no. I would rather throw myself headlong from one of the bridges into the silent waters of the Thames than enter the gambler's den." "Then let me tell you frankly," said Markham, much moved by the touching sincerity of the ruined officer's tone and manner, "let me tell you frankly that my object in wishing to see you again was to satisfy myself that you had in reality abjured the detestable vice which has beggared you, and that you are deserving of all I am prepared to do for your benefit." "Tomorrow afternoon, sir," answered the Major, "I will take the liberty of writing to you, for by that time I shall once more be the possessor of some humble lodging. And now, with your permission, I will alight here." Richard pulled the check-string, and the carriage stopped in Oxford Street. The Major alighted, pressed our hero's hand fervently, and hurried away. When the carriage had disappeared, and the poor man's feelings were somewhat composed, he stopped beneath a lamp to learn the name of his benefactor. "The Prince of Montoni!" he exclaimed joyfully. "Oh, then I am saved! I am saved! He will never let me want again. All London rings with the fame of his goodness. His whole time seems to be passed in benefiting his fellow creatures. Wherever poverty is known to exist, thither does he send in secret his unostentatious charity. But such good deeds cannot remain concealed, and I for one will proclaim to all who have spurned me in my bitter need that a stranger has saved me, and that stranger a great prince, whose shoes they are not worthy to touch." Such were the words which the grateful man uttered aloud in the open street. But when he glanced at the bank-note, and found himself suddenly possessed of £50, he burst into a flood of tears of the most heartfelt joy. And Richard returned home with the satisfaction of having done another charitable action. We say another, because charitable deeds with him were far more common than even promises on the part of many richer men. But Markham delighted in doing good. Often of an evening would he repair into London, and, leaving his carriage at the corner of some street, wander about the immediate neighbourhood to succour the poor houseless wretches whom he might meet, and to discover new cases in which his bounty might be usefully bestowed. Without hesitation, without disgust, did he penetrate into the wretched abodes of want, go down even into the cellars, or climb up into the attics, where poverty was to be relieved and joy to be shed into the despairing heart. And when he returned home, after such expeditions as these, to his beloved wife and darling child, for he was now a father, the happy father of a lovely boy, whom he had named Alberto, he found his reward in the approving smiles of the princess, even if he had not previously reaped an adequate recompense in the mere fact of doing so much good. Indeed, there was not a happier house in the world than Markham Place, for not only was the felicity of Richard complete, save in respect to his anxiety concerning his long-lost brother Eugene, but that of his sister was also insured. United to Mario Bazzano, Catherine and her husband resided at the mansion, beneath the same roof where Mr. Monroe and Ellen also continued to enjoy a home. But let us continue the thread of our narrative. True to his promise, Major Anderson wrote on the following day to acquaint our hero with his place of abode, and to renew the expression of his most fervent gratitude for the generous conduct he had experienced at the hands of the Prince of Montoni. In the evening, Richard proceeded to the humble but comfortable lodging which the Major now occupied in the neighbourhood of the Tottenham Court Road, and from the lips of the individual whom his bounty had restored to comparative happiness did our hero learn the following terrible narrative of a gambler's life. End of section 108. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 109, Part 1 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds, Section 109, Part 1, The History of a Gamester. I was born in 1790, and am consequently in my 53rd year. My father was a merchant, who married late in life, upon his retirement from business, and I was an only child. Your Highness may therefore well imagine that I was spoilt by my affectionate parents, whose mistaken tenderness would never permit me to be thwarted in any inclination which it was possible for them to gratify. Instead of being sent to school at a proper age, I was kept at home, and a master attended daily to give me instruction in the rudiments of education. But as I preferred play to learning, and found that if I pleaded headache, my mother invariably suggested the propriety of giving me a holiday, I practiced that subterfuge so constantly that my master's place was a sinecure, and I could scarcely read 2 words correctly when I was 10 years old. At that period my mother died, and my father, yielding to the representations of his friends, agreed to send me to a boarding school. The resolution was speedily carried into effect, and during the next 6 years of my existence I made up for the previously neglected state of my education. At the school alluded to, and which was in a town about 15 miles from London, there were youths of all ages between 8 and 18, and the younger ones thought that nothing could be more manly than to imitate the elder in all shapes and ways. Thus I was scarcely 12 when I began to play pitch and toss, odd man, shuffle halfpenny, and other games of the kind, and as my father gave me a more liberal weekly allowance of pocket money than any other lad of my own age possessed, I was enabled to compete with the elder youths in the spirit of petty gambling. The passion grew upon me, and that which I had at first commenced through a merely imitative motive gradually became a pleasure and delight. I had just completed my 16th year, and was one afternoon passing the half-holiday at pitch and toss with several other boys in a remote corner of the spacious playground, when an usher came to inform me that my father had just arrived, and was waiting in the parlour. Thither I accordingly repaired, and in a few minutes after I had been closeted with my parent, I learnt that he had just purchased an ensign's commission for me in the th Regiment of Light Infantry, and that I was to return home with him that very day to prepare my outfit previously to joining the corps. Thus was I suddenly transformed from a raw schoolboy into an officer in His Majesty's service. 2 months afterwards I joined my regiment, which was quartered at Portsmouth. My father had intimated his intention of allowing me 300 a year in addition to my pay. I was therefore enabled to keep a couple of horses, and to cut a better figure in all respects than any other subaltern in the regiment. The lieutenant colonel, who was in command of the regiment, and whose name was Beaumont, was a young man of scarcely 28, but his father was the member for a county, a staunch supporter of the Tories, and therefore possessed of influence sufficient to push his son on with astonishing rapidity. It was a ridiculous, nay, a cruel thing, to see lieutenants of 5 or 36, captains of 48, and the major of nearly 60, under the command of this colonel, who was a mere boy in comparison with them. But so it was, and so it is still with many, many regiments in the service, and the fact is most disgraceful to our military system. Colonel Beaumont was mightily annoyed when he heard that a merchant's son had obtained a commission in his regiment, for, aristocratic as military officers are even nowadays in their opinions, they were far more illiberal and proud at the time when I entered the army. It was then the year 1807, during the war, and when the deaths of Pitt and Fox, which both occurred in the previous year, had left the country in a very distracted condition. When, however, the colonel learnt that my father was a rich man, that I had a handsome allowance and was possessed of a couple of fine horses, his humour underwent an immediate change, and he received me with marked politeness. I had not been many weeks in the regiment when I discovered that several of the officers were accustomed to meet in each other's rooms for the purpose of private play, and I speedily became one of the party. The colonel himself joined these assemblies, which took place under the guise of wine parties, and though the play was not high, the losses were frequently large enough to cause serious embarrassment to those officers whose means were not extensive. Thus, they were very often compelled to absent themselves from the wine parties for several weeks, until they received fresh supplies from their agents or friends, whereas those who had capital sufficient to continue playing were sometimes enabled to retrieve in the long run what they had previously lost. This was the case with the colonel, myself, and 2 or 3 others, and we soon obtained the credit of being the only winners. Such a reputation was by no means an enviable one, for though not a suspicion existed against the fairness of our play, we were looked upon with aversion by those officers who never joined the parties, and with something like hatred by those who lost to us. We stood in the light of individuals who made use of the advantages of superior income to prey upon those of far more slender means, and although there was no open hostility towards us, yet we certainly made many private enemies. For the very atmosphere in which gamblers live is tainted by the foulness of their detestable vice. One evening, when I had been about a year in the regiment, it was my turn to give the wine party in my room. But at the usual hour of meeting, no one made his appearance save the colonel. "Well," he said, laughing, "I suppose we cleaned the others out so effectually last night that they have not a feather left to fly with. But that need not prevent us from having a game together." I readily assented, for cards and dice already possessed extraordinary fascinations in my eyes, and we sat down to écarté. At first we played for small stakes, and drank our wine very leisurely. But as I won nearly every game, the colonel became excited and made more frequent applications to the bottle. Still he lost, and the more he lost, the more wine he took, until, getting into a passion, he threw down the cards, exclaiming, "Curse my ill luck to-night! I have already paid over to you 117 guineas at this miserable peddling work, and I will have no more of it. Damn it, Anderson, if you've any pluck, you'll let me set you 50 guineas at hazard." "Done!" cried I, and the cards being thrown aside, we took to the dice. My luck still continued. I won £300, all the ready money the colonel had about him, and he then played on credit, scoring his losses on a sheet of paper. His excitement increased to a fearful pitch, and he drank furiously. Still we played on, and the grey dawn of morning found us at our shameful work. At length Beaumont started up, dashed the dice-box upon the floor, crushed it beneath his heel, and uttered a terrible imprecation upon his ill luck. He drank soda-water to cool himself, and we then examined the account that had been kept. The colonel owed me £4,400, in addition to the ready money he had already lost. Pale as death, and with quivering lip, he gave me his note of hand for the amount, and having enjoined me in a low, hoarse voice not to mention the affair to a single soul, rushed out of the room. I retired to bed, as happy as if I had performed some great and honourable achievement. The colonel did not make his appearance all day, nor for several days afterwards, and the answer to all inquiries was that he was indisposed. On the evening of the 6th day after the night of his losses, I received a message requesting me to visit him at his rooms. Thither I immediately repaired, taking his note of hand with me under the pleasing supposition that I was about to be paid the amount. When I entered his sitting apartment, I was shocked to find him ghastly pale, the cadaverous expression of his countenance being enhanced by the 6 days' beard which no razor had touched. He was sitting near the fire, for it was still early in spring, wrapped in a dressing-gown. Pointing to a chair, he said in a mournful voice, "Anderson, you must think it strange that I have not yet settled the little memorandum which you hold. But the fact is I am totally dependent upon my father, and I wrote to him confessing my loss and soliciting the means to defray it. There is his answer." And he tossed me a letter which, by the date, he had received that morning. I perused it, and found that his father gave a stern refusal to the colonel's request. Mr. Beaumont stated that he had already paid his son's debts so often, and had so many drains made upon him by his other children, that he was resolved not to encourage the colonel's extravagances any farther. The letter was so positively worded that an appeal against its decision was evidently hopeless. "You see in what a position I am placed," continued the colonel, when I had returned the letter to him, "and the only alternative remaining for me is to sell my commission. This I will do as speedily as possible, and until that object can be accomplished, I must request your forbearance." Not for one moment did I hesitate how to act. "No," I exclaimed, "never shall it be said that I was the cause of your ruin." And I threw the note of hand into the fire. He watched the paper until it was completely burnt, with the surprise of a man who could scarcely believe his own eyes. And at length, starting up, he embraced me as fervently as if I had just saved his life. He called me his savior, his benefactor, and swore eternal friendship. We parted, and next day he appeared on parade, a little pale, but in better spirits than ever. I could not, however, avoid noticing that he encountered me with some degree of coolness and reserve, and that his manner at the mess-table in the evening was distant and constrained towards me only. But the circumstance made little impression on me at the time. A few days after this event, the colonel obtained 3 months' leave of absence, and during that period the major remained in command. He was a severe but honorable and upright man, and he intimated his desire that the wine parties should be discontinued. Myself and the other officers who were accustomed to play took the hint, and no longer assembled for gaming purposes in our rooms, but we had supper parties at one of the principal taverns in the town, and the cards and dice were in as much request amongst us as ever. At the expiration of the 3 months, the colonel returned, and he took the first opportunity of signifying his approval of the major's conduct in suppressing the wine parties. This was, however, mere hypocrisy on his part, and because he did not dare encourage what an officer so near his own rank had disapproved of. His manner towards myself was more cold and distant than it was previously to his departure, yet not so pointed in its frigidity as to authorize me to request an explanation. Besides, he was my commanding officer, and could treat me as he chose, short of proffering a direct insult. Time passed very rapidly away, and my father purchased me a lieutenancy in the same regiment, a vacancy occurring. I would gladly have exchanged into another corps, the coldness of the colonel towards me being a source of much mortification and annoyance, the more especially as it was so little deserved on my part. I, however, rejoiced at my promotion, and submitted so resignedly to Beaumont's behaviour that he never had an opportunity of addressing me in the language of reprimand. I was now 19, and had been in the army 3 years. During that period I had gambled incessantly, but with such success that I more than doubled my income by means of cards and dice. I was completely infatuated with play, and looked upon it alike as a source of profit and recreation. About this time I formed the acquaintance of a young lady whose name was Julia Vandeleur. She resided with her mother, who was a widow, in a neat little dwelling about 2 miles from Portsmouth, on the verge of Southsea Common. Her deceased husband had belonged to a family of French extraction, and after passing the greater portion of his life in a government office, had died suddenly, leaving his widow, however, in comfortable, though by no means affluent circumstances. Julia, at the time when I was first introduced to her at a small party given by the principal banker of Portsmouth, was a charming girl of 16. Not absolutely beautiful, she was endowed with an amiability and cheerfulness of disposition which, combined with the most perfect artlessness, and with a rare purity of soul, rendered her a being whom it was impossible to see without admiring. Well educated, accomplished, and intelligent, she was the pride of an excellent mother, whose own good conduct through life was recompensed by the irreproachable behavior and tender affection of her interesting daughter. Need I say that I was almost immediately struck by the appearance and manners of the charming Julia Vandeleur? I paid her a great deal of attention that evening, and called next day at her abode. To be brief, I soon became a constant visitor, and Mrs. Vandeleur did not discountenance my presence, nor did her daughter manifest any repugnance towards me. The influence of that dear creature was then most salutary. Would that it had always continued so! For 1 year I never touched a card nor die, all my leisure time being passed at the cottage. To add to my happiness, my father came down to Portsmouth to see me. He took apartments for a few weeks at the George Hotel, and I introduced him to Mrs. and Miss Vandeleur. Although Julia was no heiress, my father was too much attached to me to throw any obstacle in the way of my suit, and I was accepted as Miss Vandeleur's intended husband. Oh, what joyous days were those! Days of the most pure and unadulterated happiness! It was settled that my father should purchase me a captaincy, and that the marriage should then take place. He accordingly returned to town to make the necessary exertions and arrangements for my promotion, and it was during his absence that my contemplated union reached the ears of Colonel Beaumont. I had kept my attachment and my engagement an entire secret from my brother officers, because I did not wish to introduce a set of profligate and dissipated men to the innocent girl who loved me, nor to her parent whom I respected. But that secret did transpire somehow or another, and Beaumont then found an opportunity of venting his spite upon me. He called upon Mrs. Vandeleur, sought a private interview with her, and declared that his conscience would not permit him to allow her to bestow her daughter without due warning upon a confirmed gamester. He then took his leave, having produced a most painful impression upon the mind of Mrs. Vandeleur. She did not, however, immediately speak to her daughter upon the subject, but when I called as usual in the evening, she took an opportunity to confer with me alone. She then calmly and sorrowfully stated the particulars of the colonel's visit. I was confounded, and my manner confirmed the truth of his accusation. Mrs. Vandeleur implored me to urge my suit with her daughter no farther, to break off the engagement where it stood, and urged me, as a gentleman, to release Julia from her promise. I threw myself at her feet, confessed that I had been addicted to play, but swore in the most solemn manner that for a year past I had renounced the abominable vice, into which my affection for her daughter would never permit me to relapse. she was moved by my sincerity, and at length she yielded to my earnest prayers. Oh, never shall I forget that excellent lady's words on this occasion. "William," she said, "I will give you my daughter, but remember that the poor widow is thereby bestowing upon you the only treasure which she possesses, her only solace, her only consolation. And if you deceive her by rendering that dear child unhappy, you will break the heart of her who now addresses you." "Oh, my dear madam," I exclaimed, "the example of your virtues and the consciousness of possessing Julia's love will make me all that you can desire. And by yon pale moon I swear that never, never more will I deserve the name of a gambler. No, may this right hand wither, may the lightning of heaven strike it, if it ever touch cards or dice again." Mrs. Vandeleur rebuked me for the words I used, but the sincerity of my manner completely reassured her. Julia remained in ignorance of the object of the Colonel's visit, and of this explanation between her mother and myself. Colonel Beaumont speedily found that his malignant officiousness had failed to produce the desired aim, and he called again, with some plausible pretext, upon the widow. By hypocritically affecting a merely conscientious motive in having acted as he had done, he gleaned from her the pledges I had made, and the satisfaction with which she had received them. That same afternoon, at the mess table, his manner became as kind and courteous towards me as it was wont to be when I first joined the regiment. I could not, however, respond with any congeniality. Still, he did not seem abashed, but appeared not to notice my disinclination to accept his advances. When I was about to leave the table, for the purpose of repairing to the abode of my beloved, the Colonel said, "Anderson, I wish to speak to you in my room." I bowed and accompanied him thither. "Let us forget the past," he said, extending his hand towards me, "and be friendly as we were wont." "I am not aware, sir," was my reply, "that I ever offended you." "No, but you humiliated me," he answered with a singular expression of countenance, "and that to a military man and a superior officer was most galling. Circumstances have lately changed with me. A distant relative has died and left me a considerable property, and my first duty is to pay you the £4,000 I owe you." "That debt, sir," said I, "has been cancelled long ago." "You generously destroyed the proof," he hastily rejoined, "but the obligation never could be annihilated, save in this manner," and he handed me the sum which he had formerly owed. I of course received the amount, and my opinion of him grew far more favourable, in spite of his attempt to ruin me with Mrs. Vandeleur. When this transaction was completed, the Colonel said, "Anderson, we are now quits, but not exactly on equal terms. You have won a large sum from me, and though a settlement has been delayed, still that sum is now paid. As a gentleman, you will give me my revenge." I started and turned pale. "Of course you cannot refuse to allow me the chance of recovering myself," he continued, calmly producing a dice-box. "I dare not play, sir," I exclaimed, my breath coming thickly. "Oh, as a gentleman," he repeated, "you are bound to do so." "I have sworn a solemn oath never to touch cards nor dice again." "And if you had also sworn never to fight a duel, would that plea justify you in receiving an insult unresented in the eyes of honourable men?" he demanded. "Colonel Beaumont," I said, "in the name of heaven, do not urge me to break that solemn vow." "Will you compel me to declare that oaths are sometimes mere matters of convenience?" cried the Colonel. "Will you force me to express my conviction that Lieutenant Anderson will enrich himself by play, and will not afford the loser that opportunity of revenge which all honourable men concede?" "Take back your money, sir," I cried, dreadfully agitated, "and permit me to retire." "Would you insult me by restoring money that I owed?" demanded the colonel. "Not for words would I insult you, sir," was my answer, "but do not force me to violate my promise to Mrs. Vandeleur." "Oh, a promise made to a lady, eh?" he exclaimed. "I thought you more of a man than to refuse honourable satisfaction in consequence of a vow pledged under the influence of love. Come, Anderson, act fairly, and do not compel me to explain the transaction to your brother officers." Oh, what will your Highness think of me when I declare that I was alarmed by this threat, and that I yielded to the colonel's urgent solicitation? He produced wine, and I drank deeply to drown my remorse. At first I trembled as I touched the dice-box, for I remembered the solemn oath pledged only a few days previously. But in a short time the influence of the liquor and the excitement of play stifled all compunction, and I once more devoted myself to the game with all the intense interest which is experienced by the confirmed gamester. Beaumont was cool and collected. I was nervous and irritable. Fortune seemed to be bent upon giving him the revenge which he had solicited. I lost, we doubled our stakes, I continued to lose, and I steeped my vexation in frequent draughts of wine. In 3 hours I lost back again the whole amount he had paid me. The colonel then threw down the box and said, "I am satisfied." "But I am not," I exclaimed furiously. "Let us go on." "As you please," he observed calmly, and, maddened with drink, hurried on too by the terrible excitement which gamblers alone can know, I played, and played until I owed the colonel £2,300. Then a revulsion of feeling took place, and I cursed my folly. I loathed myself. Intoxicated as I was, I felt as a perjurer should feel. The colonel claimed my note of hand, and I gave it. This done, I rushed wildly from his room, and hastened to my own. When I awoke in the morning, I could scarcely believe that the scene of the previous night had really occurred. It seemed to me as if I were standing on the brink of a dreadful yawning gulf, which a mist hid from my sight, but which I nevertheless knew to be there. Then that mist gradually rolled away, and the blackness of the abyss was revealed to me, with all its horrors. Terrible were my feelings, but I was compelled to reflect upon what was to be done. My mind was soon made up. The debt must be paid, and that obligation once satisfied, I would never touch the dice again. Having written a hurried letter to Julia, stating that business of importance suddenly called me to London, and having obtained leave of absence from the colonel, I repaired in all possible haste to the metropolis. But my father, to whom it was of course my intention to apply for succour, had left town that very morning for Portsmouth, and we had therefore crossed each other on the way. An idea struck me. Could I not borrow the money I required without being compelled to reveal the truth to my father? The thought pleased me, and I even felt rejoiced that we had so missed each other. Early next morning I obtained the £2,300 of one Mr. Goldshig, a Jew, who received my note of hand for £3,000 in return, with the understanding that he would continue to hold it so long as I paid £100 every quarter for the accommodation. Such payments, however, not to be deducted from the principal, but to be regarded simply in the light of interest. Much relieved by this speedy and easily effected negotiation, I returned to Portsmouth, where I arrived at about 9 o'clock in the evening. I repaired straight to the George Hotel, at which, as I expected, my father had put up. But he was not within, and I accordingly hastened to the barracks to pay the money to Beaumont. The colonel was at home, and received me with a chilling coldness, for which, after all that had recently passed between us, I was little prepared. I did not, however, appear to notice the circumstance, but tendered him the amount due. "Oh, Mr. Anderson," he replied, "the debt is paid." "Paid!" I exclaimed, greatly surprised at this announcement. "Yes," he said, "it was settled this evening, about 2 hours since. Your father called on me and redeemed the note of hand." "My father!" cried I, a cold chill striking to my heart. "How came he to know that you held such a document?" "Really, Mr. Anderson, I have no time to converse with you now," answered the colonel, and he bowed me out with freezing politeness. Strange misgivings now oppressed me, and I began to read something malignant and systematically vindictive in the conduct of the colonel, for it was evident that he must have mentioned the fact of possessing my note of hand. Dreadfully agitated, I returned to the George. My father had just come in, and his countenance was mournfully severe when I entered his presence. "William," said he, "I am deceived in you, and you have acted in a manner which you will have cause to rue as long as you live. That is, if your attachment for Miss Vandeleur be truly sincere." "My God!" I exclaimed, "what has occurred? Does Mrs. Vandeleur know of this?" "She knows all, and she not only sees in you a confirmed gambler, but a wicked perjurer," answered my father. "Her door is closed against you forever." "Oh, wretch that I am!" I cried, beating my breast in despair. "But who can have done all this mischief?" "Colonel Beaumont called this morning on Mrs. Vandeleur, and insultingly exhibited your note of hand, which I have ere now redeemed." "The villain!" I exclaimed, rushing towards the door. "But he shall pay dearly for this." "Stop, sir, I command you!" cried my father. "He is your superior officer. He evidently hates you, and were you to challenge him, he would ruin you. No, that is not the course to pursue. I have purchased you a captain's commission in the regiment, which is stationed at Chatham, and you have also 3 months' leave of absence. Return with me to London, and endeavour by your future conduct to atone for the misdeeds of the past." In reply to my hurried and anxious questions, I learnt that any attempt to see Julia would be vain, and could have no other result than to irritate Mrs. Vandeleur the more against me. My father offered me some consolation by the assurance that, if I conducted myself well for a year, there would be a hope of reconciliation with the incensed lady, and I trusted to Julia's love to ensure her fidelity. Thus, partially, though very partially, relieved from the intenseness of that pain which now pierced to my very soul, I hastened to the barracks to superintend the packing up of my things, and to take leave of my brother officers. This being done, I was passing out of the barrack-yard when I encountered the colonel. The light of the lamp fell upon his countenance, which expressed fiend-like satisfaction and triumph. Catching me by the arm, as I was about to pass him in silence, he muttered between his teeth, "Anderson, I am avenged. You humiliated me once, and I hate you for it. Know me as your implacable enemy, and renounce all hope of your Julia, for she shall be mine." He then hurried away. I was so stupefied by this sudden revelation of the ferocious and most unjust enmity of this bad man, that I remained rooted, as it were, to the spot. Never was there such ingratitude. But his threat relative to Julia, oh, I could have afforded to laugh at his hatred. That menace, however, rang in my ears like a deafening bell. Mournfully, I turned away and hastened back to the inn. I passed a sleepless, wretched night, and during the journey to town scarcely spoke a word to my father the whole way. The money that I had borrowed of the Jew was still in my possession, and I resolved to lose no time in returning it. Accordingly, the very next day after my arrival in London, I set out on my way to his abode in the city, but, meeting with some officers of my acquaintance, I agreed to dine with them at an hotel in Bridge Street, Blackfriars. In fact, I was so very unhappy that I was glad to meet with such society, and I thought that I could easily postpone my visit to the Jew until the morrow. The dinner was first-rate, the wines excellent, and I drank copiously to drown my cares. Presently, someone proposed cards. I could not offer any objection, but I simply stated that I should not play. Cards, however, were brought, and écarté was the game. I sat looking on. In the course of half an hour, I saw a most favorable opportunity for making a good bet, and, with the most wretched sophistry, I reasoned to myself that betting and playing were two very different things. I accordingly offered the wager, and won it. Encouraged by this success, I bet again, and again I won. In less than another half-hour, I had pocketed 200 guineas, for the play was high and the wagers in proportion. The ice was, alas, again broken, and it did not require much persuasion to induce me to take a hand. I thought of Julia, sighed and hesitated. I looked again at the cards, sighed once more, and seized them with that desperate feeling which we experience when we know we are doing wrong. To be brief, we kept up the play until 3 o'clock in the morning, and I not only lost every farthing I had about me, amounting, with the Jew's money and my own, to nearly £3,000, but 600 more by note of hand. It was understood that we should meet again on the following evening at another hotel to settle accounts, and I returned home in that state of mind which suggests suicide. Fortunately, my father did not know at what hour I entered, and he therefore suspected nothing. After breakfast, I paid a visit to the Jew, but not to repay him his money. My object was to borrow more, which he willingly lent me, as I was enabled to show him the previous evening's Gazette, in which my promotion by purchase was recorded. I borrowed the £600 which I required, and for which I gave a bill to the amount of 1,000. At the appointed hour, I repaired to the hotel, where I was to meet my friends, but with the firm resolution of not yielding to any inducement to play. How vain was that determination! Cards were already on the table when I entered, for I came somewhat late, having dined with my father beforehand. I strove hard to keep my vow. I wrestled powerfully against my inclinations, but a glass of champagne unsettled me, and I fell once more. Another late sitting at the card-table, another severe loss, another visit to the Jew next day. For the 3 months during which my leave of absence lasted, I pursued the desperate career of a gamester, contriving, however, so well that my father had not a single suspicion of the fatal truth. I was now in a fearful plight, owing nearly £6,000 to the Jew, and compelled to devote nearly every pound I received from my father on leaving to join my regiment to the payment of the interest. I remained for about 10 months at Chatham, and still continued to play nightly. I was, however, unsuccessful, and quite unable to keep up the settlement of the quarterly amounts of interest with the rapacious Jew. What aggravated the mental anguish which I endured was that my father corresponded with Mrs. Vandeleur from time to time, and gave her the most favourable accounts of me. Of this he informed me in his letters, and when I occasionally repaired to town to pass a few days with him. At length, just when the Jew was becoming most pressing for money, and my difficulties were closing in around me with fearful rapidity, I one day received a summons to return home. On my arrival, I found my father in high glee, and after tantalizing me a little, he produced a letter which he had received from Mrs. Vandeleur. That excellent lady, moved by my father's representations, touched by the drooping condition of her daughter, and also perhaps anxious to relieve Julia from the persecutions of a certain colonel, as she said in her letter, who annoyed her with his addresses, had consented to our union. I was overwhelmed with joy. All my cares were forgotten, my difficulties seemed to disappear. My father had not been inactive since the receipt of that letter. He had obtained 6 months' leave of absence for me, and had hired and furnished a house in Russell Square for the reception of myself and Julia. Even the time and place for the celebration of the marriage had been arranged between him and Mrs. Vandeleur. The ceremony was to take place at Portsmouth on the ensuing Monday, and I was to accompany my father thither 2 days previously. Much as I longed to embrace my dear Julia, I was not sorry to be allowed a few hours' delay in London, for I felt how necessary it was to pacify the Jew. I accordingly called upon him, acquainted him with my approaching marriage, and stated that as it was my father's intention to transfer to my name a considerable sum in the public funds, the moneys owing should be paid with all arrears the moment that transfer took place. Goldshig seemed quite satisfied, and I took leave of him with a light heart. But as I was issuing from his dwelling, I ran against Colonel Beaumont, my mortal enemy, who was about to enter the house. He started, and was evidently much surprised. I was both surprised and annoyed. Convinced, however, that this meeting was a mere coincidence, and that his presence there had no connection with my affairs, I was about to pass on with silent contempt, when he laid his hand on my arm, as he had done at the barrack gate at Portsmouth 13 months previously, and said, "You think you will yet possess Julia. You are mistaken. She has repulsed me, but you know that I can avenge an insult." I thrust him rudely away from me, smiled contemptuously, and passed on. This circumstance was speedily forgotten by me amidst the bustle and excitement of the preparations for my marriage, and never did I feel more truly happy than when journeying by my father's side in our travelling carriage towards the place where my beloved Julia dwelt. We alighted at the George Hotel at about 5 o'clock on the Saturday evening, and as my father felt fatigued, for he was now nearly 65 years of age, I repaired alone to the cottage near Southsea Common. I shall pass over the joys, the rapturous joys of that meeting. Julia evidently loved me more than ever, and Mrs. Vandeleur received me in a manner which promised an oblivion of the past. And oh, when I contemplated that charming girl who was so shortly to be my wife, and when I listened to the kind language of her excellent mother, I renewed within myself, but in terms of far more awful solemnity, the oath which I had once before taken in that very room. I learnt that Colonel Beaumont had, as Mrs. Vandeleur stated in her letter, persecuted my Julia with his addresses and implored her to marry him. But her heart remained faithful to me, although circumstances had compelled her mother to explain to her the cause of our separation, and the colonel was summarily refused. The happy morning dawned, and in spite of the colonel's threats, Julia and I were united at St. Peter's Church, Portsmouth. The ceremony was as private as possible, and as we had a long journey before us, the breakfast usually given on such occasions was dispensed with. Accordingly, on leaving the church, the bridal party repaired to the George, where the travelling carriage and 4 were ready for starting. My father intended to remain in Portsmouth for a few days, for the benefit of the sea air, and Mrs. Vandeleur was to visit us in London at the expiration of about a month, and then take up her abode with us in Russell Square altogether. While Julia was taking leave of her affectionate parent in a private room, a waiter entered the apartment where I and my father were conversing together, and informed me that a person desired to speak to me below. I followed the waiter to a parlour on the ground floor, and there, to my ineffable horror, I found Mr. Goldshig. Two suspicious-looking men were standing apart in a corner. I instantly comprehended the truth. I was arrested for the debt owing to the Jew. In vain did I attempt to expostulate with him on the harshness of this proceeding. "You know very well," said he, "that you and your wife are going off to the Continent, and I might have whistled for my money if I had not done this. In fact, the person who gave me the information strongly urged me to arrest you on Saturday evening immediately after your arrival, but there was some delay in getting the writ. However, you are safe in the officer's hands now, and you must go to quod if your father don't give his security." I was overwhelmed by this sudden disaster, and I vowed vengeance upon Beaumont, whose malignity I too well recognized as the origin of my present predicament. There was no alternative but to send for my father. His sorrow was immense, and he assured me that in settling the debt he was moved only by consideration for the feelings of my bride and her mother, whom he would not plunge into affliction by allowing his son's conduct to reach their ears. He accordingly gave his security to the Jew, and I was once more free. Let me pass over the incidents of the year succeeding my marriage, and the close of which saw me blessed with a little girl. During those 12 months my behaviour was as correct as it ought to have been. The idea of gambling was loathsome to me. My father, who had not as yet transferred a single shilling to my name in the bank, but who had allowed me a handsome monthly income, now experienced confidence in my steadiness, and to encourage me, as well as to mark his approval of my conduct since my marriage, he presented me with £20,000 the day after the birth of my daughter. Poor old man! He did not live long after that. A cold which he caught led to a general breaking up of his constitution, and he died after a short illness. But on his deathbed he implored me not to relapse into those evil courses which had originally caused so much misery, and I vowed in the most solemn manner, by all I deemed sacred, and as I valued the dying blessing of my kind parent, to follow his counsel. I now found myself the possessor of a fortune amounting in ready money to £36,000. Mrs. Vandeleur resided with us, and when the mournful impression created by my father's death became softened down, there was not a happier family in the universe than ours. My Julia was all that I had anticipated, amiable, affectionate, and as faultless as a wife as she was excellent as a daughter. End of section 109, part 1. Recording by Linda Johnson. Section 109, Part 2 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2 by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 109, Part 2. The History of a Gamester. 4 years rolled away from the date of my father's death, and not once during that period did I touch a card, nor even behold a dice-box. I had purchased a majority, and remained unattached. I was also now the father of 3 children, 1 girl and 2 boys, and everything seemed to contribute to my felicity. We had a select circle of friends, real friends and not useless acquaintances, and our domestic economy was such as to enable us to live considerably within our income. Such was my position when a friend one day proposed that I should become a member of a club to which he already belonged. Mrs. Vandeleur and Julia, seeing that I was very much at home, thought that this step would ensure me a little recreation and change of scene, and therefore advocated the propriety of accepting the offer. I was balloted for and elected. My friend was a well-meaning, sincere, and excellent man, who had not the slightest idea of placing me in the way of temptation when he made the proposal just mentioned. Neither had my mother-in-law or wife the least suspicion that play ever took place at a club. I was equally ignorant of the fact until I became initiated, and then I perceived the precipice on which I had suddenly placed myself. But I dared not make any observation to my friend on this subject, for he was totally unaware that gaming had ever been amongst the number of my failings. To be brief, I had not been a member of the club 6 weeks, when I was one evening induced to sit down to a rubber of whist with 3 staid old gentlemen who only played for amusement. "There cannot be any harm in doing this," said I to myself, "because no money is staked. Moreover, even if there were, I have now acquired such control over myself that I could not possibly forget my solemn vows in this respect." Thus endeavoring to soothe my conscience, for I knew that I was doing wrong, but would not admit it even to myself, I sat down. We played for an hour, at the expiration of which one gentleman left and another took his place. The newcomer proposed shilling points, just to render the game interesting. The other 2 gentlemen agreed. I could not possibly, at least I thought I could not, seem so churlish or so mean as to refuse to play on those terms. Trifling as the amount either to be won or lost could be, the mere fact of playing for money aroused within me that unnatural excitement which, as I have before informed your Highness, is alone experienced by those who have a confirmed predilection for gambling. And I now discovered, when it was too late, that this predilection on my part had only been lying dormant and was not crushed. No, for I played that evening with a zest, with an interest, with a real love which superseded all other considerations, and I did not return home until a late hour. Next day I was ashamed of myself. I was vexed at my weakness. I trembled lest I should again fall. For a fortnight I did not go near the club, but at the expiration of that period a dinner took place to celebrate the 4th anniversary of the foundation of the establishment, and I found it difficult to excuse myself. I accordingly went, and in the evening I sat down to a rubber of whist. Afterwards I lounged about a table where écarté was being played. I staked some money, won, and fell once more. I shall not linger upon details. The current of my fatal predilection, dammed up for 5 years and a half, had now broken through its floodgates and rushed on with a fury rendered more violent by the lengthened accumulation of volume and power. Écarté was my favorite game, and I found several members of the club willing to play with me on all occasions. For some time I neither gained nor lost to any important amount, but one evening the play ran high, and, hurried along by that singular infatuation which prompts the gamester to exert himself to recover his losses, I staked large sums. Fortune was opposed to me, and I retired a loser of nearly £2,000. The ice being once more completely broken, I plunged headlong into the fatal vortex, and my peace of mind was gone. My habits became entirely changed. Instead of passing the greater portion of my time with my family, I was now frequently absent for the entire afternoon and the best part of the night. Julia's cheek grew gradually pale. Her manner changed from artless gaiety to pensive melancholy, and, though she did not reproach me in words, yet her glances seemed to ask wherefore I remained away from her. Mrs. Vandeleur noticed the depressed spirits of her daughter, but did not altogether comprehend the reason, because, although she observed that I was out a great deal more than I used to be, my angel of a wife never told her that it was sometimes 2, 3, or even 4 in the morning ere I returned home. The real truth could not, however, remain very long concealed from Mrs. Vandeleur. She began to be uneasy when I dined at the club on an average of twice a week. When this number was doubled and I devoted 4 days to the club and only 3 to my family, Mrs. Vandeleur asked me in the kindest way possible if my home were not comfortable, or if Julia ceased to please me. I satisfied her as well as I could, and in a short time I began to devote another day to the club, and only 2 to Russell Square. Paler and more pale grew Julia's cheek. The spirits of the children seemed to droop sympathetically, and Mrs. Vandeleur could no longer conceal her uneasiness. She accordingly seized an opportunity to speak to me in private, and she said, "William, for God's sake, what does this mean? You are killing your poor uncomplaining wife by inches. Either you love another, or you gamble. If it be the latter, may God Almighty have pity upon my daughter." And the excellent lady burst into tears. I endeavored to console her. I swore that her suspicions were totally unfounded, but alas, no change in my behaviour tended to corroborate my asseverations. I persisted in my fearful course, and, as if I were not already surrounded by elements of ruin sufficiently powerful, I became a member of Crockford's. In saying that, I mentioned sufficient to convince your Highness that I rushed wilfully and blindly on to the goal of utter destruction. My fortune disappeared rapidly, and when it was gone, I sold my commission, and then applied to Goldshig, who lent me money upon the most exorbitant terms. But let me pass over the incidents of 3 years. At the expiration of that time, how was I situated? What was the condition of my family? Painful as these reminiscences are, I will not conceal the facts from your Highness. In a chamber at the house in Russell Square, Mrs. Vandeleur lay upon her deathbed. Julia, pale, with haggard eyes, sunken cheeks, and appearance so careworn that it would have moved even the heart of an overseer or master of a workhouse, Julia hung, weeping bitterly over the pillow. In the nursery, a servant was endeavouring to pacify the children, who were crying because they knew that their dear grandmamma was very, very ill. In the kitchen, an ill-looking fellow was dozing by the fire. He was a bailiff's man in possession, for there was an execution levied on my property, and where was I? Gone to solicit Goldshig, the Jew, for a few days' grace, the sale having been advertised to take place next morning. Thus was this once happy home now invaded by misery and distress. Thus was an amiable wife plunged into sorrows so keen, woes so bitter, afflictions so appalling, that it was no wonder if her charming form had wasted away, and the frightful aspect of the demon of despair had chased the roses from her cheeks. And thus, too, was an excellent lady dying prematurely, with that worst of the destroyer's plagues, a broken heart. It was about 5 o'clock in the evening when I returned, after vainly waiting 6 hours to see Goldshig, who was not at home. Wearied and anxious, I left a note for him at his office, and retraced my miserable way to Russell Square. On my entrance, Julia hastened to meet me, for she had heard my knock. "What tidings?" she inquired in a rapid tone. I informed her of what I had done. Her countenance became even more wretched than it was before. "Oh, that they will not molest my dear, dear mother on her deathbed!" she shrieked, clasping her hands frantically together. I turned aside and shed bitter, burning tears. The children now came rushing into the room. Alas, poor innocents! They knew not of the ruin that was hanging over their heads, and when they took my hands, kissed them, and said, "Oh, we are so glad that dear papa has come home," I thought my heart would break. My God! My God! Had all the misery which weighed upon our house been caused by me? I approached my wife. I took her in my arms. I murmured as I kissed her pale cheek, can you forgive me?" "Oh, have I ever reproached you, William?" she asked, endeavoring to smile in gratitude for my caresses. "No, never, never, poor dear afflicted creature," I exclaimed wildly. "And it is your resignation, your goodness, which makes my conduct so black, so very black." She wound her arms about my neck, and said in her soft, gentle tone, "Will you not come and see my mother?" I started back in horror. She comprehended me, and observed, "Do not fear reproaches, but come with me, I conjure you." I took the hand which she extended to me. Holy God, how thin that hand had become! How skeleton-like had grown the taper fingers! Though it was my own wife's hand, I shuddered at the touch. She seemed to read my thoughts, for she pressed my hand affectionately, and then wiped away her tears. A deep sob escaped her bosom, and she hurried me towards the sick-room. The children followed us without opposition on their mother's part, and in a few moments the mournful group approached the bed of death. I had not seen Mrs. Vandeleur for nearly a week, and I was shocked, oh, painfully shocked at the alteration which had taken place in her. From a fine, stout, handsome, healthy woman, she had wasted away to a mere shadow. Julia was a shadow herself, but her mother seemed to be the shade of a shadow. Merciful heavens, and all this had been wrought by me. Kneeling by the side of the bed, I took the transparent hand that the dying woman tendered me, and pressed it to my lips. My brain seemed to whirl, and all became confusion and bewilderment around me. I remember a low and plaintive voice assuring me that heaven would yet forgive me the broken heart of the mother, if I would only be kind to the daughter. I have a faint recollection of that dying voice imploring me to quit my evil ways for the sake of her whom I had sworn to love and protect, for the sake of the children who were sobbing bitterly close by. And methinks that I reiterated those solemn vows of repentance which I had before so often uttered, but to break. Then I was suddenly aroused from a sort of stupor into which I fell, kneeling as I still was, aroused too by a piercing scream. Starting up, I caught the fainting form of Julia in my arms, and a glance towards the bed showed me that her mother was no more. Her prophetic words were fulfilled. The widow, who gave me her only treasure, had died of a broken heart. Heaven only knows how I passed the wretched night that followed. I remember that the dawn of a cold March morning, accompanied by a cheerless drizzling rain, found me pacing the parlour in a despairing manner. I do believe I was half mad, and such horrible ideas haunted me. I thought of killing my wife and children, and then blowing out my own brains. Then I resolved to fly, and never see them more. In another minute I wept bitterly when I asked myself, but what would become of them? I writhed in mental agony as I found no response to this question, and when I pictured to myself all the amiable qualities of my wife, her gentleness, her goodness, her endearments, her unimpaired love, and then thought of the little innocents with their winning ways, their little tricks, their pretty sayings, and their cherub countenances. Oh, God! No words can explain how acute my sufferings were. From that painful reverie I was aroused by a loud commanding knock at the front door. There was an ominous insolence in that knock, and the worst fears entered my mind. Alas, they were full soon confirmed. The broker made his appearance, accompanied by his men, and the house was at the same time invaded by a posse of Jews, the usual buyers at sales effected under instructions from the sheriff. Hastening the burst of anguish that rose to my lips, I drew the broker aside, acquainted him with the fact of my mother-in-law's death on the previous evening, and implored his forbearance for a week. He quietly took a pinch of snuff, and then observed that he was not the master, that he had no power to interfere, that the advertisements announcing the sale had appeared in the papers, and that the business must proceed without delay. Remonstrances, threats, prayers were all useless. The sale commenced, and I was forced to repair to my wife's room to break the fatal news to her. She uttered no reproach. She even conquered her anguish as much as she could, and the children were then ordered to be dressed directly. Presently, Julia inquired in a meek and timid tone if I had money enough to buy in the furniture of the room, she meant where her mother lay. I answered in the affirmative, but it was only to console her, for I had not a guinea, nor a friend. In a state of distraction, I returned to the parlour where the sale was in progress. Merciful heavens! Foremost of the buyers was Beaumont, my mortal enemy, bidding for the most costly articles that were put up. In a moment I felt as if I could fall on him and tear him to pieces. He saw me, and although taking no apparent notice of me, I beheld a sardonic smile of triumph upon his lips. I could bear no more. Reckless of all, of everything, I rushed from the house. For hours and hours did I wander about like a maniac, walking hastily along, without any defined object, and not even observing the crowds that passed me. Everything was confused. Bells seemed to be ringing in my very brain. It was dark when I thought of returning home, and then I felt shocked at the idea of having deserted my poor wife and helpless children at such a time. My ideas were now more collected, and I hastened to Russell Square. All was quiet in the house, but they were evidently still there, for a faint light gleamed through one of the shutters. I knocked with trembling hand. The door was immediately opened by Julia. "Oh, thank God that you have come back!" she exclaimed, sinking half-fainting into my arms. "You know not what horrible fears have oppressed me." I embraced her tenderly. Never, never did she seem more dear to me. The children also flocked around me. and the tender word "Papa" wrung from me a flood of tears, which relieved me. I then made certain inquiries and learnt the most heartrending particulars. Everything was sold and removed, even to the children's little beds. But the worst of all was that the corpse of Julia's mother lay upon the floor of the chamber where she had breathed her last. But let me hurry over these dreadful details. A few trinkets belonging to Julia yet remained, and the sale of those ornaments, presents made to her by me in happier days, enabled us to bury her mother decently, and to remove to a small, ready-furnished lodging. Julia supported these sad afflictions and reverses with angelic resignation, and never did a single reproach emanate from her lips. Neither did she neglect the children. On the contrary, her attention to them redoubled, now that she had no longer a servant to aid her. But alas! Her strength was failing visibly. Her constitution was undermined by misery and woe. And still it seemed, much though we had already suffered, as if our sorrows had only just begun. For, a few weeks after the sale of my property, and just as I had obtained a clerk's situation in a mercantile house, I was arrested for the balance of the debt due to Goldshig, the auction not having produced enough to liquidate his claims. This blow was terrible indeed, as it paralyzed all my energies. I was taken to Whitecross Street Prison, the only prospect of obtaining my release being the Insolvents' Court. I was accordingly compelled to apply to a philanthropic association to advance me £6 for that purpose. The request was complied with. My wife went herself to receive the money, and she brought it to me in the prison. I compelled her to retain a sovereign for the support of herself and children, and I managed to borrow £3 more from the only one of all my late friends who would even read a letter that came from me, so utterly was I despised by them all. And now, will it be believed that, such was my infatuation in respect to play, I actually gambled with my fellow prisoners, staking the money that had been obtained with so much difficulty to pay a lawyer to conduct my business in the Insolvents' Court. Yes, while my poor wife was sitting up nearly all night to earn a trifle with her needle or in painting maps, while my children were dependent for their daily bread upon the exertions of their poor dying mother, I, wretch that I was, lost the very means that were to restore them to me. When the money had all disappeared, I became like a madman, and attempted to lay violent hands upon myself. I was taken to the infirmary of the prison, where I lay delirious with fever for 6 weeks. At the expiration of that time I recovered, and the humanity of the governor of the jail secured the services of a lawyer to file my petition and schedule in the Insolvents' Court. The day of hearing came, and I was discharged. But alas! I returned to the humble lodging occupied by my family without a hope, without resources. Nevertheless, the angel Julia received me with smiles, and the children also smiled with their sickly, wan, and famished countenances. Then, in the course of a conversation which Julia endeavoured to render as little mournful as possible, I learnt that Colonel Beaumont had been persecuting her with his dishonourable offers, that he had dogged her in her way to the prison when she went thither to see me, that he had even intruded himself upon her in her poor dwelling of one back room. Indeed, it was only in consequence of this visit that my wife mentioned the circumstance to me at all, but so pure was her soul that she could not keep secret from me an occurrence on which, did I hear it from stranger lips, a disagreeable construction might be placed. Ill, weak, dying as she was still sweetly interesting, and I could well understand how an unprincipled libertine might seek to possess her. Without allowing Julia to comprehend the full extent of the impression made upon me by this information, I vowed within myself a desperate vengeance against that man who seemed to take a delight in persecuting me and mine. But for the present, the condition of my family occupied nearly all my thoughts. Poor Julia was killing herself with hard toil at the needle, and the children were only the ghosts of what they were in the days of our prosperity. I was, however, fortunate enough to obtain another situation, with a salary of 28 shillings a week, and for some months we lived in comparative tranquillity, if not in happiness. But Julia always had smiles for me, smiles, too, when the worm of an insidious disease was gnawing at her heart's core. And for my part, my lord, whenever I hear the discontented husband or the insolent libertine depreciating the character of woman, the memory of my own devoted wife instantly renders me woman's champion, and lost, low, wretched as I have been, I have never failed, even in the vilest pothouse in which my miseries have compelled me to seek shelter, to vindicate the sex against the aspersions of the malevolent. 6 months after my release from prison, the smallpox invaded the house in which we lodged, and so virulent was the malady that within 3 weeks it carried off 2 of my children, the girl who was the eldest and the younger boy. I need not attempt to describe my own grief nor the anguish of my wife. The blow was too much for her, and she was thrown upon a sick-bed. At the same time, my employer failed in business, and I accordingly lost my situation. I was returning home one evening, very miserable after several hours' vain search for another place, when I met a gentleman who had once been a brother officer in the regiment in which I first served. I made known to him my deplorable situation, assuring him that both my wife and my only remaining child were at that moment lying dangerously ill, and that I was on my way home without a shilling to purchase even the necessaries of life. He said that he had no objection to serve me, and giving me a guinea for immediate wants, desired me to call on him next day at a particular address in Jermyn Street. I hastened joyfully home and communicated my good fortune to poor Julia. On the following morning I repaired to Jermyn Street. My friend received me cordially, and then explained his views. To my profound surprise, I learnt that he was the proprietor of a common gaming-house, and his proposal was that I should receive 3 guineas a week for merely lounging about the playrooms of an evening and acting as a decoy to visitors. My situation was so desperate that I consented, and 10 guineas were given me on the spot to fit myself out in a becoming manner. I returned home and informed Julia that I had obtained the place of a night clerk in a coach office. She believed me. A smile played on her sickly countenance, and she was soon afterwards able to leave her bed. I entered on my new employment, and all that fatal thirst for gaming which had plunged me into such depths of misery was immediately revived. The proprietor of the hell would not, of course, permit his decoys to play legitimately on their own account, but we were allowed to make bets with strangers in the rooms. This I did, and as the passion gained upon me, I visited other gambling houses when my services were not required at the one where I was engaged. Thus I again plunged into that dreadful course, and my poor wife soon suspected the fatal truth. Our little girl died, thank God, at this period. Start not when I express my gratitude to heaven that it was so, for what could have become of her during the period of utter destitution which soon after supervened? Yes, my lord, scarcely a year had passed when I was hurled into the very depths of want and misery. I was accused of cheating my employer at the gaming-house. The imputation was as false as ever villainous lie could be, and from that moment forth the door of every hell was closed against me. I was also unable to obtain an honest situation, and after Julia and myself had parted with all our wearing apparel, save the few things upon our backs, we were one night thrust forth into the streets, houseless beggars. It was in the middle of winter. The snow lay upon the ground, and the cold was intense. My poor wife, in the last stage of consumption, and with only a thin gown and a miserable rag of a shawl to cover her, clung to my arm and even then attempted to console me. Oh God, what an angel was that woman! We roved through the streets, for we dared not sit down on a doorstep, through fear of being frozen to death. What my feelings were, it is impossible to explain. Morning, the cold wintry morning, found us dragging our weary forms along the Dover road. We had no object in proceeding that way, but with tacit consent we seemed bent upon leaving a city where we had endured so much. At length Julia murmured in a faint tone, "William, dearest, I cannot move a step farther," and she sank, half fainting, upon a bank covered with snow. I was nearly distracted, but still she smiled, and pressed my hand tenderly, even while the ice-cold finger of death touched her heart. I raised her in my arms. My God, she was as light as a child, so emaciated in person and so thinly clad was she. I bore her to a neighboring cottage, which was fortunately tenanted by kind and hospitable people, who immediately received the dying woman into their abode. The good mistress of the house gave up her bed to Julia, while her husband hastened to Blackheath for a doctor. And I, kneeling by the side of my poor wife, implored her forgiveness for all the miseries she had endured through me. "Do not speak in that manner, my dearest William," she said, in a faint tone, as she drew me towards her, "for I have always loved you, and I am sure you have loved me in return. Alas, my adored husband, what is to become of you? I am going to a better world, where I shall meet our departed children. But, ah, to what sorrows do I leave you? Oh, this is the pang which I feel upon my death-bed, and it is more than I can bear, for I love you, William, as never woman yet loved. And when I am no more, do not remember any little sufferings which you may imagine that you have caused me, for if there be anything to forgive, God knows how sincerely I do forgive you. Think of me sometimes, William, and remember that as I have ever loved you, so would I continue to love you were I spared. But—" her voice had gradually been growing fainter, and her articulation more difficult, as she uttered those loving words, which death rudely cut short. The medical man came. It was too late. All was over. Then did I throw myself upon that senseless form and accuse myself of having broken the heart of the best of women. Oh, I thought, if I could only recall the past! If the last few years of my life could be spent over again! If my beloved wife, my little ones, and my fortune were still left to me, how different would my conduct be! But repentance was too late. The work was done. and the consummation of the task of ruin, sorrow, and death was accomplished. Wretch! Wretch that I was! The poor people at whose cottage my wife thus breathed her last were very kind to me. They endeavoured to solace my affliction, and insisted that I should remain with them at least until after the funeral. And if my poor Julia's remains received decent interment, if she were spared the last ignominy of a parish funeral, which would have crowned all the sad memories that remained to me in respect to her, it was through the benevolence of those poor people and the surgeon who had been called in. When I had followed the corpse of my poor wife to the grave, I returned to London, and, assuming another name, procured a humble employment in the city. Would you believe, my lord, that one who had held the rank of a field officer became the follower of a bailiff, a catchpole, a sort of vampire feeding itself upon the vitals of the poor and unfortunate? Yet such was my case, and even in that detestable capacity I experienced one day of unfeigned pleasure, one day of ineffable satisfaction, and that was upon being employed to arrest and convey to Whitecross Street prison my mortal enemy, Colonel Beaumont. Yes, he also was ruined by play, and overwhelmed with difficulties. And at whose suit was he captured? At that of Goldshig the Jew. The colonel was playing at hide-and-seek, but I tracked him out. Night and day did I pursue my inquiries until I learnt that he occupied a miserable lodging in the Old Bailey, and there he was taken. He languished for 6 months in prison, deserted by his friends, and compelled to receive the city allowance. Every Sunday during that period did I visit the jail to gloat upon his miseries. At length he died in the infirmary, and was buried as a pauper. Shortly after that event I lost my place through having shown some kindness to a poor family, in whose house I was placed in possession under an execution, and from that time until yesterday my life has been a series of such miseries, such privations, such maddening afflictions, that it is most marvellous how I ever could have surmounted them. Indeed, I am astonished that suicide has not long ago terminated my wretched career. Your Highness saw how I was spurned from the door of that temple of infamy, which had absorbed a considerable part of my once ample means. But that was not the first, no, nor the 50th time that, when driven to desperation, I have vainly implored succour of those who had formerly profited by my follies, my vices. In conclusion, permit me to assure your Highness that, if the most heartfelt gratitude on the part of a wretch like me be in any way a recompense for that bounty which has relieved me from the most woeful state of destitution and want, then that reward is yours, for I am grateful. Oh, God only knows how deeply grateful." "Say no more upon that subject," exclaimed Richard, who was profoundly affected by the history which he had just heard. "From this day forth you shall never experience want again, provided you adhere to your resolves to abandon those temples of ruin, in which fortune, reputation, and happiness, yes, and the happiness of others, are all engulfed. But for the present we have both a duty to perform. Last night, at the door of Crockford's club, I observed a young man in the society of 2 villains, whom I have, alas, ample cause to remember. This young man of whom I speak drew forth his purse to assist you at the moment when I interfered." "Yes, I saw him, and I know who he is, my lord," replied the Major. "His name is Egerton. He lives in Stratton Street, and his fortune is rapidly passing into the pockets of swindlers and blacklegs." It was my intention to call upon him, and warn him of the frightful precipice upon which he stands. But, alas! too well do I know that such is the infatuation which possesses the gamester." "Enough!" interrupted Richard. "That idea must not deter me from performing what I conceive to be a duty, and you must aid me in the task." "If your Highness will show me how I can be instrumental in rescuing that young man from the jaws of destruction," exclaimed Major Anderson, "gladly, most gladly will I lend my humble aid." "You speak as one who is anxious to atone for the misdeeds of the past," said the Prince. "And so long as such be your feelings, you will find a sincere friend in me. In respect to this foolish young man, who is rushing headlong to ruin, caution must be used, or else those arch profligates, Chichester and Harborough, will frustrate my designs. It is for you to seek an interview with Mr. Egerton, and inform him that the Prince of Montoni is desirous to see him upon business of a most serious and of altogether a private nature." "The wishes of your Highness shall be attended to," replied Major Anderson. "It is useless to attempt to find Egerton alone at this time of day, but tomorrow morning I will call on him at an early hour." The Prince was satisfied with this arrangement, and took his departure from the lodging of the ruined gamester. Reader, there is no vice which is so fertile in the various elements of misery as gambling. End of Section 109, Part 2. Recording by Linda Johnson.
Section 110 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 110. Chapter 245. The Excursion. While Major Anderson was engaged in relating his terribly impressive history to the Prince of Montoni, Lord Dunstable and Edgerton were in earnest conversation together at the lodgings of the latter gentleman in Stratton Street. The fact was, that Albert Edgerton was placed in a most cruel dilemma, as the following note which he had received in the morning will show. Pavement, March 28th, 1843. A month has passed, dear Albert, since I saw you, and you promised to come and see us as soon as you had finished your little business about buying the estate. But you have not come, and me and the girls are quite nonplussed about it. So I tell you what we've made up our minds to do. Next Monday is a holiday, and we intend to hire a shay and go and see your new estate. But we don't know where it is. We shall of course want you to go with us, and so you may expect us next Monday, as I say, at 11 o'clock precise. Now mind and don't disappoint us, because we've all made up our minds to go, and we won't take any refusal. If you can't go, why then we'll go by ourselves, so in that case send us the proper address and a note to the servants. You see that me and the girls are quite determined, so no excuse. Your loving aunt, Betsy Bustard. What the deuce is to be done? Asked Edgerton for the 10th time since the arrival of his friend. Egad, I really am at a loss to advise, my dear boy, replied Dunstable. The affair is so confoundedly ticklish. Can't you write and put them off? Possible! Exclaimed Edgerton. You see how determined they are. Even if I were to apologize for not accompanying them, how could I refuse to give them the address of a country seat which they so firmly believe me to possess? Then write and say that, finding the house did not suit you after all, you have sold it again, suggested Dunstable. My aunt would see through the thing in a moment, returned Edgerton. Besides, she is intimate with Storks, my stockbroker, and would learn from him that I had not bought in any money lately, but on the contrary had been selling out. I really must do something, even if I hire a country house for the purpose. Ah, that might be done, cried Dunstable. Or stay," he continued, a sudden idea striking him. I have it, my dear boy." And his lordship seemed as overjoyed as if he himself were the individual who was unexpectedly released from a serious difficulty. "Do not keep me in suspense," said Edgerton imploringly. "What is it that you have thought of?" "I'll tell you in as few words as possible, my boy," returned the nobleman. "It was about 2 years ago that I passed a short time at a place not far from London, called Ravensworth Hall. It is a splendid mansion, and has been shut up almost ever since that period. Lady Ravensworth is living somewhere on the continent in great seclusion, and I happen to know that there is only an old gardener with his wife residing at the Hall." "But I cannot understand how anything you are telling me now bears reference to my difficulty," observed Edgerton impatiently. "Why, don't you see?" ejaculated Lord Dunstable, slapping his friend upon the shoulder. "The gardener and his wife will not decline a £5 note, and I dare say they are not so mighty punctilious as to refuse to allow you to call yourself the master of Ravensworth Hall for one day. What do you think of that idea?" "I think it is most admirable," returned Edgerton, his countenance brightening up, "if it can only be carried into execution." "Will you leave it all to me?" asked Dunstable. "I cannot possibly do better," replied Edgerton. "But remember, there is no time to lose. This cursed letter must be answered to-day, or to-morrow morning at the latest." "I will ride out to Ravensworth as quickly as a thoroughbred can take me thither," said Dunstable, rising to depart. "At 7 o'clock this evening I'll meet you to dine at Long's, and by that time all shall be satisfactorily arranged, I can promise you." Edgerton wrung his friend's hand, and the nobleman had already reached the door of the room, when he turned back as if a sudden recollection had struck him, and said, "By the way, my dear boy, have you any cash in the house? I must make a certain payment in the neighbourhood before I go, and my agent in the country has been infernally slow lately in sending up the rents of my estate." Lord Dunstable's estate was one of those pleasing fictions which exhibit the imaginative faculties of so many members of the aristocracy and gentry residing at the West End of London. "Oh, certainly," was Edgerton's prompt answer to the question put to him. "I have some £400 or £500 in my pocket book. How much do you require?" £400 will just make up the amount I have to pay," said Dunstable, and having received that sum in bank notes, he took his departure, humming an opera air. It is not necessary to detail the particulars of the young nobleman's visit to Ravensworth Hall. Suffice it to say that he was completely successful in his proposed arrangements with the gardener, and that he communicated this result to his friend Edgerton at Long's Hotel in the evening. Chichester, Cholmondeley, and Harborough were let into the secret, and they insisted upon joining the party. Accordingly, on the following day, Edgerton sent a favourable reply to his aunt's letter, but his conscience deeply reproached him, for the cheat which he was about to practise upon his confiding and affectionate relative. For in spite of the dissipated courses which he was pursuing, in spite of the gratification which his pride received from the companionship of his aristocratic acquaintances, in spite of the lavish extravagance that marked his expenditure, this young man's good feelings were not altogether perverted, and it required but the timely interposition of some friendly hand to reclaim him from the ways that were hurrying him on to ruin. The Monday fixed upon for the excursion arrived, and at 11 o'clock in the forenoon a huge yellow barouche, commonly called a glass coach, rattled up to the door of Mr. Edgerton's lodgings in Stratton Street. The driver of this vehicle had put on his best clothes, which were, however, of a seedy nature, and gave him the air of an insolvent coachman, and the pair of horses which it was his duty to drive seemed as if they had been purchased at least 6 months previously by a knacker who had, nevertheless, mercifully granted them a respite during pleasure. Edgerton's countenance became as red as scarlet when this crazy equipage stopped at his door, but his 4 friends, who were all posted at the windows of his drawing-room, affected to consider the whole affair as a very decent turn-out, and thus the young man's mind was somewhat calmed. By the side of the seedy coachman upon the box sate a tall, thin, red-haired young man, dressed in deep black, and with his shirt-collar turned down, over a neckerchief loosely tied, after the fashion of Lord Byron. The moment the glass coach stopped in Stratton Street, down leapt the aforesaid seedy coachman on one side, and the thin young man on the other, and while the seedy coachman played a nondescript kind of tune upon the knocker of the house, the young gentleman proceeded to hand out first Mrs. Bustard, and then her 5 daughters, one after the other. This being done, and Edgerton's tiger having thrown open the front door, the thin young man offered one arm to Mrs. Bustard, and the other to Miss Clarissa Jemima Bustard, and escorted them into the house, the 4 remaining young ladies following in a very interesting procession indeed. Edgerton hastened to welcome his relatives, but from the first moment that he had set his eyes upon the red-haired young man, he had entertained the most awful misgivings, and those fears were fully confirmed when Mrs. Bustard introduced that same young man by the name of Mr. Tedworth Jones, the intended husband of Clarissa Jemima. The son and heir of the wealthy tripe man tendered a hand which felt as flabby as tripe itself, and Miss Clarissa Jemima was under the necessity of blushing deeply at her mamma's allusion to her contemplated change of situation. Edgerton gave Mr. Tedworth Jones the tip of his forefinger, and then conducted the party upstairs to the drawing-room, where the ceremony of introducing his city relatives to his West End friends took place. Lord Dunstable was most gallant in claiming Mrs. Bustard as an old acquaintance, and he even overcame his aristocratic prejudices so far as to shake hands with Mr. Tedworth Jones. Then the young ladies were introduced in due order, and though they giggled with each other a great deal, and were dressed in very flaunting colours, they were all very good-looking, and this circumstance rendered Lord Dunstable, Sir Rupert Harborough, Colonel Cholmondeley, and Mr. Chichester particularly agreeable towards them. "Well," exclaimed Mrs. Bustard, throwing herself into an armchair, and wiping the perspiration from her fat face, "we really was scrooged up in that shay." "Glass coach, mamma," said Miss Susanna Rachel, reprovingly. "Never mind the name, my dear," returned Mrs. Bustard. "Your poor father always called it a shay, and he couldn't have been wrong. But, as I was a-saying, how we was squeeged up, to be sure. 6 of us inside, and obleeged to sit on each other's knees." "That will be just the very thing, madam, to render the trip more agreeable," said Mr. Chichester with an affable smile. "Provided the old lady doesn't sit on my knees," whispered Sir Rupert Harborough to Colonel Cholmondeley. But Mr. Chichester's observation made all the young ladies giggle, with the exception of Miss Clarissa Jemima, who blushed and whispered to Mr. Jones something about such a remark being very unpleasant for a person in her situation. Mr. Jones cast a sentimental glance upon his intended, and sighed very poetically as he assured Miss Clarissa that she was a hangel. "How are we going, Al, dear?" asked Mrs. Bustard after a pause. "And how far off is it? Because I don't think the cattle in our shay are any very great shakes." "On the contrary, aunt, I am afraid they are very great shakes indeed," replied Edgerton with miserable attempt at a joke. "But I think you will approve of the arrangements made." "Oh, yes, I am sure of that," hastily interposed Lord Dunstable, who perceived that his young friend was very far from happy. "Your nephew's establishment is not prepared for his reception yet, but we have done all we could to make you and your amiable daughters comfortable. Materials for an elegant collation were sent out yesterday, and my 4-in-hand and the Colonel's phaeton, in addition to your glass coach, will convey us all in a very short time to your nephew's country seat." Scarcely were these words uttered when the 4-in-hand and the phaeton alluded to dashed up the street, and the tiger entered to announce their arrival. Edgerton immediately offered his arm to his aunt, well knowing that if he did not take care of her, no one else would. Mr. Tedworth Jones escorted his intended. Lord Dunstable took one of the young ladies under his protection, and 3 others of course fell respectively to the lot of Colonel Cholmondeley, Sir Rupert Harborough, and Mr. Chichester. A fair and equitable distribution of the party took place between the 3 vehicles, and the cavalcade moved rapidly away in a northern direction, Mrs. Bustard assuring her nephew that it was quite a blessing to get rid of so much scrooging and squeeging as she had previously endured. The gentlemen were very agreeable, and the young ladies very amiable, although they every now and then simpered and giggled without much apparent cause. But then it must be recollected that they suddenly found themselves, for the first time in their lives, in the company of a lord, a baronet, and 2 honourables, one of whom, moreover, was a colonel. The day was very fine, The air was as mild as if it were the month of May instead of March, and the whole party were in excellent spirits, for even Edgerton recovered his natural gaiety when he saw that the affair was likely to pass off without any of those annoyances which he had feared would arise from the collision of Finsbury denizens and West End fashionables. At length the open country was gained, and in due time the stately pile of Ravensworth Hall appeared in the distance. Nothing could equal the gratification which Mrs. Bustard and the 5 Misses Bustard experienced when the edifice was pointed out to them as Edgerton's country seat, and without pausing to reflect how incompatible were his means with such a grand mansion, they felt no small degree of pride at the idea of claiming the proprietor of Ravensworth Hall as their own near relation. "What a beautiful place!" whispered Miss Clarissa to Mr. Jones, who would insist on keeping her hand locked in his during the whole ride. "Charming, dearest, charming," replied the enamoured swain, "and so are you." Miss Clarissa blushed for the 30th time that morning, and, as if the squeeze of the hand which Mr. Jones gave her as a proof of his undivided affection were not sufficient, he planted his boot upon her foot at the same time. This is, however, so common a token of love in all civilized and enlightened countries, that Miss Clarissa Jemima received it as such, although the tender pressure somewhat impaired the snow-white propriety of her stocking. "Oh, what an immense building!" exclaimed Miss Susanna Rachel Bustard, as the 3 carriages now swept through Ravensworth Park. "Gigantic!" said another Miss Bustard. "Very stupendous indeed, ladies," observed Colonel Cholmondeley, who was seated in the same vehicle with 2 of Mrs. Bustard's fair daughters. "And so this great large edifice is yours, my dear Al?" said the good lady herself, as she thrust her head from the window of the glass coach, and surveyed the building with ineffable satisfaction. "But what a sight of chimneys it has, to be sure!" "Because it has a great number of rooms, aunt," replied Edgerton. "What sweet balconies!" cried the enraptured lady. "Yes," said Edgerton, "and they will look very handsome when all the shutters are opened, and the windows are filled with flowers and evergreens." "Oh, to be sure!" exclaimed Mrs. Bustard joyfully. "Oh, really, it is a most charming place, and I never did see such lovely chimney pots in all me life. Quite picturesque, I declare." The 3 carriages now stopped before the entrance of the hall, and Lord Dunstable's lacquey gave a furious ring at the bell. In a short time one of the folding doors was slowly opened to a distance of about a foot, and an old man, wearing a strange brown wig surmounted by a paper cap, thrust his head forth. Then, having surveyed the party with a suspicious air for some moments, he opened the door a little wider and revealed the remainder of his form. "Come, my good fellow," ejaculated Dunstable as he rushed up the steps. "Don't you know your new master, who was just handing that lady out of the glass coach?" This was intended as a hint to make the gardener aware of the particular individual who was to be passed off as the owner of Ravensworth Hall. "Oh, said the man in a drawling tone as he took off the paper cap, and made a bow to the company. "I sees him, and a wery nice gentleman he is, I've no doubt. But I hope he'll excuse me for not opening the gate at first, because—" "Because, I suppose," hastily interposed Dunstable, "you did not know who we all were." "No, that I didn't," continued the old man, "and I'm desperate afeard of thieves." "Thieves!" cried Lord Dunstable. "What, in the broad daylight, and riding in carriages?" "Law, sir," said the gardener, turning a quid of tobacco from one side of his mouth to another, so that a swelling which at first appeared in his left cheek was suddenly transferred to the right, "me and my old woman is wery lonesome in this great place, and we've heard such strange stories about the tricks of thieves, that we never know what shape they may come in." Dunstable cut short the old man's garrulity by inquiring if the baskets that were sent on the previous day had arrived, and on receiving a roundabout reply in the misty verbosity of which he perceived an affirmative, the nobleman desired Edgerton to do the honours of his new mansion. "My good man," said Mrs. Bustard, advancing in a stately fashion towards the gardener, who had replaced the paper cap on his head, and had tucked up his dirty apron so that it looked like a reefed sail hanging to his waist. "My good man, what is your name?" I don't ask through impertinent curiosity, but only because I am the aunt of your new master, and all them young ladies is my daughters, your new master's first cousins in consequence, and it's more than likely that we shall pay a many visits to the hall, so it is but right and proper that we should know by what name we're to call you." The gardener was a little shriveled, stolid-looking old man, and there was something so ludicrous in the way in which he stared at Mrs. Bustard as she thus addressed him, that Cholmondeley and Chichester were compelled to turn aside to prevent themselves from bursting into a roar of laughter. "My good fellow," said Dunstable, hastening forward to the rescue, for Edgerton was trembling like a leaf through the fear of exposure, "this lady puts a very proper question to you, but of course her nephew, your new master, is able to answer it." "Well now," cried Mrs. Bustard, struck by this observation, "and I never thought of asking Albert. Why, it's natural that one should know the names of one's own servants." "To be sure," said Lord Dunstable hastily, "and this worthy man's name is "Oh, yes," observed Edgerton in a faint tone, "his name is—" "Squiggs is my name, ma'am," said the gardener. "Leastways, that's the name I've borne these 69 blessed years past, come next April. Abraham Squiggs, at your service. And now that I've told you my name, ma'am, perhaps you'll be so obleeging as to tell me yourn?" But Dunstable hastened to cut short this somewhat disagreeable scene, which, by the way, never would have occurred had he adopted the precaution of previously ascertaining the name of the gardener, by desiring Mr. Abraham Squiggs to lead the way into the drawing-room prepared to receive the company. This request was complied with, and the old man slowly proceeded up the marble staircase, followed by the whole party. Mrs. Bustard and her daughters were highly delighted at the splendid appearance of the mansion, and their joy was expressed by repeated exclamations of "Beautiful! Charming! Quite a palace! Well, I never! Oh, the sweet place!" and other sentences of equally significant meaning. "Ah, this here mansion has seen a many strange things," said the old gardener, as he admitted the company into a handsome apartment, the shutters of which were open. "This very room is the one where Mr. Gilbert Vernon throwed hisself out of winder about 2 years ago." "Threw himself out of the window!" cried Mrs. Bustard. "And what did he do that for?" "To kill hisself, ma'am," answered the old man. "I wasn't here at the time. I'd gone down into the country to see a garden that a friend of mine manured with some stuff that he bought in a jar at the chemist's, about a pint of it to an acre. Oh, it's a wonderful thing, to be sure, to be able to carry manure enough for a whole garden in your veskey pocket, as one may say." "But you were speaking about a gentleman who threw himself out of the window," said Mrs. Bustard impatiently. "Ah, so I were," continued the gardener. "It was told in the newspapers at the time, but no particular cause was given. Oh, there was a great deal of mystery about all that business, and I don't like to say much on it, 'cause Mr. Vernon is knowed to walk." "Known to walk!" exclaimed several of the ladies and gentlemen, all as it were speaking in one breath. "Yes," returned the gardener, with a solemn shake of the head. "Gilbert Vernon sleeps in a troubled grave, and his sperrit wanders about the mansion of a night. If it wasn't that me and my wife is old and friendless, and must go to the workus if we hadn't this place, we'd not sleep another night in Ravensworth Hall." "Why, my dear Al!" ejaculated Mrs. Bustard, casting a terrified glance around, although the sun was shining gloriously and pouring a flood of golden lustre through the windows. "You have gone and bought a haunted house, I do declare." "How charmingly poetical!" whispered the tripeman's son to Miss Clarissa Jemima. "Only think, dearest, a haunted house!" "Yes, Tedworth, I do indeed think—" "What, beloved one?" asked the sentimental swain. "That I hope we shall leave it before it grows dusk," returned the young lady, who evidently saw nothing poetical in the matter at all. "My dear aunt," said Edgerton, in reply to the observation which his relative had addressed to him. "I am not so silly as to be frightened by tales of ghosts and spirits, and I would as soon sleep in this room as in any other throughout the mansion." "No, you wouldn't, young man. No, indeed you wouldn't," exclaimed the gardener, in so earnest and impressive a manner that the young ladies huddled together like terrified lambs, and even the gentlemen now began to listen to the old man with more attention than they had hitherto shown. "I say, sir, that you would not like to sleep in this room, for as sure as there is a God above us, have me and my wife seen the spirit of Gilbert Vernon standing at dusk in that very balcony which he throwed hisself from." "Dear, dear," whispered all the young ladies together. "And what was he like?" asked Mrs. Bustard. "Why, ma'am," returned the gardener, "he was dressed all in deep black, but his face was as pale as a corpse's, and when the moonbeams fell on it, me and my wife could see that it was the face of a dead man, as well as I can see a one of you at this present speaking." "Egad, you have bought a nice property, Edgerton," said Lord Dunstable, turning toward his young friend. "I shall propose that we return to London again before it grows dusk." "Decidedly, since you are so disposed," returned Edgerton, who was rejoiced to think that the old gardener had started a topic so well calculated to frighten his aunt and cousins away from the Hall some hours earlier than they might have otherwise been induced to leave it. "'Pon my honour, all this is vastly entertaining," exclaimed Sir Rupert Harborough. "But how long ago was it that you saw the ghost, my good friend?" "How long ago?" repeated the old man slowly. "Why, I have seen it a matter of 50, or maybe 100 times. The first time me and my wife was together, we had been across the fields to a farmhouse to get some milk, butter, and what not, and we was a-coming home through the park when we see a dark object in the balcony there. My wife looks, and I looks, and sure enough, there it were. 'What do you think it is?' says she. 'I think it's a thief,' says I. 'No, it ain't,' says she. 'It don't move, and a thief wouldn't stand there to amuse hisself.' 'No more he would,' says I. 'Let's go near, for no one won't harm two poor old creatures like us.' And we went close under the balcony, and looked up, but never shall I forget, my old woman either, the awful pale face that stared down upon us. Then we recollected that the wery balcony was the one which Mr. Vernon had throwed hisself from, and that was enough for us. We knowed we had seen his sperrit." "Oh, dear, if it should come now," murmured Miss Clarissa, who was so alarmed, or at least seemed to be, that she was forced to throw herself into the arms of Mr. Tedworth Jones. "Well, this is what I call a little dilemmy that you've got into, Albert," said Mrs. Bustard, "for you'll never be able to live in this place." "And no one else, unless it is such poor old helpless creatures as me and my wife," said the gardener. "Since the first time we see the sperrit, and that's near a year and a half ago, we've seen him a many times, but he don't hurt us. We've got used to him, as one may say." "If this be the room that your ghost frequents," exclaimed Colonel Cholmondeley, "why did you select it for our reception to-day, since there are so many other apartments in the mansion?" The gardener looked confused and made a movement as if he were about to leave the room. "Oh, do make him tell us why he chose this apartment of all others," whispered Mrs. Bustard to her nephew. "My good fellow," said Edgerton, thus urged on in a manner to which he could not reasonably object in his presumed capacity of owner of the mansion, "my good fellow, did you not hear the question addressed to you by Colonel Cholmondeley?" "Yes," replied the gardener abruptly. "Then why do you not answer it?" said Edgerton, not daring to speak in a firm or commanding tone. "Why, if you're curious to know, I han't no objection to tell you," responded the old gardener, after a few moments' consideration. You see, when the establishment was broke up just after Lady Ravensworth left the Hall on a sudden, and when a lawyer come down here to discharge the servants, except me and my wife, who was put in charge of the place, he goes through the whole building, has all the shutters shut, and locks up all the rooms." Yes, of course," interposed Dunstable hastily, "because the mansion was to be sold just as it stood, with all the furniture in it." "But he give us the keys, in course," continued the gardener, "only told us to keep the rooms locked and the shutters shut when we wasn't dusting or cleaning. Well, the wery next day arter, we see the sperrit in the balcony. Me and my wife come up to this room together, and sure enough, the shutters was open."
"And they had been closed before?" asked one of the young ladies, in a tremulous tone.
"As sure as you're there, miss," replied the old man. "What I now tell you is as true can be. But the door was locked, and that made it more curious still." "It is clear that the shutters in this one particular room had been left open when all the others were closed," said Colonel Cholmondeley with a contemptuous smile, for he began to grow weary of the old man's garrulity. "Well, and if they was," cried Abraham Squiggs in an angry tone, for the Colonel's remark seemed to convey an imputation against his veracity, "me and my wife shut them up again, and locked the door when we went out."
"And what followed?" inquired 2 or 3 of the Misses Bustard, speaking in low voices which indicated breathless curiosity.
"Why, that next night the shutters was opened again," answered the old man, fixing a reproachful glance upon the sceptical Colonel.
The young ladies shuddered visibly and crowded together. Mrs. Bustard again cast a timorous glance around, and the gentleman knew not what to make of the gardener's story.
"Yes," continued the old man, now triumphing in the impression which he had evidently made upon his audience, "and from that moment till now, I have never set foot in this here drawing-room. But the sperrit is often here, for sometimes the shutters stays open for 2 or 3 days. Sometimes they're closed for weeks together."
"But what has all that to do with your bringing us to this very room on the present occasion?" asked Edgerton, his aunt again prompting the question.
"Now don't be angry, sir, and I'll tell you," replied the gardener, remembering that he was to treat Mr. Edgerton as the owner of the place. "The shutters have been shut for a matter of 3 weeks up to last night, and so when I see 'em open again, I says to my wife, says I, 'Now's the time to see what the sperrit ralely wants, and why troubles that room. There's a power of fine folks a-coming to-morrow,' says I, 'and we'll just put 'em in the haunted room. If so be the sperrit shows hisself, they're sure to speak to him, and maybe he'll tell them why he walks.' 'Do so,' says my old woman, and by rights I shouldn't have said a word about the sperrit at all, but it come out somehow or another, and now you know all."
"And we are very much obleeged, indeed, for being put into a haunted room," exclaimed Mrs. Bustard, bridling up.
"Oh, the joke is a capital one," cried Cholmondeley, "and we will stay here by all means. If the lady should be frightened, the gentlemen must take them upon their knees."
"Oh, this before one in my situation!" whispered Clarissa Jemima to her lover. "It is too bad, my charmer," returned the poetical tripe man. But the Colonel's observation, however grievously it shocked the tender couple, had only produced a vast amount of giggling and blushing on the part of the 4 Misses Bustards who were not engaged to be married, and the result was that no serious opposition manifested itself to Cholmondeley's proposal to occupy that particular room. "Pray be seated, ladies and gentlemen," said Edgerton, now taking upon himself the duties of a host, "and excuse me for a few minutes while I ascertain that everything necessary for your entertainment has been provided." Edgerton accordingly left the room, beckoning Abraham Squiggs to follow him. The gardener conducted his temporary master to the kitchen, where Mrs. Squiggs was busily engaged in unpacking the hampers of wine and cold provisions sent on the preceding day. She was as like her husband as if she had been his sister instead of his wife,
and therefore the reader is prepared to hear that she was a little, shriveled, dirty old woman, possessing a face and hands apparently at open war with soap and water. She was, however, very good-natured, and seemed quite at home in the occupation to which her attention was at present directed. Being unaware of the approach of her husband and a stranger, she continued aloud the soliloquy in which she was engaged previous to their entrance. "Fine turkey, stuffed with black things. Truffles, I've heerd them called by the cooks that used to be here," said the old lady in a voice that seemed as if it sounded through a cracked speaking trumpet. "Glorious ham, 4 cold chicken, and tongues, regular picters. 2 cooled pies, weal and ham most likely. Leastways, unless one's beef. 6 lobsters, flasks of ile, and a bottle of vinegar. But what's this heavy feller? Cold round of biled beef. And here's a blessed quarter of lamb. They'll want mint sauce for that. What next? 4 great German sausages, excellent eating, I'll bet a penny. No end of bread, half a Cheshire cheese, whole Stilton, and that's all in this basket." Mrs. Squiggs had just finished the pleasing task of ranging all these succulent edibles upon the dresser, when she turned round and beheld her husband, accompanied by a stranger, who was forthwith introduced as Mr. Edgerton, the temporary master of the hall. The old lady bobbed down and up again, thereby meaning a curtsy, for the natural good nature of her disposition was materially enhanced by the pleasing prospect of coming in for the remainder of the splendid collation which she had just been admiring. Edgerton and the gardener hastened to unpack the wine, and when this task was accomplished, the young man addressed the old one in these terms. "My friend Lord Dunstable gave you £5 the other day as a slight recompense for your civility in allowing me the use of the hall on this occasion. Here's another £5 note for you, but pray be upon your guard should either of the ladies take it into their heads to question you concerning my right to this property. I, however, perceive that you are well disposed to aid me in this little innocent cheat upon my relations, and I really give you great credit for the ghost story which you told to get rid of them all as soon as possible." "Thank ye kindly for the money, sir," exclaimed the gardener, "but as I'm a living sinner which hopes to be saved, every word I said upstairs about the sperrit is as true as the gospel." "Ridiculous!" cried Edgerton. "You cannot seriously believe in such a thing. Who ever heard of ghosts at these times?" "Well, sir," said the man in a solemn tone, "don't let's talk any more about it, 'cause it might bring bad luck to disbelieve in ghosts where a ghost walks." Edgerton was about to reply, but he checked himself, remembering that it was useless to argue against a deeply rooted superstition. He accordingly gave some instructions relative to the collation, which he ordered to be served up in the course of an hour, and having renewed his injunctions as to caution in respect to his supposed ownership of the estate, he returned to the drawing-room where he left the company. End of 110. Section 111 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Mike Manolakes. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. 111. Chapter 246. The Party at Ravensworth Hall. During Albert Edgerton's absence, the conversation in the drawing-room had at first turned upon the subject of the old gardener's statements respecting the ghost. Lord Dunstable, Mr. Chichester, and Sir Rupert Harborough expressed their firm belief in the truth of the story, simply because they were anxious to serve their friend Egerton, and get the aunt and cousins back again to London as speedily as possible. For they feared that if an exposure were to take place, and if the deception relative to the ownership of the hall were by any accident to transpire, the remonstrances, reproaches, and accompanying advice which Egerton's relations were certain to lavish upon him might have the effect of reclaiming him entirely, a prospect by no means pleasant to the minds of those adventurers who were resolved to pluck him to his very last feather. Colonel Cholmondeley, although completely agreeing with his friends in all matters of this nature, nevertheless proclaimed his total disbelief of the ghost story. This he did simply because it would have appeared too pointed had all Edgarton's friends combined unanimously in recommending that the party should return to London immediately after the collation. "For my part," said Mr. Tedworth Jones, "I believe every word that the old man uttered. Love, poetry, and ghosts seem to me to go together. For what is love unless the lover who loses her whom he loves can soothe the agony of his mind by the conviction that she, the dear lost one, is ever near him in the shape of a disembodied spirit?" And having delivered himself of this splendid proof of his poetic mind, Mr. Tedworth Jones glanced triumphantly around him. "How sweet you do talk, to be sure, my dear Tedworth," murmured the enraptured Clarissa Jemima. "It was your conversation," she added, in a loving whisper, "that first made an impression upon my heart." "And did my poetry have no influence, dearest?" asked Mr. Jones, in a tone of increasing mawkishness, and so far above a whisper that the words were overheard by Mr. Chichester. "Ah, now I have found you out, Mr. Jones," cried this gentleman, who most probably had certain reasons of his own for playing the amiable towards the wealthy tripeman's heir. "You're a poet, eh? Well, I thought so from the very first. In fact, you have the air of a poet. You wear your collar like a poet. You look altogether like a poet." Now, although Mr. Tedworth Jones looked at that precise moment, and at most other moments also, more like an ass than a poet, he nevertheless felt the compliment in its most flattering sense; and after a considerable degree of whispering on his part with Clarissa, and giggling and whispering also on hers, it transpired that Mr. Tedworth Jones had addressed to his beloved a great variety of poetical compositions. "And I can assure you that they are very pretty too," cried Mrs. Bustard, who was by no means an indifferent spectatress of this scene. "But you should print them, my dear sir. You should print them," exclaimed Mr. Chichester. "Let the world welcome you at once as a great poet." "Well," said Mr. Tedworth Jones, his whole countenance becoming as red as his hair, so it seemed as if he were about to go off in a state of spontaneous combustion, "I did venture to print a little piece a few weeks ago." "Indeed," said Chichester, apparently much delighted at this announcement. "In some periodical, I presume?" "No, it was to have been struck off on a few sheets of gilt-edged paper, just to circulate privately amongst my friends, you know," replied Mr. Jones. "But really, the compositors made such an awful mull of the first proof that I never had the courage to let them go on." "That was a very great pity," observed Chichester. "I can show you the original copy, and the first proof if you like," continued Mr. Jones, "and you may judge for yourself how far I was justified in being angry with the printers." Mr. Chichester of course expressed the utmost curiosity to see the poem and the proof, and the favour was conceded by Mr. Jones, after some slight opposition on the part of Clarissa, who thought that such a display was improper in respect to a lady in her situation. The papers were, however, handed over to Mr. Chichester, who began by reading aloud the following manuscript copy of verses. To Clarissa Jemima. O sweet Clarissa, ever dearest love, what palpitations does my fond heart prove, when thy coy hand I press! Who can depict the ineffable delight with which thy glances break upon the night of my sad loneliness? True as the boreal lights unto the pole, those looks shed lustre on my saddened soul, and bid sweet visions rise, to cheer me in my wandering path, and give a plea to nurse the thoughts that I may live to bask in thy blessed eyes. Yes, dark as seemeth this wide world to me, perverse as human hearts appear to be, thou art all truth and joy. For thee the incense of my altar burns, to thee my grateful memory ever turns, with bliss that ne'er can cloy. These verses were received with great applause by all present, but during the reading of them Clarissa had thought it quite becoming for a young lady in her situation to burst into tears and throw herself in a sort of hysterical frenzy into her mamma's arms. This little bit of tragedy was, however, soon got over, and, the manuscript copy of the verses having been disposed of, Mr. Chichester proceeded to read aloud the first proof of the stanzas in print. To Alrissa Gemini. O sweet Alrissa, ever cleanest bore, what fluctuations does my proud heart pour, when thy toy's hand I guess? Who can defect the inexorable delight, with which thy flounces break upon the sight of my bad loveliness? Trim as the rascal's sights unto the pole, those locks shed bistre on my padded soul, and bids smart onions rise. To churn me in my mantling path, and give a flea to nerve the thought that I may live, to bask in thy bleared eyes. You bark as smelleth this vile work to me, peruse as human beasts appear to be, then act all trash and gag. For thee the nonsense of my utter brims, to thee my plateful simmering ever trims, with flies that now can't bag. I think you will grant that the printers made a slight mull of my writing, said Mr. Jones when Chichester had brought this specimen of typography to a conclusion. Yes, a slight mull, as you observe, returned this gentleman, who, together with his own friends, was scarcely able to repress a boisterous outbreak of mirth. But it is impossible to feel any annoyance at that strange assemblance of misconceptions on the part of the printer, since the original itself is so perfectly beautiful. Oh, yes, so very charming, whispered Clarissa Jemima to her lover. Mr. Jones looked a complete encyclopedia of tender emotions, and the happy couple, forgetting that other persons were present, continued their discourse in whispers. Well, I declare, said Miss Susanna Rachel after a pause, I don't think I shall ever again be able to sleep without a light in the room, after all that has been told us about the ghost. And I shall always cover my head over with the clothes, lisped another female specimen of the bustard race. I've been told, remarked the fourth daughter, that a horseshoe nailed to the door of a room will prevent evil spirits from passing the threshold. Or sleep with a Bible under your pillow, said the fifth Miss Bustard. That's all very well, gals, observed the parent of this most interesting family, but ghostesses won't be kept away by such means as them. Where there's evil spirits, there evil spirits will be. Nothing can possibly be clearer, madam, exclaimed Lord Dunstable. And if they must walk, they will walk, continued Mrs. Bustard. Your arguments are really admirable, madam. And so it's of no use bothering oneself about it, beyond getting away as soon as possible from the place where ghostesses are, added the lady. Were you of the other sex, madam, I should say you had graduated at Oxford, remarked the nobleman, for you reason with all the logic of Euclid. Is Mr. Euclid such a very clever man, my lord? asked Mrs. Bustard. Dunstable was suddenly seized with a violent fit of coughing, at least so it appeared to the good-natured old lady, inasmuch as he was forced to keep his handkerchief to his mouth for a considerable time. Edgerton now reappeared and suggested a ramble about the grounds, while the collation was being spread. Mrs. Bustard was anxious to go over the mansion, but Edgerton negatived that proposal by stating that as he had not yet compared the contents of the various rooms with the inventory, it would not be fair to institute any such examination unless attended by the persons in charge of the place, and they were too busy with the preparations for the luncheon to spare time for that purpose. The ramble was accordingly agreed to, and the party descended to the gardens. Well, my dear Albert, said Mrs. Bustard, as they roved through the gardens. "I admire the edifice, and I admire the gardens very much, but I don't like the evil spirit. You'll never be happy in this lonely place until you marry, and have a companion." "Marry!" exclaimed Egerton, into whose head the idea had only entered as one suggesting a means to repair his fortunes, when they should be completely shattered. "Yes, marry to be sure," continued his good-natured but garrulous relative. "Let me see. I think I could make up an excellent match for you. What should you say to Miss Postlethwaite, the great Paviour's daughter?" "Oh, my dear madam," exclaimed Lord Dunstable, "your nephew may look somewhat higher than a Paviour's daughter. I intend that he shall marry a lady of title as well as of fortune. Only think how well it was sound in the Morning Herald, Mr. and Lady Egerton of Ravensworth Park." "So it would," cried the aunt, delighted with the prospect thus held out. And in this way they chatted until the bell on the roof of the hall rang to summon them to the collation. The table was spread in the haunted room, and the company took their places with a determination to do ample justice to the excellent cheer. We have already given the reader to understand that there was a most liberal supply of eatables provided for this occasion. We should also state that the wine was equally plentiful and good, and the champagne soon circulated with great freedom. Mrs. Bustard permitted Lord Dunstable to fill her glass as often as he chose, and that was very often indeed. As for her daughters, they one and all declared to the gentlemen who respectively sate next to them, that they really could not possibly think of taking more than a quarter of a glass, but it happened that, after a great deal of simpering, giggling, and blushing, they managed to toss off each a bumper, and somehow or another their eyes were averted when their glasses were being refilled, and on the third occasion of such replenishment they took it as a matter of course. Things went on so comfortably that Egerton's spirits rose to a high estate of exuberance, as if he were really the owner of the splendid mansion in which he was entertaining his relations and friends. Mrs. Bustard declared that she never had seen anything so pleasant since the day when her poor deceased husband and herself dined with the Lord Mayor. Mr. Tedworth Jones insisted upon singing a song which he had himself composed to his intended, and the first two lines of which delicately eulogized the fair Clarissa, and plainly stated how grieved the poet would be to miss her; and even the young lady herself was so happy and contented that she forgot to reproach her lover for thus publicly complimenting one in her situation. Dunstable flattered the old lady. Cholmondeley, Harborough, and Chichester made themselves agreeable to the young ones, and everything was progressing as merry as a marriage bell, when the old gardener rushed frantically into the room, carrying his paper cap in one hand, his wig in the other, and bawling at the top of his cracked voice, "A corpse! A corpse!" Every one started from his seat around the table, and surveyed the gardener with looks of astonishment. For a moment Egerton and his four fashionable friends imagined that this was some scheme of the gardener to break up the party, and was therefore to some extent a stratagem in favour of Egerton himself. But a second glance at the horror-struck countenance of the old man convinced them that his present conduct was far different from a mere feint. "A corpse! A corpse!" he repeated, casting haggard looks around. "What in the name of heaven do you mean?" demanded Egerton, now advancing towards him. The gardener sank, trembling all over, upon a seat, and Egerton made him swallow a glass of wine. In a few minutes he grew more composed, put on his wig, which, it seemed, had fallen off as he was rushing up the stairs, and then related in his characteristic roundabout manner the causes of his ejaculations and his alarms. But it will, perhaps, suit the convenience of the reader much better if we explain the whole affair in our own language, and as succinctly as possible. It appeared, then, that while the company in the drawing-room were discussing their wine, and the gardener, his wife, and the servants in attendance upon the vehicles were dining off the remains of the banquet in the kitchen, a stout, hearty, decently dressed man, of about 48 years of age, was passing through a field near Ravensworth Hall. He was accompanied by a beautiful terrier, with which he amused himself by throwing a small stick to as great a distance as he could, and making the dog fetch it back to him. The little animal was very sagacious, and performed his duty well, until at last the man threw the stick into a certain part of the field where the dog persisted in remaining, instead of hastening back to its master. Vainly did the man whistle and call from a distance. The dog would not obey him, but kept scratching in a particular spot from which it would not stir. Thither did the man accordingly proceed, and on reaching the spot, he found the dog working away with its little paws in a hollow, which had doubtless been caused by the recent rains. At the same time, a nauseous effluvium assailed the man's nostrils, and on examining the spot more attentively, he discovered, to his indescribable horror, a human hand protruding from the soil. It was almost a skeleton hand, but the black and rotting flesh still clung to it, and the fibres were not so far decomposed as to cease to hold the joints of the fingers together. Seizing the dog in his arms, the man tore the little animal away from the spot where so appalling a spectacle appeared, and without farther hesitation, he hurried to the hall. Having found his way to the servants' offices, he communicated his discovery to the old gardener and to the servants who had accompanied Edgerton's party to the mansion. The first impulse of Abraham Squiggs was to hurry upstairs and alarm the guest with the strange news thus brought, but Lord Dunstable's lacquey suggested the impropriety of disturbing the company, and proposed that the spot should be first examined by means of mattocks and spades. This plan was immediately assented to, and the gardener having procured the implements required, the owner of the dog hastened to lead the way to the place where the human hand appeared above the ground. Mrs. Squiggs protested against being left behind. She was accordingly allowed to form one of the party. On reaching the spot, the news which the stranger had imparted were found to be correct, and the exposed member was viewed with looks of horror and alarm. "Some foul deed has been committed," said the stranger, "but I have always heard and read that God will sooner or later bring murder to light." "Oh, and that's true enough, I'll warrant," exclaimed the old gardener. "The body which that hand belongs to was no doubt buried deep, but the rains overflowed yonder pond, and the water made itself a way along here, you see, so that it has hollowed the earth out several foot." "Well, it's of no use talking," said the stranger, "but make haste and dig down here, old gentleman, so that we may see whether the hand has an arm, and the arm a body." The gardener took the spade and set to work, but he trembled so violently that he was unable to proceed for many minutes. The stranger accordingly snatched the spade from his hands, and addressed himself resolutely to the task. While he was thus employed, the others stood by in profound silence, but the dog ran in a timid manner round the spot, sometimes barking, then whining mournfully. His master worked speedily but carefully, and as each shovelful of earth was thrown up, and as the proofs that an entire human body lay beneath became every instant more apparent, the spectators exchanged glances of augmenting horror. But when at length the entire form of a human being was laid bare scarcely 2 feet below the bottom of the hollow, when their eyes fell upon the blackened flesh of the decomposing head, the features of which were no longer traceable, and when the rotting remnants of attire showed that the being who had there found a grave was of the female sex, a cry burst simultaneously from every lip. "Here's work for the coroner, at all events," observed the stranger, after a long pause. "We must move the body to the big house there." "Move the body to the hall?" cried the old gardener and his wife, in the same breath, and both looking aghast at this announcement. "Yes, most certainly," answered the stranger. "Would you leave a Christian, as I hope that poor woman was, to be devoured by rats and other vermin? I might have done so once, but, thank God, I have become a better man since then. Howsomever, get us a plank or two, old gentleman, and we'll do our duty in a proper manner." The gardener retraced his way in a sulky mood, and with much mumbling to himself, to the hall, and presently returned with a couple of planks and 2 stout pieces of wood to serve as cross-beams to form the bier. The corpse was then carefully placed upon the planks, but not without great risk of its falling to pieces while being thus moved, and, the bier having been hoisted on the shoulders of the stranger, Dunstable's lacquey, the seedy coachman, and Colonel Cholmondeley's groom, the procession moved towards the hall, the gardener and his wife at the head. But when the party arrived, with its appalling burden, near the mansion, the old man and woman began to exchange hasty whispers together. "What is the matter now?" asked the stranger. "Why, sir," replied the gardener in a hesitating manner, "me and my wife has been a-thinking together that it would be as well to put the remains of that poor creetur as far from our own rooms as possible, 'cause what with a spirit here and a dead body there—" "Well, well, old man," interrupted the stranger impatiently, "this load is heavy, and I for one shall be glad to put it down somewhere. So leave off chattering uselessly, and tell us in a word what you do mean." "To be sure," returned the gardener. "This way, this way." And, as he spoke, he opened a small door at the southern end of the building, by means of a key which he selected from a bunch hanging beneath his apron. "We can never get up that staircase, old gentleman," said the stranger, plunging his glances through the doorway. "It's easier than you think. The stairs isn't so steep as they seem," returned the gardener. "And what's more," he added doggedly, "you may either bring your burden this way, or leave it in the open air altogether." "To be sure," chimed in the old woman, "if you don't choose to put the body in the very farthermost room from our end of the building, you may take it back again, and them stairs leads to the room that is farthermost off." The stranger, who was a willing, good-natured man, and who seemed to study only how he should best perform a Christian duty, offered no farther remonstrance, but, respecting the prejudices of the old people, succeeded, by aid of his co-operators, in conveying the bier up the staircase. On reaching the landing, the gardener opened the door of a room the shutters of which were closed, but through the chinks there streamed sufficient light to show that the apartment was a bedchamber. "Put it down there, on the carpet," said the gardener, who was anxious to terminate a proceeding by no means agreeable to him. The bier was conveyed into the room and placed upon the floor. At that moment, while the gardener and his wife remained standing in the passage, the old man suddenly caught hold of the woman's arm with a convulsive grasp, and whispered in a hasty and hollow tone, "Hark! There's a footstep!" "Yes, I hear it too," returned his wife in a scarcely audible tone, and through very fright she repeated, "There, there, there," as often as the footstep fell, or seemed to fall, upon her ears. "At the end of the passage," murmured the gardener. "Did you see anything?" asked his wife, clinging to him. "No, but it's certain to be the spirit," returned the man, and they leant on each other for support. At the next moment, the four men came from the interior of the room where they had deposited the corpse, and the two old people began to breathe more freely. The gardener hurried his wife and companions down the narrow staircase, and pushed them all hastily from the threshold of the little door, which he carefully locked behind him. Then, having given the stranger a surly kind of invitation to step in and refresh himself, he led the way to the offices at the opposite extremity of the building. But scarcely had the party gained the servants' hall, when the old gardener, whose mind was powerfully excited by all that had just occurred, hastened abruptly away, and rushing up the great staircase, he burst into the drawing-room, exclaiming, "A corpse! A corpse!" End of 111.
Section 111 of the Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 111. Chapter 247. The Stranger Who Discovered the Corpse. Perhaps there is no other cry in the world, save that of fire, more calculated to spread terror and dismay when falling suddenly and unexpectedly upon the ears of a party of revellers than that of "A corpse! A corpse!" Before a single question can be put, or a word of explanation be given, each one who hears that ominous announcement revolves 1,000 dread conjectures in his mind; for although that cry might in reality herald nothing more appalling than a case of sudden death from natural causes, yet the imagination instinctively associates it with the foulest deed of treachery and murder. Such was the case in the present instance. The entire party started from their seats, and the smiles that were a moment before upon their countenances gave place to looks of profound horror and intense curiosity. The feelings thus denoted did not experience any mitigation from the inquiring glances that were cast towards the gardener, for the entire appearance of the old man was far more calculated to augment than diminish the alarm which his strange cry had originated. His eyes rolled wildly in their sockets, his quivering lips were livid, his frame seemed to be influenced by one continuous shudder, and his breath came with difficulty. In fact, the mysterious sounds of footsteps in the passage had worked up his feelings, already greatly moved by the discovery and exhumation of the rotting carcass of a female, to a degree of excitement doubly painful to behold in one so bowed with the weight of years as he; and he sank into a seat, as we have before said, in a state of almost complete exhaustion. The wine that Egerton compelled him to swallow partially restored him, and in the course of a few minutes he was enabled to relate the particulars which we have succinctly placed before the reader. The ladies were cruelly shocked by the narrative that thus met their ears, and they, one and all, declared that nothing should ever again induce them to visit a place into possession of which their relative seemed to have entered under the most inauspicious circumstances. They also requested to be taken back to London with the least possible delay, and Sir Rupert Harborough, with his friend Chichester, hastened to give the servants orders to get the vehicles ready. Mrs. Bustard and her daughters retired into an ante-room to put on their bonnets and shawls. Egerton, Dunstable, Cholmondeley, and Tedworth Jones remained standing round the chair on which the old gardener was still seated. "This is a most extraordinary thing," said Dunstable, after a pause, during which he had reflected profoundly. Then, addressing himself to his friend the Colonel, he asked in a serious tone, "Does not the strange discovery just made remind you of something that I mentioned to you nearly 2 years ago?" "I recollect," cried the Colonel. "You allude to the mysterious disappearance of Lydia Hutchinson." "I do," answered the nobleman. "That event occurred while I was lying wounded in this house." "Ah, I heerd of it, to be sure," said the gardener. "But I was down in the country when all them things took place. I was there for some months. Do you think—" "No, it could not be," interrupted Dunstable, "for it was well known at that time that Lydia decamped with Lady Ravensworth's jewel-box." Colonel Cholmondeley turned away and said nothing. He remembered the evidences of a desperate enmity between Adeline and Lydia, which had come within his own cognizance, and a very vague, distant and undefined suspicion that the corpse just discovered might indeed be that of Lydia Hutchinson entered his mind. But he speedily banished it, for the idea that Lady Ravensworth could have had anything to do with the murder of Lydia did not seem tenable for a moment. "As your lordship says," observed the old gardener, after a long pause, and now addressing himself to Dunstable, "it can't have anything to do with that young woman who was here a few weeks as my lady's maid, 'cause it's well knowed that she bolted off with the jewel casket, as your lordship says." Here Cholmondeley advanced toward Dunstable, took him by the arm, and leading him aside, said in a hasty whisper, "Let us leave this matter where it is. Should the body just discovered be really that of Lydia Hutchinson, who disappeared so strangely, it would be very annoying for us to have to explain to a coroner's jury all we know about her and Lady Ravensworth." "Truly so," answered Dunstable, "and after all it is no affair of ours." This understanding being arrived at, the nobleman and his friend returned to the table, where they helped themselves to some champagne to allay, as they said, the disagreeable sensations produced by the sudden interruption which their mirth had experienced. The day seemed to be marked out by destiny as one on which various adventures were to occur in respect to the excursion party to Ravensworth Hall. It will be remembered that Sir Rupert Harborough and Chichester had left the drawing-room for the purpose of seeing the vehicles got ready with the least possible delay. The two friends, whom the associated roguery of many years had rendered as intimate as even brothers could be, proceeded downstairs, and after some little trouble found their way to the servants' offices. Guided by a sound of voices, they threaded a passage, and at length found themselves on the threshold of the room where the gardener's wife, the stranger who had first discovered the body, the seedy coachman, the lackey, and the groom were still discussing the incident that had so recently occurred. But the moment that the two gentlemen appeared at the door, the stranger started from his seat, exclaiming in a loud tone, "Well met, I declare! You're the very identical men I've long been wanting to see." And putting his arms akimbo, he advanced towards them in a manner which appeared extremely free and independent in the eyes of the lackeys. "Ah, my good friend Talbot!" cried the baronet, for a moment thrown off his guard, but speedily recovering himself. "Upon my honour, I am delighted to see you." "So am I, quite charmed to find you looking so well," exclaimed Chichester. "No thanks to either of you, howsomever," said the individual thus addressed, and without appearing to notice the hands that were extended to him. "But you know as well as I do that my name isn't Talbot at all. It's Bill Pocock, and I may add, too, without telling a lie, that it's now honest Bill Pocock." "Well, my dear Pocock," exclaimed Chichester, with a glance that implored his forbearance, "I am really quite happy to see you, but we will step out into the garden and just talk over a few little matters." "Oh, gentlemen," said the gardener's wife, coming forward, "you're quite welcome to step into our little parlour t'other side of the passage, if so be you have anything private to talk about." "Thank you, that will exactly suit us," returned Chichester hastily, and taking Pocock's arm, he drew him into the room thus offered for their privacy. The baronet remained behind for a few moments to give the necessary instructions to the servants relative to preparing the vehicles, and this being done, he rejoined Chichester and Pocock. When the trio were thus assembled in the gardener's little parlour, Pocock said, "So I find you two chaps still pursuing the old game. Got in with a young cit named Egerton, and all his relations, eh? Pretty goings-on, I've no doubt." "Only just in a friendly way, my dear fellow," exclaimed Chichester. "But you stated that you had been looking for me and Harborough for a long time?" "Yes, I was anxious enough to see you both," returned Pocock, "and I'll tell you the reason why. You remember that night, some few years ago, when you two got such a precious wallopin' at the Dark Horse in Brick Lane, Spitalfields?" "Well, well," said the baronet. "Go on." "Oh, I see you haven't forgot it. You also know that on that same night the very man whom we all ruined was present. I mean Richard Markham." "Yes, to be sure. But what of it?" demanded Chichester. "Why, I gave him a paper, drawed up and signed by myself, plain William Pocock, and none of your aristocratic Talbots." "And that paper," said the baronet anxiously, "contained a complete confession of the whole business that brought him into trouble," continued Pocock. "But he pledged himself not to use it to my prejudice, and that's the reason why you never heard of it in a legal way. On that same occasion he put a £50 note into my hand, saying, 'Accept this as a token of my gratitude and proof of my forgiveness, and endeavour to enter an honest path. Should you ever require a friend, do not hesitate to apply to me.' Those was his words, and they made a deep impression on me. Yes, gentlemen, and I did enter an honest path," continued Pocock proudly. "And that money prospered me. I returned to my old business as an engraver. I left off going to public-houses. I worked hard and redeemed my character with my old employers. Since that night at the Dark Horse all has gone well with me. I have never applied to my benefactor, because I have never required a friend, but I have prayed for him morning and evening. Yes, gentlemen, prayed. I know that this may sound strange in your ears. It is nevertheless true, and I am not ashamed to own it. And while that faultless young man was pursuing his glorious career in a foreign land, there was an obscure but grateful individual in London who wept over his first reverses, but who laughed and sang and danced for joy when the newspapers brought tidings of his great battles. And that individual was myself, for he was my saviour, my guardian angel, my benefactor. Instead of heaping curses upon me, he had spoken kind words of forgiveness and encouragement. Instead of spurning me from his presence, he had given me money, and told me to look upon him as my friend. My God! Such a man as that can save more souls and redeem more sinners than all the bishops that ever wore lawn sleeves. I adore his very name. I worship him. I am as proud of his greatness as if he was my own son, and all prince though he now is, did it depend on me, he should wear a crown." And as he spoke, the grateful man's voice became tremulous with emotions, and the big tears rolled down his cheeks. There was at that moment something so commanding, something so superior about even this vulgar individual, that Chichester and Harborough found themselves unable to reply to him in that strain of levity with which they would have gladly sought to sneer away his eulogies of one whom they hated and feared. "Yes," continued Pocock, "all I possess in the world I owe to the Prince of Montoni. I am now at my ease, I live in my own house, bought with my own hard-earned money. I can even afford to take a little pleasure, or an occasional ramble, as I was doing just now when accident brought me here. And what is more, I always have a £5 note to assist a friend. You cannot wonder, then, if I worship the very name of that man who from a comparatively humble rank has raised himself to such a proud height by his valour and his virtues." "But what has all this to do with your anxiety to see the baronet and me?" inquired Chichester, in a tone displaying little of its wonted assurance. "A great deal," answered Pocock. "I only want an opportunity to show the Prince how grateful I am to him, and for that reason have I looked out for you. Great, powerful, and rich as he is now, the memory of the past cannot oppress him, but still it would be satisfactory to his noble mind to receive from both of you the same confession of his innocence that he has had from me." "What!" cried the baronet and Chichester together, as they exchanged troubled glances. "Yes, you know what I mean," said Pocock, "and you dare not refuse me, although it is my duty, perhaps, to step upstairs and quietly explain to the people there what kind of acquaintance they've got in you. Yet the honour of the Prince is uppermost with me, and I will not expose you if you at once write out and sign a paper saying that he was innocent, and you was the guilty cause of his misfortunes." "Impossible!" cried Harborough. "He would transport us," ejaculated Chichester, turning deadly pale. "And no great harm if he did," said the engraver dryly; "but consideration for me will prevent his punishing you. So if you value the friendship of your chums upstairs—" "It would never do to be shown up before them," whispered the baronet, with desperate emphasis, to Chichester, whom he drew partially aside for a moment. "You will pledge yourself not to show to any one save the Prince the paper you require of us?" asked Chichester of the engraver. "When once you've given me that paper, I want to know nothing more of you or your pursuits," replied Pocock. The two gentlemen exchanged a few hurried whispers, and then signified their assent to the arrangement proposed, for they found Egerton's purse too useful a means to have recourse to at pleasure, to allow them to risk the loss of their influence over him. There were writing materials in the room where the above conversation took place, and the document was speedily drawn up. Chichester wrote it under the supervision of Pocock, who would not allow him to abate one single tittle of all the infamy which characterized the proceedings that had engendered the misfortunes of Richard Markham. The paper was then duly signed and delivered into the hands of the engraver. "Now that this little business is settled," said he, "perhaps you two gentlemen will just allow me to observe that I have found an honest way of life much happier than a dishonest one, and quite as easy to pursue if you only have the will. But whether you'll profit by this advice or not is more than I can say, and certainly much more than I should like to answer for." With these words Pocock took his departure, the dog following close at his heels. Chichester and Harborough exchanged looks expressive of mingled vexation and contempt, and then returned to the drawing-room. The vehicles were almost immediately afterwards driven round to the principal entrance, and the company were on the point of leaving the apartment where the festivities had been so unpleasantly interrupted, when an ejaculation which escaped the lips of Colonel Cholmondeley, who was gazing from the window, caused them all to hasten to the casements. A travelling barouche was rapidly approaching the mansion. End of section 111.
Section 113 of The Mysteries of London, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dan Grzinski. The Mysteries of London, Volume 2, by George W. M. Reynolds. Section 113. An Unpleasant Exposure. Egerton's countenance grew pale as death when he beheld that carriage hastening through the park towards the entrance of the hall. Dunstable perceived and understood his fear, and he himself experienced no little dread lest the approaching vehicle should contain Lady Ravensworth. But in the next moment this suspicion vanished, for it did not seem probable that her ladyship would return to a mansion totally unprepared to receive her. The old gardener was, however, now shaking with a new alarm, and the departure was hurried as much as possible, but the travelling barouche had stopped near the entrance of the hall ere Egerton's party had reached the bottom of the great staircase. There was no male domestic in attendance upon the carriage. The postillion accordingly alighted from his horse, opened the door, and assisted two females, both clad in deep mourning, to descend. Of those females, one was evidently a lady, and the other her maid. The former raised her black veil immediately upon alighting, and gazed in astonishment upon the three vehicles which had prevented her own from drawing up immediately against the steps of the principal entrance. By this time Egerton's party, followed by the old gardener, who was doing his best to hurry the intruders away, had reached the portico, and it was at this precise moment that the lady raised her veil on descending from the barouche. Cholmondeley and Dunstable started, and the former exclaimed, "Lady Ravensworth!" Then, recovering his wonted self-command, he advanced towards Adeline, raised his hat, and said, "Your ladyship is doubtless astonished to see so large a party at Ravensworth Hall. But if you will permit me to speak to you 5 words in private—" "I have no secrets to discuss with Colonel Cholmondeley," interrupted Adeline, in a tone of freezing hauteur, and yet of deep dejection. Then, turning towards Mrs. Bustard, who had thrust herself forward to learn why the arrival of a barouche containing a lady and her female attendant had produced such a singular excitement among the gentlemen of the party, she said, "May I be permitted to inquire, madame, the meaning of this assembly on the day of my return?" "If you'll tell me first, ma'am, who you are," replied Mrs. Bustard, "maybe I'll satisfy you." "I am Lady Ravensworth," was the dignified answer. "Well then, my lady, all I can say is, and which I do on the part of my nephew Albert, that you're quite welcome to occupy a room or two in this edifice until such times as you can provide yourself with another place." "My dear aunt, allow me to explain myself to Lady Ravensworth," exclaimed Egerton, now stepping forward. "Do, my boy," cried Mrs. Bustard, whose voice was somewhat husky with champagne, and whose sight, from the same cause, was a little dizzy, so that she did not perceive the glance of mingled anger and astonishment which Adeline threw upon her while she was so politely offering her ladyship the use of apartments in Ravensworth Hall. "Lady Ravensworth, permit me 1 word, I implore you," said Lord Dunstable in an undertone, as he advanced before Egerton. "Is this mystery to be explained to me at all?" cried Adeline. "Lord Dunstable, I have no better reason to grant a private interview to you than to your friend Colonel Cholmondeley. I therefore hope that without farther delay you will inform me to what circumstance I am to attribute the honour which my poor mansion has experienced by receiving so large a party during my absence." "Her mansion, indeed," said Mrs. Bustard, with an indignant toss of the head, as she turned towards her daughters and Mr. Tedworth Jones, all of whom remained mute spectators of a scene which was to them totally inexplicable. "Upon me must the weight of your ladyship's anger fall," said Egerton, again advancing and mustering up all his courage to afford the requisite explanation. "No such thing," cried Mrs. Bustard. "What right has the lady to be angry because her house was put up for sale and you bought it?" "Abraham, will you explain this enigma exclaimed Adeline, turning impatiently towards the gardener, whom she suddenly discovered peering from behind Sir Rupert Harborough. "Why, my lady," said the old man, twisting his paper cap over and over in his hands as he dragged himself irresolutely forward, "your ladyship sees these wery respectable folk, leastways, respectable as far as I know anythink to the contrary. For my maxim is, my lady, as I often says to my old woman, says I, at such times when she says she," Adeline actually stomped her foot with impatience. "I'm a-coming to the pint, my lady," continued the gardener, now completely crushing the paper cap in his hand, "and in doing that, my lady, I must ax your ladyship's pardon, 'cause I'm a poor simple old man, which can't boast of much edication, leastways, as I says to my old woman." "This is insupportable," cried Adeline. "In one word, did you not receive my letter stating that it was my intention to return to the Hall this week?" "No, my lady, no such a letter ever came," answered the gardener. "But you can perhaps inform me in 2 words how these ladies and gentlemen happen to honour my house with their presence?" said Adeline, speaking in a severe tone. "Your house, ma'am?" shouted Mrs. Bustard, her countenance becoming purple with indignation. "No such a thing. It's my nephew's. He bought it, and he is here to tell you so." Thus speaking, she thrust Egerton forward. "My dear aunt," said the young man, tears starting into his eyes, "I have deceived you. I am sorry for the cheat which I have practised upon you, but the truth is—" "Don't tell me no more," cried Mrs. Bustard. "I see it all. It's a hoax. A shameful hoax, and I shouldn't wonder if your lord and your baronet and your honourables are all as brummagem as your title to this edifice. Come, Tedworth. Come, gals. Let's get back to the pavement. This is no place for us." And having thus expressed herself, Mrs. Bustard bounced down the steps and clambered like an irritated elephant into the glass coach, followed by her 5 daughters. Mr. Jones then mounted to the dickey, the seedy coachman whipped the horses, and the crazy old vehicle rattled away. Lady Ravensworth, attended by her maid, passed into the mansion, without bestowing any further notice on the gentlemen who still lingered upon the steps, and when she had thus disappeared, they hastened to take their departure for London, Egerton in a state of mind enviable only by a man about to be hanged. For nearly 2 years had Adeline been a voluntary exile from her native land, and in the seclusion of a charming villa in the south of France, she had devoted herself to the care of her child, whom the gipsy Morcar had so miraculously saved from death. She also endeavoured, by the exercise of charity and a constant attention to her devotions, to atone for the crimes which she had committed, but though deeply penitent, her soul could not stifle the pangs of an intense remorse, and thus had many, many sleepless nights, often rendered terrible by the shade of the murdered Lydia, dimmed the fires of Adeline's eyes, and given to her cheeks the pallor of marble. Her only solace was her child, on whom she doted with all the affection which can be bestowed by a heart that has nothing else to love, nothing else to render existence even tolerable. The more she alienated her mind from the frivolities and levities which had occupied her when she was a brilliant star in the galaxy of London fashion, and the more successfully she wrestled with those burning passions which had rendered her the willing victim of the seducer, even in her girlhood, so much the more profound became her affection for the infant Ferdinand. But that consolation was not to endure. 5 months before her return to England, the boy was snatched away from her, suddenly snatched away by the rude hand of fever, as the rosebud is cropped by the bleak north wind. Then how desolate became the heart of Adeline! She felt that her punishment had not yet ceased on earth. No longer were there chimes for her in a foreign land, and she panted to return to her native clime. For some weeks she wrestled against this inclination, but having imparted her desire to Eliza Sydney, with whom she regularly corresponded, a letter from that excellent lady set her mind at ease as to the expediency of revisiting England. Eliza offered no argument against the project, and Lady Ravensworth accordingly hastened her preparations for a departure from the south of France. The faithful Quentin was still in her service, but the English lady's maid, who had followed Adeline to the continent, had married and settled in France. A Frenchwoman, therefore, supplied her place, and it was this foreign servant who accompanied Lady Ravensworth on her return to the Hall. Adeline's desire was to retrace her way in privacy to the mansion which, according to the conditions of her late husband's will, had become her own, for there was now no male heir to the proud title and broad lands of Ravensworth, and her intention was to dwell in the strictest retirement at the mansion. She had written to the gardener to command him to prepare for her return, but by some accident the letter had miscarried, and hence the old man's ignorance of the approach of his mistress. On her arrival by the Calais steam packet at London Bridge, Adeline had left Quentin to clear the baggage at the custom-house, and had proceeded direct to the Hall. The incidents which immediately followed her arrival are already known to the reader. It may, however, appear strange that Adeline should come back to a dwelling which she had suffered so much, and which could not fail to recall to her with renewed force the black crime which lay so heavily upon her conscience. But her mind was in that morbid state which is so well calculated to engender idiosyncratic ideas, and she believed that the very act of her return to the scene of her enormity would prove a penance most salutary to her soul. Such purely Roman Catholic sentiments are frequently found exercising a deep influence over minds which contrition for great crimes has disposed to superstitious tendencies. There were also considerations of a more worldly nature which to some extent urged Lady Ravensworth to return to the Hall. She loathed the idea of dwelling amidst the noise, the din, and the crowds of the metropolis. She craved for the retirement of the country. Whither, then, could she repair save to the mansion which was her own? What excuse could she offer to those who knew her for settling in any other part of the suburbs of London? For near, though not in, the capital had she resolved to dwell, in order to be enabled to see her parents occasionally, and Eliza Sydney frequently. In addition to all the influences, moral and worldly, now enumerated, there was another which had confirmed Adeline in the idea of returning to the Hall, but this was a secret influence, for which she could not account. An influence that ever interposed amidst her waverings to settle them in favor of the project, one of those influences to which even the strongest minds are frequently subject, and for the existence of which they can give no satisfactory reason. Such an influence as this the Turk could denominate the irresistible current of destiny, but the pious Christian believes it to be the secret and all-powerful will of heaven. Let us, however, proceed with our narrative. The intruders had departed, and Lady Ravensworth was, as it were, alone in that vast mansion which had so many sad and gloomy memorials for her. She entered the drawing-room where Egerton's party had banqueted, and seeing the table covered with the bottles and glasses, turned away in disgust. Passing into the adjacent suite of apartments, she opened the shutters and gazed around the large and lonely rooms in which the silence of death seemed to reign. She looked at the pictures which hung upon the walls, and then it struck her that some change had taken place in those rooms, each feature of which she remembered well. The more earnestly she gazed about her, the firmer became her conviction that everything was not as she had left it. At length she perceived that 3 or 4 of the most valuable pictures had disappeared. A costly timepiece, too, was missing from the mantel of one apartment. Several ornaments were wanting in another. Thinking that these objects might have been shifted from their usual places, she entered another suite of rooms, and there, instead of finding the things which were lost from the first, she perceived more vacancies amongst the pictures and the ornaments. The conduct of the old gardener in allowing a party of persons to use the mansion, the care of which had been entrusted to him, recurred more forcibly than at first to her mind, and what had hitherto appeared a comparatively venial fault now assumed a complexion when coupled with the disappearance of the pictures and ornaments above mentioned, which naturally created in her mind alarming suspicions of his honesty. She rang the bell. Her French servant responded to the summons, and Adeline desired that the gardener might be immediately sent into her presence. The maid withdrew and conveyed by signs the order which she had received, for she was unable to speak a single word of English. The old man, who was deliberating with his wife upon the best means of breaking to Lady Ravensworth the unpleasant fact of there being a putrid corpse in the mansion at that very moment, had received the command with a ludicrous expression of fear and vexation on his countenance, and he repaired to the presence of his mistress in a state of mind about as agreeable as if he were on his road to an auto-da-fe. "Abraham," said Lady Adeline, "there are certain circumstances which render my return to this house far from pleasant. Almost heartbroken by the loss of that dear, dear child who constituted my only earthly joy, I come back to my native land with the hope of at least finding tranquillity and peace in the retirement of Ravensworth Hall. But scarcely do I alight from my carriage, when I encounter upon the very threshold of my home a party of revellers whom your imprudence permitted to celebrate their orgies within these walls. This fault I was inclined to pardon. But when upon the first superficial glance around the principal apartments, I perceive that many valuable articles have disappeared." "Disappeared, my lady!" cried the old man, starting in a manner rather indicative of surprise than of guilt. "Yes, Abraham," returned Lady Ravensworth severely. "Pictures, ornaments, timepieces, china bowls, and several objects of less value are missing from these apartments. Have you removed them elsewhere?" "Oh, my lady," cried the gardener, "you can't think that I would rob you. As God is my judge, neither me nor my wife has touched a single thing in the place, leastways, unless it was to dust and clean 'em. The doors has been kept locked. But if you have been in the habit of allowing strangers the use of these apartments—" "No, my lady, this was the fust and last time that me and my old 'oman did such a thing," exclaimed the gardener emphatically, "and we didn't know we was a-doing anythink so wery wrong, seeing your ladyship wasn't here." "And you have not even observed that certain pictures and ornaments had disappeared?" inquired Adeline, who knew not what to conjecture, for the manner and words of the old man were stamped with honesty. "Never, my lady. We never noticed it," was the answer. "For my part, I seldom come into these rooms at all. But my old 'oman dusted 'em out regular once a month or so, and if she'd missed anythink, I should have knowed of it in a moment, but—" "But what, Abraham?" said Lady Ravensworth in a kinder tone. "There's one circumstance that has troubled me and my wife more than once or twice or a dozen times, my lady, and yet—" "Speak candidly. Why do you hesitate?" The old man cast a hurried glance around, for it was now growing dusk, and sinking his voice to a whisper, he said, "The hall is troubled, my lady." "What do you mean?" exclaimed Adeline, starting from her seat, as if those words electrified her. "Explain yourself, old man. Speak." "Ah, my lady, there's no doubt on it," returned Abraham, again looking suspiciously around. "Mr. Vernon can't rest in his grave. His spirit walks—" "A truce to this idle folly!" cried Lady Ravensworth, her tone once more becoming severe. Had the old man assured her that he had seen the spirit of Lydia Hutchinson, she would have been suddenly overwhelmed by a feeling of tremendous awe, and she would have sunk beneath the appalling weight of an announcement the truth of which she would not have dared to question. This influence, however, could only have been exercised over her by the superstition associated with her own dread crime, and when, contrary to her expectation, but greatly to her relief, the phantom she so much dreaded was not the one of which the old man spoke, she immediately rejected his tale as unworthy of credit. "A truce to this idle folly!" she cried, "and prepare yourself to give the explanations which my solicitor may require at your hands tomorrow. Leave me. I hope your ladyship— leave me, I say, and send my maid up with lights." "Yes, my lady, certainly I will," returned the old man, without moving from the place where he stood. "But before I go, I must acquaint your ladyship, leastways, I must in duty state that, though it ain't a wery pleasant thing, still it wasn't my fault, as my old woman can prove to your ladyship." "Leave me," cried Adeline, in a tone which showed that she was determined to be obeyed. "If you have any apology to offer for your conduct, which I regret to say is now placed beyond all doubt by the confusion of your manner, you must satisfy my legal adviser upon that head. Fear not, however, that I will seek to punish an old man who cannot have many years to remain in this world. No, I am not vindictive. My own sufferings," she added, with a profound sigh, "have taught me to be merciful to others. But I do not desire to prolong this conversation now. Leave me, I repeat, leave me." The gardener endeavoured to obtain a farther hearing, for he was most anxious to communicate the fact of the dead body being in the house. But Adeline waved her hand in a manner so authoritative that the old man had no alternative than to obey. He accordingly left the room, quite bewildered by the injurious suspicions which had arisen in the mind of his mistress against his honesty, for he had spoken naught save the plain truth when he declared that the disappearance of the pictures and ornaments had never been observed by either himself or his wife. The French maid carried lights up to the drawing-room, and received from Lady Ravensworth instructions to prepare the bedchambers situate in the northern extremity of the building. This, in fact, was the same apartment that Adeline had occupied after she had ceased to inhabit her boudoir, and during the interval between the murder of Lydia Hutchinson and the suicide of Gilbert Vernon. The lady's maid retired to fulfill her mistress's directions, and Adeline was left once more alone. The solemn silence that prevailed throughout the mansion added to the depression of her spirits, and she could not combat against a vague presentiment of approaching evil, which gradually acquired a greater influence over her. It is well known that many animals have an instinctive knowledge of impending danger, even while its source remains as yet unseen. The noble steed that bears the traveller through the forest snuffs the air, paws the ground, and swerves uneasily from his path, when in the vicinity of the lair where the lion lies concealed. The little bird flutters wildly above the thicket which hides the lurking snake, and the buffalo trembles through every limb as he approaches the tree from the dense foliage of which, high overhead, the terrible anaconda is prepared to spring. Is such a feeling as this never known to human beings? We believe that it is. And certain was it that Adeline became the prey of a similar influence, vague, sinister, and undefined, as she sate in the loneliness of the large apartment around which her glances wandered with an uneasiness that did not diminish. She rose from her seat and walked to the window. It was now quite dark. The sky was overclouded, and neither moon nor stars appeared. I could wish that the evening were less gloomy, she said to herself. And how long Quentin seems to be. Then she remembered that he had many purchases to make, for it was not expected that the gardener would have provided the requisite stock of provisions and necessaries, even if he had received the letter announcing Lady Ravensworth's intended return. "Still I wish he would come," said Adeline. "He is a faithful servant, and I should feel more secure were he near me. What can be this dreadful depression of spirits which I experience? Alas, happiness and I have long been strangers to each other, but never, never have I felt as I do tonight." She started. It struck her that the handle of the folding doors communicating with the next room was agitated. Yes, it was no delusion. Someone was about to enter. Yielding to fears which were the more intense because they were altogether inexplicable, she leant against the wall for support, her eyes fixed under the influence of a species of fascination upon the doors at the farther extremity of the room. Slowly did one of those folding doors open, and for an instant, in the wild turmoil of her feelings, the unhappy woman half expected to behold the spectre of Lydia Hutchinson appear before her. But no, it was a man who entered. The lights flared with the draught created by the opening of that door, and for a few moments Adeline could only perceive the dark form without being able to distinguish his features. Not long, however, did this painful uncertainty last, for as the intruder advanced towards the almost fainting lady, the light suddenly shone full upon his countenance, and with feelings of indescribable horror, she once more found herself in the presence of the Resurrection Man. End of section 113.